And it is shameful that we're getting teams within these playoffs who have 6-12 and 5-13 records. Like, who wants to see that? Seriously. Who is excited about watching these games?
Oh, you mean you're not excited to watch, Monty? A team which, due to the way seeding works, will be playing a much better team who, over an entire split, can win 6 games, but now they're supposed to win 3 in 5. Right, this is going to be another episode of Summoning Insight. Of course, 'tis the season. It's just the season of summer, but everyone's crying about it in Europe, aren't they? Doing that thing where this just shows it's not like esports in a nutshell. You know, when people are like, but it's so hot, it's like, it's not really like it's a very hot summer. Okay. It's not like it's a different time. You're not on Mars, are you? Like, it's just obviously just a slightly hotter summer. Okay. Chill out, forget about it. But the better season than summer is the World's Prediction Series 2, Season 2. Season 2, could you call it as well, which is the competition that they're running, the 10 million USDT. And obviously there are degrees of success you can have in this competition too, because obviously, even though we always say the first place is like 800,000 USDT, I hope it goes without saying it's not like a winner takes all, because there's a 10 million USDT prize pool. So think about the disparity between it. There are loads of actual prizes. Like, one thing I'll do on another one to give people the info, I'll find out what actually the breakdown is, because I'm interested myself. But obviously, it's a free to enter competition on esports bet. You go there, you just sign up. They give you some tokens to play with, as we'll talk about elsewhere, and we always do on our other promos. There are other promos that can increase the amount of tokens you have, etc., to play on this. But essentially, you can just enter now for free, and then you'll see as we bet on the site, etc. You can place all the same bets in this competition. Like, if you don't want to bet with currency, just use the free tokens and bet in the competition and make that how you do your predictions. You can do that as well if you just want to make it for fun and join in. Yeah, and it's actually real. As we say, you win money. It's not like we're not handing you like the non-plugged in controller and saying your tails. Anyway, level 3 starting, so get ready. Like, we're not doing that. Like, you're actually playing. You get to play as well. It's a good analogy. Also, everyone feels that pain.
And also, you guys should tune into Competitive Edge, because we are now, Esports Bet has given us $100,000 in USDT. And what we're doing is, for summer playoffs, we're going to try and win as much money as we can, which is going to go back into prizes and cool shit for you guys. So you really want to follow along with that. It will be a lot of fun. You will be getting the opportunity to win a bunch of stuff. We will be giving you the opportunity to kind of participate in stuff and see some really cool stuff. That'll be announced probably in the next few days. So, keep on track with that, and we'll have more information.
Let me push back on that, though. I want to spin that an alternate way, Monty. Right? You gave what would be the normal way of doing that commercial. I'll do my own version. Right? Right now, what we're doing is losing loads of actual currency, real USDT, using this service. And on that show, it's all about the gory details of what we're betting on, why, what we think. So here's the good news. If you're actually low-key, either someone who, A, finds mirth in us getting wrecked, so there's got to be some fans in the Venn diagram overlap of somebody inside, or B, you're one of those hate watchers who, hello, you've been watching since 2014, you're a TSM fan, you've been waiting for the Worlds, we're finally TSM, everything comes good, we're all egg on our face, and that's happened yet. But you know what, this vehicle is almost tailor-made for you, because every time we say, like, I'm certain Excel and Easy win that match, they don't even know the odds, Monty, and then you just get to see me and Monty put the actual money on there, knowing that we need it for these competitions, and then if we lose it, you just get to laugh at our faces, and then we've got a record for all of history of how not only that we're wrong, but how wrong we are. We're actually putting money behind how wrong we are.
And also, if we lose money, we will be punished to do things that
we'll do some forfeits.
We do not want to do. So it will be fun. It will be fun. You can follow through the summer playoffs. We'll be doing some cool stuff for Worlds as well. So that's been good. Also, by the way, everybody in Twitch chat right now, everybody watching on YouTube or Spotify or your other podcast platform of choice, why have you not clicked the follow/subscribe button, you dumb animal? Do it right now. It really helps us. Thank you very much. All right, let's talk about some League of Legends. Where do you want to start?
It actually does, though, because here's the problem. I know in the short term, if you're on like YouTube, for example, you think, but I don't need it. It's always on my front page. The algorithm gives me. Yeah, it does now. That's as long as the algorithm likes us and we're not like in any way like manipulated. So if you just want it guaranteed, just click the subscribe button in it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Does help us. All right. So let's go talk about regions. We are going to have Amazing on later to talk about LEC. But we have, 4 LCK games happening this week. We have the start of the LCS playoffs happening this week as well. LEC will be taking that week-long break. So Where do you want to start? I was doing a watch party on our Twitch channel with Crumbs yesterday, and on the esports bet Discord, and I was very seriously mauling about NA. It was bad.
What storylines hitting you the worst? What is it? Just generally bad? Is there specific teams let you down?
I mean, the Cloud9 game made me very angry. Sure. I don't understand the obsession with Leblanc, which is just in this meta, just a completely useless champion most of the time. And especially with the way that Cloud9 were playing and the way that they structured the rest of their composition. Because you have to remember that LeBlanc is really just an absolutely garbage champion for Yuumi to go on. She's already a high mobility champion. You're not really going to get a lot of extra damage there. And obviously, when we look at the world meta and you see the Ahri come up, many players will think to themselves, well, what about Sylas? Sylas is a clear option that you always have, is a great target for a Yuumi within this composition, can do things like steal Ornn ult or Vi ult or Ahri ults. These are all great things. Has more agency within the game. And Cloud9 just couldn't, like, I think Berserker actually played very well in this game. Like, you may look at his scoreline and think, oh, well, that wasn't too great. But he did have an Ahri, an Ornn, and a Vi all over him all the time. And because there was never any secondary damage threat, it was just free. It was absolutely free. And then on top of that, Cloud9 had multiple opportunities to win this game. They threw the game once by just chasing into an Ornn and all-inning on an Ornn in the jungle, who just turned around at a choke point with his ult and killed them all. And then they had another opportunity to win. They won a fight at their own middle inhibitor. And then they decided that it was going to be really fun to chase a very fun Fed Inspired who is playing Vi, who has an Ornn upgraded Divine Sunderer, a Black Cleaver, a Death Stance, and a GA.
Some of this outplay was 1v3. It was fucking hilarious, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I would call it an outplay, Thorin, because it's like you're chasing somebody who is absolutely 100% built for 1v1 combat.
That's what I love, dude, because here's what I love. I come from the game where this is the #1 complaint, Counterstrike. In Counterstrike, if 3 people all fight one person at once, it's essentially impossible for the one to win because he would have to shoot 3 different... But the joke is, how many times in a 1v3 does the 1v1... does the one manage to create 3 1v1s, and at the end you go, because here's how it goes, right? I'll tell you how they were even thinking, guys. That's why I'm going to bring this topic up. Here's how they were thinking when there was 3 of them. Well, there's 3 of us. We're inevitably going to catch him and kill him. Lol, I'm on him first. Fuck, I can't quite get there in time to make it a 1v2. Oh, he's dead. Sorry, there's still 2 of us. Like, we'll definitely get him now. And then the last guy's just thinking, well, fuck. That one, he's not even making a... He's just trapped at that point. Because as you saw, the joke was, this is what I also loved about that play, is initially they're chasing him, then there's only 2 of them and he's just killing another one. But for the last one, it's like the last one even tries to like turn around like, shit, I'm getting off it. And it's like, you're versus a Vi, bro. Like it's over already. Just give it, because that was hilarious. That you are right, it's not an outplay because technically Inspire should have had no say in it whatsoever, but it was essentially just like a cavalcade of errors, wasn't it? It was funny as fuck, mate. I laughed so much when I watched that because I was watching it thinking the whole thing at the same time, Monty, like, this is a single target champion. How are you letting him get, like, because the nightmare is to beat the Vi and have 3 people come after you and it's over, isn't it?
I can't handle this. Like, I literally couldn't handle what I was watching, because here's the thing. It was just the Vi and I believe the Ornn who were up, and all Cloud9 had to do was not walk into the one guy who is built, who is fed as fuck and built specifically to 1v1 you. And instead, they could have just walked to the Mountain Drake that was spawning, gotten Mountain Soul, walked to Baron that was spawning, gotten Baron, and won the game.
Probably my #1 pet peeve in League of Legends is when people don't need to fight and can take an objective for free and they fight instead. It's like, I mean, listen, I'd love to be the opponent there. Like, well, thanks for the chance. We'll take a free shot, and if we can come back in the game, like, it's mad, isn't it? Because it's like the one thing you would tell them not to do, but they always do it, mate. They always do it. Yes.
And literally, you know, I understand they might be thinking, well, we can kill this guy, or maybe he'll like steal it. But if you were all grouped at the dragon, he had no HP, so he either goes to the dragon with no HP.
It's going to be hard to steal that on his own, exactly.
Or he has to recall, and you'll get there faster and kill the Drake before he can get there. So there is literally no reason whatsoever to make this play, and it is just baffling. Like, people point to that play because it is so such a glaring mistake, but also like what is going on with this LeBlanc priority in NA? Like, I just don't think that this is an effective champ in this meta. I wonder what is happening in scrims where people are prioritizing this pick so highly and just leaving these insane power picks on the board. Like, for example, in this game, Cloud9 should have picked Sylas, given the composition. Okay, let's just get that out of the way. Could have picked Talia, which Jensen has been okay on so far this split. Could have picked Azir. There were so many better choices to provide protection and also serve as a secondary damage threat than this LeBlanc. So, you know, and it was an easy pickup for Inspired with Vi. I mean, shout out again to the Evil Geniuses coaching staff that realizes that Vi is actually pretty strong right now and was going to be especially strong once they saw this because there wasn't any other threat. And the thing about Viego right now is that because so many of the team fights are just front to back team fights with these hyperscaling AD carries, Viego doesn't really get resets anymore because he's a frontliner and he just dies before he can actually start snowballing fights most of the time. Like, Viego is kind of shifting out of the meta because his usefulness in a pick comp is very high. His usefulness in a 5v5 front to back team fight is dodgy at times.
Yes, with this comp as well, Monty, like aside from the Twitch killing him, what are you thinking is going to get the Viego reset? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's nothing going to do it, is it?
Look, and if Twitch is killing people, he's ulting over 5 people,
Yeah, exactly.
and they're going to lose the fight anyway. Like, that is over. You know, honestly, if you're Cloud9, I would have even rather have seen an Olaf jungle here because it's a blabber specialty. It's a pocket pick that he's super good on. You have the Yuumi anyway, so it also is immune to Vi.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect.
So like, I would have even rather seen. Now, I don't want to see that, but I would have rather seen that with the LeBlanc than the Viego. I would really have just preferred they fucking pick Sylas. But that wasn't going to happen, apparently. And in spite of this kind of woefully inadequate composition, with one win condition that was quite easily shut down by Evil Geniuses, both their play in-game and their draft, they still could have won this game and then made a couple really terrible misplays. So I'm just bummed out by Cloud9. I'm disappointed. Like, I don't understand what's going on with their mid lane champion pool right now. Doesn't seem like Jensen is fully back online, and it hasn't looked that way for a lot of this split. Even Jensen's big games.
I mean, here's the obvious question, Monty. As you've said, one of the best champions is Sylas, if you have the right guy. He's playing an Anivia and fucking Zillion, mate. Like, and the joke is he'll play anything but Sylas. Like, what?
I mean, what year is it, right?
I know, exactly. Like, what the? Anivia! Bro, the joke is, like, I won't say who, but like, if I did an interview now and asked a Midler, why didn't you play Anivia? They'd just be like, because it's 2022. You know what I mean? Like, they wouldn't even waste my time humoring that question, Monty. Like,
I mean, it's also that
and by the way, God bless LCS. They're still playing mid Zillion, and I know, fucking just get out there, get out my face already, you idiots. He's so whack. I know.
So I mean, I'm really just unconvinced a lot of the time by Cloud9. Like, yeah,
it's my biggest problem, right? When I watch them as a layman, like, individually, a bunch of the players are good. Like, I mean, obviously, Berserker might even be the fucking best at his role. But the problem is, like, Fudge and Jensen, I know, obviously, historically, they're not players that play together, but they seem to, like, almost be disconnected in the game, mate. Like, I don't get the vibe that they're really, like, solo players that are on the same page. Because I think Fudge has had some dodgy games this split as well.
I mean, for sure. I mean, there have been games that it's almost like Cloud9 can win in spite of Fudge randomly inting, in spite of some really terrible overcommitments and overchases, some very sketchy early games a lot of the time by Jensen. He does redeem himself sometimes in the mid and late game.
Banger games, yeah.
Yeah, but it's the lack of consistency across the board and the oscillation between some really good individual play with some really low floor, like macro shot calling, or even also individual play at times. And they've won in spite of themselves on occasion. Like, this is not a team that I feel incredibly confident in as we head into as we head into the playoffs. Like, do I think that Cloud9 is capable of lifting this trophy? I think it would be a
the players
miracle if
alone
they,
mean it's possible.
I mean, yeah, the players alone could mean it's possible, but there are at least 3 better teams than them in playoffs right
Easily,
now in
yes.
EG,
They're not a
100 Thieves,
contender
and
if
Team
we read
Liquid.
real. They're
And,
at
like,
best a dark horse. They've got like the puncher's chance at the moment. That's it.
I mean, and they're against CLG in the first round. This is a team that could definitely lose to CLG. It's a team that can definitely lose to FlyQuest, right? CLG has a much more cohesive sense of teamwork and makes less boneheaded plays than Cloud9 does. So, I know it's been a rough year for Cloud9. It's not the year that they started out thinking they were have. This was kind of an emergency roster. So I think, making it into the playoffs
It's the
in
good
their
news, Monty.
fourth or fifth place position is not terrible.
The good news is that if in the playoffs you can potentially play like another half of a split, so this is actually the chance to level up and get your shit all fixed and have a chance to actually like adapt to people. So the good news about how long the NALCS playoffs is, especially if you're not just going to run through the upper bracket, you're going to get a lot of games in, dude. Like they could get in like 20 games in this fucking playoffs. So hopefully they level up, they get this shit together, and by the end of playoffs they're either contender status or they can be a world's team. That's the hope with this squad, because luckily there are enough good teams from any aside from them. It doesn't have to be the team that goes, but just because of the pieces, I hope it does go. Like look, I might like CLG. I don't want them to go to Worlds though. Like they're not going to fucking do anything there. So like, I'd rather Cloud9 gets their shit together over like 3 or 4 series and just can go like. Because the thing about this right now, I agree. If you look at NA as a general region, it's like, bro, if EG is really the best, forget about it. And it's not going deep at Worlds. They could do something, but not going deep. Whereas here's the difference. You think of like how many times has like playoff Jensen at Worlds like looked good? How many times have they fucking someone like Blabber's probably due even a good fucking international tournament? Like I feel like they're one of the teams I want to see there because of the roster strength. And obviously Berserker would be a player you want to send. Goes without saying.
Yeah, and like Jensen always steps up at Worlds pretty much. So I think this is definitely probably the better team to send to the World Championship if you had a choice. But at the same time, NA doesn't have 4 seeds. So like who would I rather see at Worlds? I think the answer is I would still rather see EG 100 Thieves and Team Liquid there rather than Cloud9. It's not a 4 seed region. We're not going to get another team into the play-in. So as much as I might prefer them over a team like CLG or FlyQuest, that's not even really an option. Like they're going to have to beat somebody at some point in time in order to make it to Worlds. And it's very difficult to see how that is going to happen at the current time, because even if they can take some of these best of ones, I don't think it's realistic that they have the consistency their drafting is just so strange.
That's the thing that I'm
and
most
off
worried
meta,
about,
frankly, that like it's like they're hurting themselves in these drafts. Like they are giving themselves only one win condition a lot of the time, and if it goes wrong, they're just screwed.
The problem they're going to have is the top 2 teams, EG and 100 Thieves, are also probably the 2 best draft teams. So, like, in my opinion, there's one of the main areas TL and C9 have to get their shit together, all these players. They've got to figure out what their fucking wheelhouse is and how to play into it. Because my problem in this case, Monty, it's not the wins and losses even. It's like, it's almost like a fucking randomized draft or something. I see a new 5 champions every time I open the fucking page to look at what they played. Like, what?
It's a lot like Team Liquid earlier this split, right?
Absolutely.
I think that was one of Liquid's kind of like primary issues, was that they were really all over the map when it came to how they wanted to play the game. And one thing that has been helping them out is, yeah, you still have kind of the Whippo wild card picks up in the top lane, but for the most part, at least in this past week, they've returned to playing some, they're on board the Sivir train now. The Draven's getting banned against Hansama. You would have thought that he would have been empowered on this pick consistently throughout this split, as it has been quite strong overall. Hasn't been there. I think the one thing that was disappointing was in their match against 100 Thieves, Team Liquid couldn't snowball an early game advantage. And in fact, if you had taken nameplates off of this particular game, I would have thought the teams were reversed, because to 100 Thieves' credit, one thing that they have finally gotten together, it's taken them a year, basically, is that their mid and late game shot calling, which was always their biggest fault. If they didn't get these big early game leads, they had problems winning. Now they're able to fight back from behind. They look a lot cleaner in the late game. Meanwhile, Team Liquid gets an early game advantage, and then Bjergsen team fights terribly on Azir, and they lose any kind of advantage that they have. So I don't think Team Liquid at this point is going to be headed for that championship because they have the same kind of inconsistency. And now that 100 Thieves have apparently snapped back into form, and Abadage is looking like the Abadage that we expected when he came over here from Europe once again. All their lanes are doing very well. They have a depth to their champion pool that I think is quite interesting because they're willing to dig in and play the Senna Seraphine, which then obviously can prompt Senna bans, which you really don't want to have to do within this meta. They can flex the Seraphine as well, so they're annoying. They're very annoying to play against, but they've got an idea of how to play. The Azir is a great win condition for them. When Abadage isn't on the Azir, he can move in and play more supportive mid laners, again, like the Seraphine, like the Taliyah. And you don't have to have a particularly deep champion pool in this meta because almost all the bans are junglers and 80 carries right now. So, it's not mandatory to have a 5-6 deep pool. You can kind of get away with a lot less right now.
The only problem I have is this, though, is this is why the landscape at the top of LCS is a bit dodgy for me. Because, like, as much as EG and 100 Thieves, clearly the eye test and the record tells you they're the best teams, they also look a bit plateaued as teams, though. Like, they look like they've sort of hit whatever ceiling they're going to hit. Like, they're about as good as I can see them getting, both squads. So, like, here's my issue. They're not super dominant even now, mate. Like, these aren't the teams I look at and I go, fuck, imagine playing this against an LPL. This is not the year for that. Like, that's when it was past Cloud9 and Team Liquid and TSM squads that were on top. Like, that's the problem I have with this team is like, these two teams look good enough to win LCS, but they don't, like, impress me that much. And the fact that it's even as close with what I think are very flawed, like, good roster teams, but, like, on paper only, that's the thing that I worry about in some ways.
Well, I also think, like, if you look at EG, I think 100 Thieves is probably the favorite for the LCS playoffs right now with EG's current form. They had multiple opportunities to lose to Cloud9. They did lose to 100 Thieves. They did lose to Team Liquid last time they played. EG has been a bit shaky, even though I think Inspired probably is the front runner for the MVP for LCS. Danny's had some pretty bad games recently where he hasn't been able to be dominant in the lane phase, has gotten pushed out early on, gotten bullied around. And Jojo Pion, sure, he'll get some nice flanks for you on Ahri, but I'm not sure that he is going to be as consistent when it comes to the playoff performance compared to Abadage's current form. It feels like more things need to go right for EG at the current time. More players need to be on point, whereas it seems like everybody on 100 Thieves is doing super well right now. They seem like they're really in form, as it were. And EG, while they can be dangerous, especially in longer games where they have the opportunity to come back, it's difficult if you fall behind early because games are really snowbally right now. If the bot lane gets ahead with like a Zeri or a Sivir, it is really, really, really hard to come back because the damage output is just so insane. And if you're an item ahead, you have a tremendous advantage. So I don't know how promising I think EG is when it comes to actually picking up a title here. There's certainly a world where they lose to Team Liquid, but 100 Thieves do seem like they are a step ahead of everyone else right now.
I think the other factor that plays against EG for me is, if you notice, when they were at their best, one of the compliments I give them is that I actually think, like, essentially they designed a great team structure and sort of like a flow of the game, like which lane we play through, when, who is the carry, who has what pick where, how you balance that out. The problem is this: if in the playoffs it ends up just becoming almost like solo queue League of Legends, that you're just playing and it's just like, stars have to win the games. That's the problem. Is Jojo Pion going to take over a best of 5? I don't know. Is he? He could win. He could win a game or two. The difference is every other one of these teams they're against has the player who will do that. Like as much like Abadagi hasn't been that great. He's been good in playoffs though. Then you look Bjergsen and Jensen. This is their fucking job, mate. Like that. Like their office is going to the LCS playoffs and carry series. So that's the one issue I have is like if you're Jojo Pion, like there's a lot on your shoulders for this playoffs. Actually, you actually have to step up and show us you actually are a top mid laner, not just a mid laner on the top team. There's a distinction there to be made, I think.
I mean, it's his rookie year. I think that EG can cruise certainly to a world slot, even if it's in third place, because I think that there's a pretty big cut between EG, 100 Thieves, and TL and the rest of the field right now. Unless Cloud9...
Be surprised if like a C9 or CLG could actually beat him in a best of 5. Come on.
Yeah. These are players. It's always difficult when you have a team that has significant amounts of best of 5 experience. And while, yeah, sure, Jojo Pion's a rookie, he's actually had significant best of 5 experience so far this year.
A lot more game 5s.
Yeah, a lot more than many of the CLG players for sure. So, and he's also now been to MSI, played there. So
played on stage as well. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, in spite of his short length of career, I would expect him to have fewer nerves than, say, a team like CLG or even potentially FlyQuest, especially with a new top laner in the mix, than a team like even Cloud9 or Evil Geniuses, right? So it's tough. It's tough to see many upset scenarios in these playoffs. And certainly I think EG can get it together. I think they have the capacity to do that. Inspired, as I said, should be I think pretty easy front runner for an MVP because he has been consistent throughout the whole season, and 100 Thieves simply has not. Like there aren't players who have performed consistently well on this roster. Team Liquid, you would say exactly the same thing. And then you're starting to get down to, okay, well, what players on some of the lower playoff teams may have been the biggest contributors? Berserker, maybe, yeah, but I think it's hard to argue that in the face of Inspired's performance. And if the rest
also,
of his
if you just look at the team, like Inspired, it just looks like he just sets his whole fucking team up. Because look at they just play around him entirely his style, of
course. Yeah.
Just the eye test tells you he's influential.
Right. And I think as much as I like to talk about EG's coaching staff and their draft strategies and everything like that, I think it's difficult to draft against 100 Thieves right now because of the versatility that we talked about earlier and because of the number of kind of interesting pocket picks that this team has. And also, against another team that can draft pretty well, the draft is only going to get you so far, right? You have to rely on your players eventually to pick it up in the server, and 100 Thieves is more experienced, and when they've been good, they've been good. They're a streaky team, that's for sure, but they do seem to be powering up at exactly the right time heading into these playoffs.
Let me think. What was I going to say there, though? There was another angle we had to take. Let me think. Oh, I forgot. Good news. If you're a fan of the show and you've been watching all these years, you know what? Something's been missing. The last sort of, think it through, guys, sort of the last 2 or 3 splits. Something hasn't quite been there, has it? Every time you watch playoffs and you think, it sucks. Well, you know how many times I've complained? We both complained, Monty, many times about having 8 out of 10 teams make the playoffs. This is the one time I'm glad 8 out of 10 teams make the playoffs. Oh, TSM's back in the playoffs, boys. So all you need to know is this. Before we were sort of like, because they were just shit, we barely talked about them. Well, now we get to actually enjoy them lose. Like, it's going to be funny if TSM comes last in the playoffs. Of course it is. Like, there's no way to get around that. Like, you can make all the excuses you want. It'll happen. So I want to see them play. Because here's the funny thing. If I actually look in the playoffs, there's not a single team they should beat in a best of 5. Like, you tell me which team they're supposed to beat, Monty. Because I even think Golden Guardians should beat them,
well, yeah, but they'll never get the chance probably to play Golden Guardians unless they both win, right? Which is kind of... I
don't think they can beat anyone. So to me, they're just going to get dumpstered.
Yeah, I mean, we were doing the watch party yesterday, and I was watching them play against FlyQuest. The fact that they are going in there with this Rek'Sai. Now, look, I'm not going to read too much into that because I'm pretty sure they had that slot locked up no matter what. No, I think they would have actually had to, if Dignitas had beaten Golden Guardians, they would have had to play a tiebreaker for 7th, 8th with Golden Guardians. I mean, it's not that big of a deal. So they didn't have a lot to play for. But the thing about Rek'Sai is that Rek'Sai is just fucking terrible in professional play. It's so fundamentally bad because you have to build basically lethality. And even if you're doing super well as the Rek'Sai, even if you get a massive early game lead, there's not really any point in time in the late game where you're going to be able to get more than one rotation of cooldowns off. And maybe you kill one person with that, but then you're just usually in the middle of the team sitting there and are totally defenseless. And if they kill you, they shut you down and take all your gold, which they will kill you eventually. Or what happens is you have all the gold funneled into you because you took all the kills because your R is an execute and you can one-shot people in the early game and you frequently do pick up those kills. And so the rest of your team doesn't have gold because you took it all. And you're just useless. You're just terrible. So I really dislike Rek'Sai in professional play for these reasons. I think there are maybe some fringe cases where you could make an argument that with specific pick compositions where you're never, ever, ever trying to play in a 5v5, that you may be able to do something with this champion. But against like Gwen, Sivir, Yumi, no, there's not really any opportunity to win team fights because it's effectively going to be a 4v5 when it comes to the late game, except it's a 4v5 where you are an actual dead weight. You are just a weight. Gold is very heavy, guys, very dense material, and you're just a sack of gold that is weighing down, is tied to the ankles of your teammates. And instead of just giving them the gold that they could spend on items. So it is a legit terrible pick. Now, did they pick this because the game it wasn't irrelevant, but it was almost irrelevant in the sense of what were the stakes going into playoffs? But it doesn't inspire a lot of confidence overall with this roster.
The only thing that is unfortunate, because I've just double checked this, and sadly, here's the bad news, boys, is that it turns out, because obviously TSM's waiting for the loser of one of the upper bracket matches, right? The problem is, it turns out when you drop on that first round, they alternate, Monty. So actually, they will play the loser of Team Liquid FlyQuest. Now, the dream would have been to play CLG, wouldn't it? Because, oh, Lord, Monty, can you even imagine? Wait a second. Could you imagine if, remember, this is world's contention in playoffs, if the way TSM's year ended was literally CLG eliminated them in a best of 5. The one, because all those tweets would then become triple goated, wouldn't they? The one about Reggie saying about if we were like CLG else on my house, like, mate, it's already, that would already be good enough as it is. Like, that would be fucking amazing. Because the problem is, like, TSM just has no chance whatsoever. That's the thing. They shouldn't even be here. Spoiler. Like, if Dig and other teams didn't just start actively tanking their rosters, like, I don't even know if they'd be in playoffs. They were touch and go. And then the problem they've had is this: they've gotten the wins. Like, you look how many wins they got by the end of the split, it's all right, but the eye test doesn't check out at all. Like, the team's still just, it's just a fundamentally bad team, unfortunately.
I mean, they keep changing the parts of the team. I do think Solo is an upgrade for this roster.
That was an old slam dunk. Yeah, exactly. It's obvious.
It's too little too late, most likely. And it is shameful that we're getting teams within these playoffs who have 6-12 and 5-13 records. Like, who wants to see that? Seriously. Who is excited about watching these games?
Oh, you mean you're not excited to watch, Monty? A team which, due to the way seeding works, will be playing a much better team who over an entire split can win 6 games, but now they're supposed to win 3 in 5. No, that's not a very exciting prospect for obvious reasons. Think about it. Like, that sounds terrible. What am I supposed to believe in? You know what I mean? And also, then they've got that whole factor as well. Like, you know, we never talk about this because we never talk about TSM. But I tell you what, Monty, the whole, like, Choi coach thing. Look, I can't know, but, like, mate, it doesn't matter what players you've given. It hasn't worked. It just hasn't worked. Whatever they were going for there doesn't seem like it's worked out. Like, I don't know what vision he had. Obviously, I would assume he's had a tough circumstances with the rosters he's been given. But even so, like, there's nothing about this team's good, I'm afraid. So, like, I feel like you almost have to just wipe the deck with it.
I mean, look, I'm just happy because now somebody at TSM finally has to do the job of GM instead of just it being on easy mode because you have Bjergsen to attract all the talent. We've seen how skilled TSM is at being a GM when they don't have Bjergsen. Turns out Bjergsen was the most important aspect of TSM the entire time, which was obvious from the outside. But somebody has to get it together and convince people to join this org. And it is difficult to convince people to join losing orgs without a lot of talent. It's difficult to retain people. Like Spica shouldn't want to be on this team anymore. Surely Spica has other options. He could easily replace Santorin on Team Liquid right now. I think he's a superior player at the current circumstance. And guess whose contract is expiring in November? It's Spica's. So he should be able to play the field really quite easily, I would think. He would be an upgrade on many of the rosters throughout the LCS. All right, we done with LCS? Do you want to do some predictions?
Yeah, go on then. So obviously the most interesting one is CLG C9. So
yeah,
what do you think for this
Liquid
one?
over FlyQuest.
I'm taking Team Liquid, yeah, of course. But listen, I still think FlyQuest can like win a game, making it, but they shouldn't win the series, obviously, yeah. Because the problem is, right now, I'd have to pick CLG, right? Here's the issue, though, Monty. This is where, though, I'm going to put my like CS:GO on, and I'm going to imagine I'm on a desk. Because here's the difference, right? If I'm going purely off betting and just thinking of like, maybe I would go CLG, right? But the problem is this. The analyst in me tells me you usually go with experience, basically, and star power in the playoffs. So that's the problem. I also feel like there's a world where they turn up and CLG sort of like mildly, doesn't choke, but just mildly underperforms. Then C9, Jensen has a game on Talia where you carries. Bjerker has like 2 Zeri. You know what I mean? You can start to talk yourself into how they win like 3-1 or something, you know?
I think if
okay, I'm going to go with C9 then. There we go. I'm going to take C9.
okay.
I've made my mind up.
I think it's really just the veteran status of many of the Cloud9 players that gives me pause. And the thing about C9 is they certainly have a higher ceiling. It's just that they're held back at times by their own draft and in-game decisions. And then oftentimes it feels like one player, they just trade turns being who the dead weight on the roster is. And the rest of the team kind of has to just struggle to drag them over the finish line, whether it's Fudge or Jensen or Black, like they all take turns. So it is tough. But at the same time, CLG is not the most meta team at the moment. You know what they're going to do. They love having this Yone. They love flexing it between mid and top lane. They're not playing standard tank tops. They're not like they are to a certain degree reliant on those solo lanes. Dokla can have some very bad games at times. His consistency isn't quite there. Luger, as impressive as he has been in the past, you would think that this would be a big Luger carry meta, but we haven't necessarily seen the big Luger carry games. Like he is not really in the conversation when it comes to best 80s, top 3 ADCs within the LCS right now. So I think I probably also just lean to C9, but I think this is likely to be a close series overall. But I just can't get over the fact that CLG's players are just simply too inexperienced and will probably suffer some level of nerves within a playoff best of 5.
That's the problem. Basically, the issue is this. Like, people might think if they watched the Summoning Insight when we've touched on LCS or Competitive Edge, like, that's weird. Why have you just turned on CLG out of nowhere? Because actually, this is the logical moment too. Basically, part of the reason I was giving them so many props in the regular season is because they were a consistent team with a clear identity. And they had this, what on paper should be underpowered roster, but they were getting all these wins off all these teams that are messy rosters. The problem is, when it comes to the playoffs, like, that then becomes a factor. Like, as much as that seemed like an upside, like, there's no one player I could rely on here if the game collapses carries the game. Like, Fox isn't that player yet, I'm afraid. Like, maybe he was supposed to be. He hasn't been that player yet. As you say, even the Luca guy, it's not like, look, it's not like Prince and fucking LCK. He's not really going to, like, 1v9 the whole game. Like, yeah, exactly. It's just a good player. Like, that's the problem they have on their team, is they have to win as a team. And the problem is I could see the experience part being what fractures the team. They've certainly been well coached, though, and done a good job generally, I think.
It's also that over the course of a BO5, if there is a weird pocket pick that they run, like the Yone, you can just, if you lose a game to it, you just start banning it and you see how deep they go and how many ways they have to actually win games with carries in different roles. And I think at least you can, Berserker and Jensen are capable of carrying harder than their counterparts on the side of and Fudge as well. I mean, basically everyone is capable of carrying harder on the side of Cloud9. Now, CLG has had significantly more consistency when it comes to teamwork, but when the other problem I think for CLG is that in a best of one, when you have your own picks, it can be very difficult for teams to prep for you in the same week that they're prepping for other teams, right? Because you can't really focus in and spend an entire week preparing for that one matchup that you're facing. And if a team's has their own style and is playing kind of weird, they tend to overperform in best of ones. But when you're sitting there mapping out an entire best of 5, it becomes a lot easier to target their strengths and exploit their weaknesses. And CLG is kind of predictable.
Absolutely. And also, like, let's be real as well on that one as well. It's not even like their coach's experience. There's just experience throughout the team, unfortunately. So, like, this is an example of where it actually reminds me, funnily enough, of the CLG team that people actually look back on fondly with Power of Evil back in like season 9 or whatever. Like, that was a team that got good, but again, a lot of the players were inexperienced, never made it in the playoffs in the same way. So, this is just unfortunately the nature of the league. Like, essentially, on some level, CLG got boosted a little bit by the fact that some of the big name rosters didn't perform. Otherwise, they would be themselves in like the 6th spot, Monty, and it would be like they're not going to Worlds, but maybe there's an outside chance. Like, so I think there's some pressure on them. I also think as well, by the way, when are you ever going to get a better shot at going to Worlds than what they have in this opening match? You have a Cloud9 that hasn't got it together yet, and if you win this, you guaranteed top 4 or something? Like, you're in pretty good fucking top, maybe the top 6 or something. Let me check. I think it would be right. Yeah, you guarantee top 6 if you get the next win. So you're not that far. You're only 2 wins from Worlds or something, right?
Yep.
Almost. Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Basically, like, if you make the winners bracket semifinals, you're pretty much guaranteed to be at Worlds because there's only going to be 3 teams remaining, right? So, yeah. Should be. I think it should be pretty easy to guarantee those spots. Yeah, all you have to do is win one best of 5 if you're EG or 100 Thieves, and I think you automatically will qualify for Worlds. Certainly a super comfortable position to be in.
And by the way, for the other one, Team Liquid, they don't just have to win this month. They have to smash this fucking series. They have to make us believe. They have to look really good against FlyQuest. They have to.
One would hope that they could. FlyQuest has been a team that on their highs has been good. I mean, Tukui seems like he's cut out for this meta. His champion pool is very well suited to what's going on in terms of the control mages right now. But I just can't believe that this team is like the Bwipo versus Philip matchup just seems absolutely fucking doomed right now. Bwipo's been in pretty good shape. In fact, he's probably been the best player on Team Liquid's roster over the past several weeks. And him playing against a rookie, I think he's just going to eat him alive. The
joke is, if they still had Niles, then you'd have to call Bwipo Frazier because he's about to big brother this motherfucker, isn't he? So it's a bit of a crowbar, that one, but whatever. It's worked in the end. By the way, that's how I know I'm a boomer. Almost no one even made any Frazier jokes when that guy was in the LCS. Like, mate, that's called looking a gift horse in the mouth there, mate. If someone called Niles was there, you had to keep saying Niles, I'd have a million jokes. I mean, for start off, there's all like when they throw the game, like, guess you could call that, Monty, tossed salads and scrambled eggs all over their faces. But, by the way, as a random aside, there actually was, because someone did it as a meme on my Discord. This is hilarious. They did some sort of I'm guessing it was like a trade fair where they had like an appearance of the people from the show Frazier, Monty. Well, do you remember, the tagline famously in the song was like, and those to salad and scrambled eggs. So they'd gotten 2 logos, Monty, this is real, of Frazier, and under one it said tossed salads, and under the other one it says scrambled eggs. Now, what do you think the set designer maybe didn't think through when designing that as a separate set of there's just a sign saying tossed salads? Like, It's not really what I'm thinking of when I think of Fraser, really.
Yeah, it was probably intentional.
More like if I'm thinking of the short Oz, mainly in that one for Prison Break or something, more along those lines. I feel like exactly.
All right, we should talk about LCK a little bit. Obviously, we talk about that a lot on the Monty and Wolf show. Also on this channel, another reason for you to subscribe. So if you want more in-depth commentary on LCK, that is where you go. But touching on LCK, Gen.G looks like they are by far and away the favorites to go ahead and win this split, especially because T1 is coming off of getting absolutely hammered by Live Sandbox in a game that did not matter, it has to be said. At the end of this split, there were a bunch of games that just didn't really matter overall for the standings. T1 now bounced back and did pick up another meaningless win later on in the week against Damwon. So that was, I guess, a positive for them. But, you know, Damwon looks
it's actually Damwon that I'm
really
worried about,
shaky.
mate.
Yeah,
like you can see what you like about T1. T1's problem is Gen.G exists. Damwon's problems are just Damwon, mate. They've got their own fucking issues.
I mean, it's crazy to me that after Damwon came back, put Bible in, and looked competitive with Gen.G, in fact, nearly beat Gen.G, then apparently the reason why...
Anyway, shout out Door, because if there was ever a Korean ridiculous name invented for you, my brother, when your work, you just missed the era, because Bible, you would have done so much with that. I already know, mate. I already know you would, so shout out Door. He would have loved that, absolutely.
The thing about Damwon Kia was that it was their mid and late game shot calling, which you saw glaringly flawed against T1. They couldn't actually convert a lead and were fighting meaningless dragons and kind of inting into T1 and causing T1 to win games. But Damwon, they looked like they did have better shot calling with Bible in this roster. And apparently Kellen had COVID, and maybe that was the reason why he wasn't playing. Now that's not confirmed, but that's the suspicion, is that he may have been, feeling too badly in order to play these games. So they bring Bible into play instead. Whereas most people thought at the time that this was because of their shot calling issues, that they were going to at least try Bible out. And this was going to be something that they were potentially going to take into playoffs and to, even if they didn't do well in playoffs, into the World's regional qualifier and a bid to get to Worlds. I do think Damwon looked better against Gen.G than they did this week as a whole. Like, beating Guangdong Freaks is not inspiring in any way, shape, or form. That's an expected result. But their performance was pretty miserable against T1.
At least in fucking player from Canyon was fucking got it, though. It's so bizarre, because if people don't know, he's actually had, a fairly fucking underwhelming year, but that was a fucking unbelievable player, though.
Yeah, that play was absolutely
I had to watch that 5 times to even figure out what he was doing, mate. It was mental, wasn't it?
But Thorin, that's how you get baited by Damwon.
It is.
Because you see that clip and you're like, oh shit, these guys are really good. Or you see, oh man, they beat Gen.G with Jungle Karthus, and you're like, wow, cool. What depth of champion pool? Or you look at some of their drafts, and you're like, wow, this Talia flex into Kalista is super interesting. Who's playing it? Is it Canyon? Is it Showmaker? But the reality is that you're seeing some very cherry-picked highs, and you're probably, if you're not really watching LCK, you're not seeing the insane lows that this team has. Canyon absolutely getting, blasted in the jungle by Pioshik on DRX. Him playing 13, 14 different champions so far this split. Some of them were good ideas, some of them were very bad ideas, off meta. And so in a way, Damwon is spoiled for a wealth of depth in terms of their champion pools, and they have, I would say, one of the, if not the most flexibility in terms of champion pools of honestly any team in the world. These guys play a lot of fucking champs. But they haven't settled on a way that they can be consistent. And as good as some of these comps are in theory, the actual execution of them in practice often leaves a lot to be desired, as they ignore their own relatively simple win conditions a lot of the time. It's like against T1, you get a huge advantage. You get donated this massive advantage in the early game by T1. They play a little bit too aggressively. Damwon gets a bunch of kills. They even get the first Drake. T1's playing an early game composition. just let them have the fucking second Drake. You don't need it. You're not trying to snowball Drakes. You already slowed down the game. You already have the advantage. Don't fight a Samira in a choke point. And then they just go in all in, and you just wonder what the hell they're thinking. And also, you contrast that with the fact that Live Sandbox and KT have gotten better as the split has gone on. It seems like every week these teams are performing just a little bit better than they did the week before. KT played an incredibly competitive game against Gen.G that was, again, meaningless for Gen.G. It was meaningless. Gen.G could lose this game and it wouldn't have done anything, except Gen.G, by winning, did actually set the record for largest map differential within the LCK in history. So even though they lost a match to T1, they actually had a bigger
that's very
differential
impressive
between
in South
maps win and lost
Yeah.
than T1 did last split.
Think about this. T1 has won LCK a billion times. Like, anytime you can set a record and your name isn't T1, you've done something fucking amazing in LCK. Yeah.
Yeah, Dom1 also had a plus 29, and then Gen.G just hit the plus 30. And remember, Gen.G has only lost 5 games and 1 match. So 5 games. 2 of those were to T1 the first time they played. They lost 0 to T1 the second time they played. In both of their best of 3s with Dom1, they lost 1 game. So Dom1 is actually it can be a problematic matchup, I think, for Gen.G, but they're not likely to actually face it within these playoffs.
The last was this KT one that didn't matter.
The last was the KT one, which was a series that didn't matter. And KT is legitimately a pretty good team right now. Like, Rascal has successfully, he has been in the past an extremely skilled laner who gets a lot of solo kills, but his macro play and like teamwork was lacking. He often seemed like he was selfish, playing for KDA, making bad macro calls, which, to be fair, was also the reason they lost to Live Sandbox the week before, right? Was that he made a really bad macro call when they had total vision control over a dragon and allowed his team to be wiped in a 5v4. It was really dumb. But that has happened a lot less than it has in the past. And now, more often than not, Rascal is providing the pressure while he's not dying and is playing well around his team. Vikla's a rookie who looks great on control mages, looks great on Ahri, looks great on Sylas. And again, mid laners don't have to have the deepest champion pool right now to be effective. And in the meantime, Cuz has been quietly solid and aiming has been a fucking monster. So you got to believe that this is heading in KT and Live Sandbox's direction. Live Sandbox also, Closer has stepped up. The problem with Live Sandbox is Dove in the top lane is the lowest economy mid laner in the LCK. And so they have less versatility. So as impressive as especially Prince has been and Kyle have been, like, their bot lane's very good right now, KT just seems to have a pretty significant edge in the top side because they can just play more styles. When you have this Renekton coming back up and you see what Rascal can do with it, you're just not going to expect that same level of play out of Dove. So I think they match up pretty evenly in most other spots on the map. Maybe Kroko has higher highs than Cuz, but certainly has lower lows than Cuz. But Rascal is, I think, the reason why I would say at this point in time, KT probably has that advantage in these playoffs. And KT realistically could be the best team in these quarterfinals. And if you look at the way the LCK playoffs play out, Gen.G is going to pick their opponent. And if I'm Gen.G, if Dom1 beats KT and they suddenly click into form, because again, it is hard to bet against veterans or to predict against veterans of this caliber, like on Dom1 within playoffs, especially because KT has like a rookie mid laner versus Showmaker. But I don't think Gen.G is going to pick Dom1 or KT, because if Dom1 wins, Dom1's probably has snapped into form, and like that matchup's bad for Gen.G. So they pick Live Sandbox. Live Sandbox is a very known quantity. Like, they're good at what they do, but you know exactly what they're going to do. DRX is hopeless. They are trash right now, so they should easily be handled by Live Sandbox. If that's anything but a 3-0, it will be surprising.
One thing I think is quite cool, though, is like the amount of the smaller teams in the playoffs, Monty, where their strength is fucking ADC. Like, dude, against T1, that will be very interesting when some of these teams play, because that spot, Gumayusi's spot, is still the fucking leak on that team, mate. It's still the leak.
Gumayusi is not a top 3 ADC this split.
Not at all.
Not even close, guys. Like, Ruler is probably the MVP of this entire split, number one. And then number two, there are just, I mean, look at the
Prince
other
guy,
ADCs.
if you go on recency bias, would have it immediately, wouldn't he? Yeah.
Prince aiming, these guys are definitely better. And then Gumayusi could certainly be in the conversation for, is he better than Dokdam? Like, that's actually a conversation you could have. I would say he probably is. But there have been significant.
Listen, there's been a few Dokdam carry games though. It's like people underrate that guy a tiny bit. I think because they still act like everyone have done. It's only a top side team. It isn't actually. Sometimes they do win games off ADC. Sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. They definitely have. I would say he's more limited, but the problem with Gumayusi is that when Gumayusi has looked his best recently, it's been on like Draven and Samira, and that's why you see so many Draven bans coming out against T1. And if he has to play the scaling game and play the Sivir or play the Zeri, he hasn't looked as good as many of the other.
It's my number one pet peeve of Gumayusi. It's the same reason I fucking hate watching Kazi play in Europe. How many times do these guys go melee range and just get killed in fights? Like, you're the fucking ADC, mate. The amount of times these guys could kite and they just go in and just get like blown up. It's outrageous. Like, Loco said it years ago on this show. It was something like fucking 6 years ago now or something. If you're an ADC, one of your number one responsibilities is be responsible for the gold and don't die. These guys don't get it. Gumayusi doesn't get it at all. He really just thinks like, go next. Like, it's not a scrim, bro. Like, this is a fucking game and you're the ADC. You can't die if I invest gold in you.
Yeah. And I'm concerned about T1 overall because when
the only good news for them is this, Monty. There's 4 world spots. That's fucking great news because, as I'm saying, look on paper, yes, they should of course get a top. They should probably in the final, but they're way shakier than people realize. I feel like, Monty. Like, there's a world where they could fuck up this semi even.
I mean, the thing is that even if they fuck up the semi, as long as Gen.G wins, they should automatically get a world spot because they have so many points.
Yes.
On the circuit, right? Because they're guaranteed top 4. They were first place in spring. And so what happens in LCK is the winner of summer goes as first seed, and the second seed is whoever has the most championship points. So it may be very difficult and Gen.G is almost certainly going to win these playoffs, that if anybody but Gen.G wins, then Gen.G will probably go. But if Gen.G wins, then T1 will probably go. That's just how it's going to work in terms of these points. Yeah, I'm concerned about T1. I think that there is a world if either Damwon comes into form or KT beats Damwon, that T1 could lose in these semifinals. KT versus T1 has been a very close match all year, even when KT was much worse in the spring. T1 has matched up kind of badly against KT. And yes, T1 did beat KT both of the times they faced them this split. But if you watch those games, you know that how really on a knife's edge they were, and they could have really gone either way. So KT is they're really like ramping up at exactly the right time coming into these playoffs. And I think that they are fundamentally more dangerous than Live Sandbox at the present time simply because of that top lane. And if you look at T1, Zeus is arguably their best player this split. He was probably in the MVP conversation. I think the MVP conversation boils down to 5 players. It's Ruler, Chovy.
Gen.G player, spoiler. Let's be real. It's just going to be, but okay. Which of them is it? Yeah, exactly.
What you value. Like,
yes.
Chovy has been as dominant as usual in lane, but his macro play has gotten a lot better, and he's carried a lot of these games. Ruler has been the star player in an ADC meta. He actually gets surprisingly few resources. Like, his efficiency, when you compare his gold that he gets after 15 minutes to his damage he gets after 15 minutes, he's second lowest in the league in terms of CS after 15 that's given to him, but he's second highest damage by percentage of any ADC. So his efficiency is just nuts. Now, part of this is because Gen.G as a team just gets all of the CS on the map. I talk about this at length on the Monty and Wolf show, and I might actually do a video on this to show you guys how they do lane assignments and how this happens. If you are interested, leave a comment, tweet at me, whatever. I'll think about doing it. But basically, Gen.G gets 51.6% of the minions in the game in terms of lane minions, and they get over 59% of the jungle minions. So they just get way more gold than other teams. And to put this in perspective, they were, as of last week, I haven't checked this week, about a full percentage point higher in terms of lane CS than any other team in the world. And they were about 5 percentage points higher in jungle CS. And they're doing these things at the same time, right? They take all the minions. They are so methodical in how they assign people to lanes, so they just don't miss CS, they don't miss waves, and they just have a fuck ton more gold than you as a result. And they're really good at funneling it into Ruler and especially Chovy, but Chovy gets the most of it, right? But even Thorin is not poor in these games. Like, so even though we would look at Ruler and say, okay, by percentage, he's getting the second lowest among AD carries. By absolute value, he's actually third or fourth, I think, in CS per minute, because Gen.G just gets more CS than you. They take your jungle, they just choke you out, and they come into these games with massive gold leads by the end. So that is the strength of Gen.G right now, is that their efficiency in sucking gold out of the map is just so high. They are on another plane compared to every other team in every other region in the world statistically when it comes to doing this.
And it's for me, if I'm picking the MVP, though, here's the thing. I personally think there's no wrong answer out of Ruler and Chovy. They've both been so exceptional, and the team is just, as we say, they've just dominated everyone else. Like, it's fine for either to win. Here's the thing, though. I suspect it will actually be Ruler, because here's the reason why. Because when you're the ADC and you carry a team fight like Ruler does, it's just obvious, like, you were the guy. Whereas the problem with Chovy is no one wants to, it's not sexy to go be he's up 20 CS. Like, no one cares about that, sadly, unfortunately. So even though actually I think if you're Chovy, it's like you haven't done anything wrong whatsoever. You've had one of the best splits probably a mid lane has ever had in the history of League of Legends. The problem is, I just think, like, if you look at the way it plays out, people will remember Ruler more.
And like the thing about Peanut too is that Peanut is the primary voice in terms of shot calling on this team. They have had incredible macro. Peanut has basically created the Poppy priority meta around the world. His jungle pathing has been wildly creative. He's responsible for a lot of the early game leads. So if you want to credit him as being the brains behind the team, he could be MVP. Prince, obviously, Closer has stepped up recently, but Prince has been a huge factor in Live Sandbox taking third place.
You would be the one where, you know, the traditional, it's actually how sports tend to do it, if you noticed. Most sports do the MVP by wins over replacement logic. Yeah. Obviously, Prince would win instantly off that, because if any other ADC, like, especially at the level they could get, would be in there, they wouldn't have any of these. They'd have half the wins at most. Probably even less.
Like, would they be in play? Like, there's a real conversation to be had. Like, would they be in playoffs without Prince? Would they, you know, or would they just be like 6th place or something of the sort? Because remember, we know what they look like without Prince. It was spring split where they were 9th place. And not to say that was entirely Prince's doing, but him coming into this roster was extremely important for Live Sandbox, and him walking in the meta that has currently developed where he can just absolutely smash people is great for him. So yeah, I mean, he looks super good. And then finally you would ask yourself, okay, does Zeus deserve it? Zeus had a very strong start to the split, but the problem right now is that T1 is not prioritizing their pressure around Zeus in top lane, which means he's playing weak side, which means he's playing a bunch of tanks basically in the current meta. And it's confusing, but at the same time, I have to assume that the reasoning behind this is that in scrims, when they don't do this, the bot lane does very badly. Like, I can only assume that bot lane is just completely throwing these games in scrims. And so they kind of have to have Zeus, who's their best performing player, maybe on champions that don't have the biggest impact in order to win. So that's a bummer, because you don't want to see that if you're a T1 fan. Like, you want to see them trying to carry, but apparently Gumayusi is incapable of, Gumayusi and Carrier are incapable of playing conservatively on the bot side with some of these hyperscaling AD carries in a way where they can kind of shift focus to Zeus in the top lane.
By the way, as a general rule, if you play a weak side / tank, you shouldn't be allowed to win MVP, in my opinion, because, spoiler, You and your own team are signaling that you aren't the most important player in your team. Now, I know people will use this logic, Monty, that I hate, which goes like this. But if he didn't do that, then how? Because it's basically what they're doing with like Niski in Europe now. Like, but El Yoyon that could have played like that without him. It's like, but they did once he was there. But they did though. But you do acknowledge that they did though once he did it. Because here's the problem. This is the analogy, Monty. It goes like this, right? Imagine that there was a fence, right, and that we can't see over the fence, but we need to shoot a target that's on the other side of the fence with a bow and arrow. Right, you can't shoot the target because you're not tall enough. Now imagine I let you stand on my shoulders and then you shot the target. It was impossible for you to do it without me, but you still shot the target. All I did is say you stand on my shoulders. So I'm sorry, I don't care how amazing your fucking season 5 Maokai player was, or that's why I always said fucking Marion wasn't the MVP. He was playing fucking Maokai, for fuck's sake. How dare you tell me a Maokai man is the best player in the world?
He was like 23-1 on Maokai, though.
I don't care. I hate anyone who says that's the carry. It isn't. Even his own team wasn't carrying, was he? Logically, come on.
No, I definitely agree with you.
I agree on the point, though. The problem with the Peanut one is almost certainly he won't. Peanut almost certainly won't win MVP, but it's because, unfortunately, it's only people who are like coaches breaking down the VOD are going to see what he did. Basically, it's not going to be as obvious to the fan in the replay, is it? That's the problem. So I don't think Peanut can win.
Yeah. But I do think Ruler is probably deserving. Yeah, I think
so. Especially when you think here's the other angle that people forget is, remember, Ruler and fucking Chovy need that LCK title. Like, this guy has been waiting a long time for this sort of scenario. So I also think it would just narratively be a cool angle. He also deserves it from his play.
I mean, Ruler and Chovy deserve a title. This
absolutely.
It's going to be really. I think it's going to be very difficult to stop them because they do seem that they are a cut above. But yeah, it'll be tough unless T1 can actually figure their shit out very quickly, which really hasn't happened this whole split. Like T1, this is why it's not that T1 is bad, idiot T1 fans who are going to accuse me as usual of being a hater, but it's that when you live and die by insane playmaking from owners Lee Sin or like these incredibly clutch moments, the problem is that analysts expect you to regress to the mean at some point in time. Like you're not playing optimally, right? You shouldn't be in these situations, whether it's because of your champion pools or because of the way you play the game, where the clutch play should be necessary. And it feels like a lot of these were 50-50s, except T1 was winning them 75% of the time. And that's what was causing them to, it appeared to be an overperformance. So it's frustrating because at the same time, if they are just this clutch, you just kind of have to sit back and say, well, fuck, I guess they're just going to make an amazing Lee Sin play and they're going to win the game off of this. And what do you say to that? Like, shouldn't happen, but it does happen. And that's then something you have to factor into your analysis. But over a long enough timeline, you just don't want to be in that position over and over and over and over and over again while you don't fix the flaws that are causing you to need to make the clutch plays. Meanwhile, Gen.G is just absolutely smashing people. They can play from behind now. They played from behind against T1 and did very well. They played from behind against Damwon Kia and did very well. And we know they're good when they get leads in the early game. So basically, all my questions have been answered. Gen.G, I have a lot more faith at Gen.G at Worlds than I did about T1 at MSI, where T1 was winning basically using one style that was taught to them by KT. They didn't even invent it. They almost lost to KT, and then they just mimicked KT's style and then applied it to some new compositions and rolled into MSI.
Here's my biggest concern for T1. The biggest concern actually isn't Gumayusi. Here's the biggest concern. If you were to open a transcript of this episode, no one's even said the name Faker yet. We had a whole discussion about T1, LCK playoffs. Are you ready? MVP candidate. He wasn't an MVP candidate, Monty. His team's second place. He's not even an MVP candidate because, spoiler, he is nowhere near the best mid laner. Not only that, he's not even, I don't think people get this. People hated on me last year at Worlds when I said this. People hated on me in the spring when they were undefeated. If T1 wins, they win as a team. And if it's a player, it ain't Faker. Faker is a complementary player within his team. The funny thing is, in many ways, like he's still a good player, but he isn't the guy who's going to like 1v9 the series. He's not the guy who's going to give me everything. That's not who Faker is anymore, guys. He's just a good player now.
I think that at the current, if we take this point in time, Faker is probably the fourth best mid laner in LCK.
That's fair.
Behind Vikla, Closer, and of course Chovy.
Showmaker. Right? What about Showmaker?
Showmaker has been bad.
Here's the difference. I guess I'll say this. Showmaker has more pop-offs. I guess it's maybe 50-50. He has some bad games too.
But Vikla and Closer have powered up towards the end of the split. If I'm taking the entire split into consideration, I probably say Faker's number 2 because he started, like, he was eclipsed by this point in time by some of these other players, but he started as being better than them. So I think if we include the earlier parts, I would say number 2. If we're talking literally right now, this point in time, I would say he's probably 3rd or 4th.
And then here's another issue, though. When you say he's number 2, the gap between him and Chovy's enormous.
Yes.
Now, this is where, if you're a Faker fan, actually sit the fuck down. Because when Faker was on top, and Faker was way ahead of all the other guys in 2nd and 3rd, like Nagny and those guys, you wanted us to wax lyrical on it. You wanted us to point out, like, haha, he humiliates them, how much better he is. That's how much better Chovy is now, so just sit down. Faker's had his time. It was years and years ago. Now it's Chovy's time to shine.
Yeah.
Just reality. I'll tell you the one that I find depressing, just because it was a mixture of roster moves and then the fact that, like, his team actually sucks now. It's like, mate, it's actually just depressing watching BDD in the fucking basement bin. Like, can this guy have a good team again? Can he please come back to play again? Can BDD come out to play? Like, what's going on? This guy was like he's won 1 million MVPs in this league. Like, how have they done him so dirty with this dog shit team he's on? The fuck? He even had a good Worlds if people don't remember.
I mean, he stepped up big at Worlds, right? The meta was there, like Zoe was insane. It's obvious Nongshim Red Force like really underperformed. They had much, like, there's one of those teams where they were much less than the sum of their parts. Like Kana, Dread, BDD, and Ghost are all not bad players.
Now, like, they're all players who used to be in top teams, but they're all rejects now. Yeah.
Now, Effort is a terrible player. He fucking sucked this split. He was god awful losing them games, but they had no synergy. They didn't look like they wanted to play together. They were terrible as a unit. But that said, they did actually end the split kind of strong. They took games off of T1 and DRX. They won their last 2 matches. That would be much more of the form that we would have expected from a roster with these names on it. There was obviously something that went very internally wrong at Nongshim that caused this to occur, because it is abnormal that this group of players would be this bad.
By the way, one thing I'll never, ever, ever let people do as well is when they do, because they're going to do it already, Monty, they're going to pull the Bjergsen on Faker now, and they're going to go, but why would he play a carry champion when he could just support Zeus and Ona carrying the map? Because he plays mid lane, you fucking moron. Is this day 1 of League of Legends for you? The joke is, nobody out of choice plays supportive mid lane. It doesn't exist. It's like support AWPers, Monty. You only do it if the guy can't be a real AWPer, you know what I mean? Like, you pick that first, wouldn't you? Like, you would never choose to have the middle of the map collapsing on itself. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever in League of Legends, does it? I mean, especially not in the modern day when fucking priority is so important as well. Come on, guys. Come on.
Faker is definitely not a liability on this team.
Of course not.
He's had a good
his consistency level is very good.
Yeah.
Like, what he actually knows, by the way, which I respect, he knows how to let himself be carried some games. A lot of stars can't do that if they're like, they were the god player like him, you know, like an Uzi type guy. Yeah, and by the way, if anyone's never seen when Uzi comes out, he tries to do it again. He comes back in years later. It's like, give me the whole team like it's season 5. Like, Faker at least actually understands the way his bread's buttered, mate. He knows that, like, this is Zeus's team. And by the way, top and fucking jungle are the best players right now. So let them carry, of course. I mean, listen, support's amazing, but you just can't connect with the fucking, he's got an idiot in his lane, so I have to take him out of the equation for a sec.
I mean, Faker also bodied Showmaker on Ari this last week. Like, he certainly can have.
Well, it's definitely one of his picks for sure. He's still
he definitely has the pop off games. I think the issue is really just that T1, for whatever reason, cannot play with the versatility of picks in their side lanes. So they've been consistently kind of playing on the fringes of the meta. And that's an issue. Like, they really haven't been able to master the Poppy at any point in time for owner. They were defaulting to Lee Sin, which is a just straight up a less powerful pick right now. They can't seem to get carries into the top lane, whether that's because it requires too much focus from Zeus, or Zeus is individually underperforming on them, or Gumayushi can't survive if he's not getting the focus in the bot lane, and so they just lose the game. Like, we don't know the answer to why they're doing what they're doing, but their wins
I also think as well, by the way, that's another problem I have with T1. Like, as you said, that they essentially, the style that people think they invented, that they mastered, that they came to MSI with, was just a copy and paste of what KT did to them with a worse team. It's worse than that, dude, because I actually get the vibe, no joke. When I watch T1 draft, I think T1 is the ultimate fucking pea-brain global meta drafting team. Like the joke is, like you're saying, mate, I would be so cynical right now with how I see Gumi used to play. I would just be like, look, Zeus, welcome to the fucking, you are the god of top lane meta. We're going to give you every pick, every resource. They don't do that. Like they just play comps where it's like you wouldn't even know this was the star player. Yeah, you wouldn't even know this was the star player because I don't get it myself. But I would play through that lane like a motherfucker. Think about who their rivals are. Most of their rivals have a weak top laner. It's mental.
Yeah,
I don't get it. Because think about this: if you knew T1 was going to play through the top lane, now suddenly half the fucking teams in playoffs have no chance against T1. They would just lose lane outright.
Yes. I also think that that's the problem that they're going to face in the semifinal, because I would be shocked if Gen.G didn't pick Live Sandbox out of the available teams, because Live Sandbox is going to beat DRX. That should be incredibly one-sided. The question is whether it's Dom1 or KT on the bot side. And either way, if Dom1 wins, I bet you Nuggery's doing pretty well. And Rascal is very good right now. Rascal, in this moment, is performing better than Zayas. In the last 2 weeks, Rascal has been a better player than Zayas has. And they're willing to put the resources into Rascal to carry. So it becomes really scary. Like, the possibility of T1 legit straight up losing a telecom war if KT beats Damwon Kia is not zero. And again, we go back to the fact that, do we think that we really want to put our eggs in the
those T1 fans? Here's the thing: don't even let the truck go home. Don't even let the truck go home. Just tell it to pull back up in 2 weeks. Like, just come back. Like, how much longer have you got? No, that's the problem, by the way, in general in these playoffs, is there's a lot of rookies. Like, that's the problem with the Live Sandbox angle. No matter how much you believe in them, come on, man, the entire team's just rookies and nobody's like, if they can really hold it together with the pressure of LCK playoffs, I don't think so. It seems implausible, doesn't it? Come on.
And so I don't know if I would realistically pick KT versus T1 simply because of the veterancy angle.
Only Vickler's going to shit his pants when he's on stage in front of a crowd, and then he sees, you know what I mean? Like, that's like, as you know from CS:GO, mate. In CS:GO, it's probably the most extreme one, but we just see people just disappear in those games.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I like, and you know, it's going to be hard, I think, for KT, even though I think they will beat Damwon Kia. The fact that they have to go through, like, Vickler as a rookie is going to have to go through Showmaker and then probably Faker or Chovy. I mean, like, pick. It's just a murderer's row, right? Even though Showmaker hasn't been great, even though Faker has arguably been worse than Vickler in the last couple of weeks, on this patch, at least. Let's put it that way. You know, I don't think that Vickler is going to be able to dig deep enough to overcome 2 best of 5s like that, right? And then even if he does, it would probably be a slaughter in the finals. So, yep. That's my take on the LCK playoffs. Anything less than a Gen.G victory would be utterly and completely shocking.
Also, here's another angle as well. The other thing that I also love, if they can win Gen.G, is all those fucking times I've seen my boy Peanut just fucking choke. Like, bro, again, this is set up for you, mate. Come on. Look at the way this... Like, what team can stand against you? You've got a better team, better teammates. You are better. You are an MVP. Like, this is the time to win LCK again, mate. This is it. Like, I know it's years back now. It's time to win it again now, mate.
He also lives in the jungler's paradise of his mid laner winning mid lane every single game.
Exactly, yes.
That's insane. Like, the amount of... That is such a freeing feeling as a jungler. When you just know your mid laner has priority. You know he's crushing. You don't necessarily even have to help him. He's just dominating so hard. And now, not only that, but he's willing to come and do what you want him to do. It's perfect. It is jungle nirvana for Peanut right now. It opens up all these invades he can do. It opens up all these crazy tower dives he can do. It opens up all these deep wards so he has more information. It must be absolutely sublime to be Peanut and have a brain right now. So there are no more excuses, right? He has successfully, whether it was him, whether it was Score and the rest of the Gen.G coaching staff, or some combination thereof, whether it was Chovy reflecting on his own life and asking himself, why haven't I won a championship yet? Maybe, is it me who is wrong, right? I don't know which of these factors it was. Maybe it was all of them, but something appears to have shifted within Chovy, and this means that the world is truly Peanut's oyster right now. And there is no excuse for him as a jungler because he has the biggest advantage you could possibly ask for.
I mean, I guess if Peanut is in jungle Nevada, then Canyon is in Nevada from April 5th, 1994, because sometimes you want to just blow your own head off.
Jesus.
I actually looked up that specific date. It's a bit on, I know, it's a bit on the nose, but listen, to be fair, I feel like the statute of limitations has passed. That was in 1994. Like, spoiler, I hope you all know he's dead and killed himself with a shotgun. Well, or did he, though? But anyway, whatever. There's YouTube videos for that. We don't need to get into that. It's all good. It's all good.
Bringing who is the Courtney Love in this situation?
To be fair, one thing I don't love about that situation is the hole that's in the mid lane sometimes for Damwon, and that's also a problem for Canyon. Tie it back in again.
All right, well, time for this to end. We're gonna take a break, guys. Okay. And, get Amazing on to talk LEC.
Right, we're back with our guest on the non-sponsored segment, and that is, of course, Amazing. Although technically, doesn't even matter for this one. Maybe he can even be on it. Who knows? So, okay, here's the thing, Amazing. Obviously, we're talking about LEC. It was the Super Week. It definitely delivered in terms of drama. And also, I'll even just mention again, even though on the graphic, it does actually technically say on that graphic that shows the percentages in big text along the left that these are percentages of scenarios. So what they mean is, like, for example, if you were one of the teams that was 94%. What that means is in all the situations that can happen, the majority of them you get to playoffs. But I do know that even though they stress that and they say that, fans do still go, oh my God, they had a 94% chance. No, that's not how it works at all. Unsurprisingly, Riot and the model aren't able to gauge the future and predict. Like, they're not a betting company. Like, that's the part I find really weird, because essentially that's the weird part. Like, you just found one of the ones that wasn't the scenario. Yeah, but that wasn't a chance. But anyway, the point was, obviously, going into this weekend, if people remember, the actual discussion was this. The discussion was, does Fnatic or XL get through? Because if you looked who was most likely, you know, the chances. One thing nobody actually even brought up as a topic was, does Vitality just lose all three and then somehow lose a tiebreak and then not even make it? That wasn't even anywhere. Everyone actually thought Vitality was made it, basically. So
it was one of those scenarios. It was one of those scenarios where it was like the reverse Doctor Strange, where it's like, how many scenarios does Vitality make playoffs? It's like, I can only find one where they don't, right? It's absolutely insane that this team couldn't actually scrape together a win, except for BDS in the last couple of weeks. So they end the season with a 4-5 game losing streak, technically, because they lost the tiebreaker as well. And what's crazy is that all they had to do was win one of these. One of these last 5 games. Yeah. Any of them, just any of them. They could have beaten Astralis, SK, Fnatic, or Rogue, or XL. And on top of that, if Fnatic beats Misfits, or if Misfits beats Fnatic, they're already in, right? So they had one of 5 games to win, and also they had to hope Fnatic doesn't win. And in all of those scenarios, they couldn't pull 1 game win. And of course, Fnatic takes the win against Misfits at the same time. Absolutely insane that this could happen. And then they even get gifted this match versus XL, a team that has underperformed quite significantly over the last few weeks
of games themselves,
exactly. The season. And
one of the worst records in the second half of the split.
That hurdle either. Just insanely disappointing from this roster.
But aren't we happy that it happened? Like,
I will say this. Like, I will say, 2 weeks ago, I won my shows.
I had a lot of money on Vitality.
Oh,
no.
Okay.
The problem is this, like, even though people were talking up when Vitality was good, because obviously they're like Perks and Harry were looking good, things were coming online. To be fair, or if you take the split as a whole, it hasn't been a good split. So, like, actually, the way it ends, the real problem is this, Amazing. It's like, it's not like XL was much better, so I don't think we really gained anything from that. That's the only downside. But I will say, like, it could have obviously been worse for even for Vitality in playoffs. Like, they might just completely shit the bed. Who knows?
I mean, but okay, so. How much do you actually think that Vitality would have brought in playoffs? You know, as you said, like probably would have shit the bed, could have shit the bed, but like to my estimation, this is like the perfect storyline in terms of like how this roster could have ended, at least in my estimation. Because you have like the most cocky players in the world, in my opinion, with Alfari. Perks has a right to be cocky, right? He's like European gold potentially, like him or Cabs. But they have Alfari, who is cocky every single year, and then he blames every single one of his teammates, every single one of his coaches after the year, and then he moves on to next roster, has another roster change in his jungle, goes from self-made to Haru, which was actually an upgrade to my estimation, and then he shits the bed again. What can he even say at that point, right? What can he even say at that point? Like, this is just, at least for my personal vindication, I feel vindicated because I've been saying this about Afari all these years, that I don't think he's that good, and then he misses playoffs again, and it just doesn't look good, It doesn't look good anymore.
I mean, what was outrageous to me about Vitality is that they did get themselves together where it finally looked like their early game was starting to click, like they had some semblance of teamwork. And I guess credit to Excel because they kind of big dicked Vitality in the draft. Like I was watching that game in the watch party yesterday, and Crumbs and I were talking about it. And to me, it is crazy that Excel would pick Draven, Thresh, and Twisted Fate and like all in on that early game. And you know what? They fucking did it. Like they just absolutely dismantled Vitality in the early game. You see Marcoon and Mickey X just pincering Perks in the mid lane and killing him immediately, putting him in really uncomfortable situations. They're winning the side lanes. They get the Draven super fed with this gold, and it's a complete disaster. Like they said, okay, we are confident in dismantling Vitality in this early game. We can snowball this before it gets late. And they did it. I think it was a crazy gamble in this meta to do that in such a consequential game, but they apparently had a very good read on Vitality and thought they were still weak at that point in the game, and indeed they were.
It was really, really confusing to me how Perks even go cleanse in mid lane when he sees TF, Poppy on the enemy team, and Thresh. So he went with TP to kind of match the roams.
Yep.
Gets ganked level 2, even though Thresh was missing for, if I remember correctly, he was missing for a minute. He did not show for a minute.
Yeah.
And they could have anticipated it to any estimation, but no one was mid lane with him. He was alone in mid lane, gets ganked, flashed upon, dies, lose the early game, and they still make a lot of good plays in the early game where they actually come back, have an even standing, and then they drop the ball again where they suddenly overestimate their comp, don't really play together. Like they have the Renata, they played literally more of a split kind of decision making.
They skirmished.
They skirmished continuously instead of just team fighting front to back with a flank coming in, like from Ken or Wukong. Someone like you cannot lose the team fights if you just play front to back. And they still
the point where they truly lost was when they were skirmishing in the bot lane, where they allowed the fight to turn into like 2 or 3 separate like 2v2s and 1v1s. And you just can't do that versus Draven and TF. Like you have to fight with the AoE that you have from your composition because you will just lose all of those 1v1s. They were also fighting when Carzzy, I think, had purple and green guns in that skirmish too. So it was like even worse because Patrick was just 1v1ing him and just completely destroying him with those guns. So no, it's like purple and blue guns. I think it was purple and blue guns. Yeah, it was bad. It was bad. The whole thing was terrible. It was like, Vitality, I expect you to understand if you pick this Wombo combo AoE ult comp, not to allow the fight to be breaking into all these skirmishes. And I understand what you're saying about the cleanse. Like I had this conversation with Crumbs about that. The problem is, I think that if he had cleanse in that early situation, yeah, he lives, but he lives with like 1/3 HP, and then he doesn't have TP to get back into lane. So you have to question, like, how much does him dying actually matter in that circumstance? Can he later, is the TP going to be more valuable later on if you're confident you're going to outscale anyway? Does it matter that TF gets a kill? Not really. I would say the real issue was that they just played very badly around the TF ults later on. Like it was like they forgot TF was in the game half the time, and they were just they were pushing forward when TF had ult and Perks was like walking back from base. It's like, don't fucking do that. Or Perks was in the side lane and he was dying in these skirmishes. And so the TB never had any value because he would walk into the side lane. Then they just attack Perks in the side lane. Doesn't matter if you have TP in that situation. So it was a really disappointing way for Vitality to lose, but also this is the Excel that I wanted to see. Excel had very clear win conditions. They had a very strong game plan heading into this. Nobody fucking plays Thresh right now. And for them to have the confidence in Mickey X to play that pick when, frankly, he's had
He's had a
pretty
really bad few weeks, mate.
Few weeks. Like,
He was,
that's a bold call. That is a bold call to be like, hey, Mickey, I know you've kind of sucked for the last few weeks and are probably one of the biggest reasons we're losing. But what if we played an off meta pick and then forced you to make plays on the map? You in on this? Like, it was risky, but I respect Excel for doing it.
No, they. I mean, over the weeks, especially in the first couple of weeks when they were actually winning, they had these clear-cut wins, right? We saw this with the Volibear, especially. Like they kept playing Volibear, whereas other people are already moving away from him because they thought, like, well, the gang setups is the only thing he brings. And they still managed to execute. And as they evolved over the split, it felt like Excel lost their identity to be like themselves. They didn't really feel like that they could force plays onto enemies. They try to kind of like play more general comms, I would say, similar to what Vitality ended up playing with the Ken and Oriana. So basically just general teamfight comms. But that's not how the players, to my estimation, think, and that's not how Youngbuck thinks either. Like when I see Youngbuck's teams over the years, and when I see NukeDuck's teams over the years too, is when they have clear-cut like win conditions at every single moment in the game that they can basically keep track of, like basically just like check mark. Okay, we got this, we got this, we got that, and then they end up winning because they feel like that they always have agency over the game. Whereas if they play more generalistic, which they did over the course of the split, they suddenly lose out on that. And I'm glad that they actually get to show their proficiency in the playoffs, because in the best of 5, I'm very excited to watch Youngbuck's coaching and NukeDuck's play, honestly. Because these are the two people that I think are the most important to that team, to my estimation at this point.
I know what you mean.
Patrick's
but
been pretty good too.
He just means in terms of like the influence on the style.
Oh,
That's why he's interested. Look, the problem is though, that also explains the one downside I think to this team, Amazing, which is that I agree with you, by the way, when they have like floor chart style League of Legends where they know what to do, like now we do this, then we do this, and then this is the protocol, you follow up on that. That's all great, but that's why, in my opinion, they're actually not a very good team from playing from behind. Like if they start the game behind, they don't have the best draft. Like they're not the team I'd seem as dangerous to me out of the other big teams. You know, like I feel like things have to go right for Excel, and then they can win the game and look good.
No, I can see that. Now, I think they're also bad when the enemy team does not play in a way that is either replicable nor traceable. Like there are some teams in the LEC right now that I think can almost like randomize their style to no ends. And I think Mad Lions is one of those teams where if they were, for example, facing Mad Lions, if they don't keep track of like what Elioya is doing in the early game, how Niski maybe even drops away from mid lane to roam, they suddenly are in trouble because they cannot keep track of like their own internal timers in a way, right? Like the circular logic, or like the logic that they have, like basically make this play, make that play, and then they win the game. If another team breaks those habits, they suddenly play a lot worse. And I think that's also one of Youngbucks maybe and NukeDuck's, honestly, because they're really similar as people to my estimation. Their weaknesses and Excel weaknesses overall, where they still have a lot of work to do in order to manage people who are randomizing on the opposite end.
Oh no, the joke is basically if anyone's an old school fan, they have the problem that famously the StarCraft player Idra had, which is because he's so high level big brain, you have to also play high level big brain correctly and then let him beat you. But if you actually just cheese him and play a low level game that's with a lot of variance, then you're an idiot. You're actually an idiot for beating him, and the fact that you beat him proves that you're worse than him. Because the reason why I bring that up, as jokes aside, is because I'm essentially that all ties into the entire narrative of XL, which, by the way, now Amazing looks pretty legit. Which, guess what? That boot camp, it does look like it gave them a lot, but it just couldn't last the entire split. It looks like it got them in a really good form coming into the split. They came in with the correct read on the meta. They looked like they had the best understanding of how to play out the mid game. It lasted a few weeks. They looked awesome, and then sadly they started to fall off a bit. Finn had bad games, Mickey X had bad games, and other teams rose up, and suddenly that whatever advantage that was just got neutralized. Like by the end of the split, like I was saying, put it this way: if they hadn't have made playoffs, no one would really be crying. You wouldn't. I mean, there's lost so many games. You'd be like, well, sort of, you deserve it, right? So it wouldn't be horrible if they hadn't. So it's touch and go. They even made it, quite frankly.
No, it's obviously like after these couple of weeks, especially what you guys said, right? Like about Mickey X speedrunning it, almost like where every single game he seemed to be caught out. Marcoon didn't really find any place either anymore. It seemed like that he fell behind every single game in farm, especially because he's one of those junglers that actually tries to make plays in the early game, similar to I guess Malrang and Meharu. Like they all have like kind of similar styles, but like he fell behind a lot because they didn't really find skirmishes to begin with. So I don't know. Like I'm happy they made it, but yeah, like it would have been no surprise at all it is very concerning though that just as a macro thing to my estimation, that it's like you can have a boot camp, it can last within your brains for like 4 to 5 weeks, and suddenly it's like it's just
Well, the
gone.
patch changes, right? And then it's also that I think Excel, who knows what their internal practice structure, like how much these players are playing solo queue. Like obviously you're really try harding in boot camps, you're grinding like a motherfucker, which can increase your consistency. But I I also think that it was kind of unfortunate for Excel because it felt like the first half of the split, Finn was doing very well and having these pop off games, and Mickey X was doing great, and Marcoon was doing great. And it felt like all three of them just slumped at exactly the same time. And so Nuke Duck and Patrick were more or less the consistent members of this roster throughout the entire split. And if it had been one of these guys slumping, I think maybe they get over it. But if you suddenly like lose that carry threat that you used to have in the top lane, part of that was a shift in the meta towards more tanky top laners from the start of summer towards the end of summer. And then also Mickey X just, I mean, he's just absolutely running it at times. Like, I don't know what the fuck was going on there. That was very weird. And then Marcoon, I don't know what happened between him and Nuke Duck because it felt like all the synergy that they had established, just the bottom fell out from under that too. So it's weird that all three of those things were happening concurrently to them.
I've got a couple of angles on this. One is this: even when XL was on top of the league and was one of the best teams in the whole league, if you ever watch, it's on the same channel, the Best Damn League show that I do with Dom, we actually would always say, even though they were like on record one of the best teams, we always would say the problem they have as a team though is they don't have the highest ceiling. Like they had a lower floor, they had a higher floor than a lot of teams. They had a very good like consistent level, but the problem they've always had in this team, in my opinion, is this: Nuke Duck, just where he is in his career right now, is not a hard carry mid. He can carry. He can be a good mid laner, but he isn't like Caps. Like he's not just going to take some champion and 1v9 the game. And here's the problem. Patrick's good, but here's the difference. Here's my contrast I'll give you as food for thought. Contrast XL when they were having issues with Misfits when they're best.
Yes.
Misfits is just the mid and the ADC carry the fuck out of these games. Like they just do though. The difference is if I have to have Nuke Duck and Patrick carry all these games, they're not going to in the same way Vethio and Neon do, mate. Those guys carry like they're fucking they're like in fucking prison and they have to fight their way out, mate. It's mental. Like those guys have their backs against the wall. Nuke Duck, in fact, the team has to do well as well. So it has to all work out for that one, in my opinion.
I mean, it is. Oh, sorry.
No,
one last thing to say was this. I forgot the other point. The other point was this. Everyone forgets when it goes great for Mickey X. Everyone was saying, obviously, he was like an MVP candidate at one point this split, right? Here's what they forget. There's a reason why we always used to put Mickey X and Hylissang in the same box, because they both have insane playmaking. But you know what? And think of the last few weeks, guys. They will also both do those plays where they go so far forwards to like hook someone or something. And you're like, bro, your team couldn't even conceive that play was coming. Never mind follow it up. Like, dude, like, how are they supposed to know you're going to do that? So they'll do those moves where they're so far. It's like the guy can't even follow you. You're just dead immediately. And when they do those, unfortunately, when those land, you look like a genius. When they die like that, it's the worst feeling ever. Like, if you're the guy's teammate, even it's like, would start 4v5. Come on, you know.
You live and die by their engages, right?
You do. I mean, that's why I say it, though, because to be fair, the same people who go, he's just sprinting it. Yeah, he was also going to win the MVP when it's in the middle of the split. Like, he would have been the main candidate for it. So you have to take the rough with the smooth on that, I'm afraid. That's the play you've signed up for. And I'll even say within his team, this is also why in XL I think it's different from Hylissang. Hylissang also does it in a team full of players that could follow up on all that shit. XL, like, not only do they not have players that are like that, they have a lot more sort of like more passive set in their stone type players, but also they needed that as the X factor from Mickey X in the first place, so you can't look past that. Like, he's definitely not the reason they were like shit. Like, there's plenty of other problems with this team. Plenty of other problems.
I mean, I think they might over-rationalize a lot of things. Like, I mean, the Hydra example is like pretty good actually, that they have to conceptualize everything before they do it, so they are rarely on an instinct level. And there's like, I mean, there's like this what is it, like the 4 stages of learning. It's like you don't know that you suck, you know that you suck, and then you know that you're good, and then you're just good at some point. I think they never get to that stage where they're completely comfortable just playing, and it seems to be showing in their playing. The only one that seems to be somewhat away from it is like Mickey X, can actually conceptualize without even thinking about it, just make the right plays and right moves. Whereas the rest of the team always has this like 2 to 3 seconds thinking period where they have to think about what they're doing, then they do it, and then it's good. And that really requires you to be far far ahead of the meta and far ahead of other teams. And that is not a guarantee when you have like an ever evolving meta and you have like other teams who are also like not stupid and haven't fallen onto the heads either, right? So I think that's probably what Excel is like lacking, that they cannot turn off that thinking and they cannot turn on the instinct to.
Here's the problem I have is this. There's two angles on this. One, I know this is going to sound like such pure haterism, but I'm the best at it. So, one, I just don't want to see Finn play at Worlds. I'm sorry. I've seen it in the past, and I do not want to.
Damn.
I don't get, mate, because I know what people. What do you think Zeus and people like that are going to do to this motherfucker? What do you think TheShy, if he gets there, is going to do to this guy? They're going to fucking brutalize this guy. It's going to be a fucking joke. So there's already one aspect I don't want. Like, that's just going to go terribly, right? Like, all I can imagine is just, I can just imagine him like locking in Gangplank, and I'm just going to be like, well, close down the browser. Well, oh, it's a nice sunny day. Blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be out in the fields like a fucking lamb or something, mate, frolicking here. So I won't be able to do this. I can't do it anymore. It's going to destroy my mental, just like it's going to destroy XL's mental when he locks it in. And then the other angle is this. This is also the other problem I have. As much as it's fucked up, the other reason I hope they fail, are you ready? This is a mad angle. It's because actually, if you look at how they've built this team, general manager style, amazing. They've managed to go some of the best single trade, like in a row that I've seen in years, mate. Because there's the difference. The other teams like get lucky with an entire squad, or this, they've just gone piece by piece, split by split. But here's the thing: they're so close to actually being really good, mate. If they actually brought in like a really good top laner for next year, fucking hell, this team would be cooking with gas, mate. This would be a really interesting team.
No, don't say FRE. Then we'll miss.
He deserves to be on a British roster. He'll return home.
Right, that's the angle.
Oh my god.
He'll be reunited with Cadril, except Cadril's, a content creator for XL. It'll be great. It'll be great.
I don't know if Finn is that bad. I think he's fine. Like, he's serviceable.
No, he's fine. The problem is, again, like, they need to upgrade at some position, right? Like they have capped out with this iteration of the roster. So you pick how they upgrade.
Fine isn't good enough. We need to win.
All right, amazing. Yeah. You fix XL. You do it. You tell me who you replace.
All right. I mean, Nelson for sure, because no, whatever. Like, I think
Nelson's a lot of the reason they were good this season. But
yeah, no, I think the coaching staff maybe has to get slightly off their own high horse, and I won't say like that's something I've been seeing with Youngbuck over the years. That I do believe that he has like somewhat of a, like, I really like him because obviously I played with him. Like, we're fine with one another, but he has one issue. It's that, like, this role player syndrome, and I think overvalues how important it is to have like good overall team play in comparison to good individual output, right? So sometimes he overvalues like one thing and that it destroys the other, right? Because you have like the concept of communication patterns, you have the concept of like macro, whatever it is, like pinpointed rotations that you do at a certain point. Like, these are for the very top teams, right? For something like Gen.G or maybe even like T1, depending on their form. Like, these are givens already, right? They have this as their basis. That's already there. But in Europe, and it seems to be like, especially Youngbuck teams, especially over the last 3 years with XL, it seems that these teams like really have to hammer it down and figure out every single week, and some of that individuality of the players gets lost. So I think that would be good if they kind of backtrace a bit and allow more individuals to flourish. And then I would say the second part would probably be, I mean, I don't know if Finn is necessarily the issue, but obviously the combination of the players. It has to be like more firepower come from somewhere, more randomness come from somewhere. Like, I think TL is like kind of like a good comparison to where I see XL is that you sometimes wonder where the firepower is, who makes the random plays, who makes the engage happen. And Mickey X over the last couple of weeks has obviously been kind of trash, so they don't have it there. They didn't have it there, but they have it in the opposite direction where they literally shot in their own faces. But you could have it on another end, and it has to be Marcoon or Nuke or Finn, like just making something, like changing up the playstyle a bit, or just hiring someone within that position that has a different playstyle, right? Like, you have a lot of Chinese junglers who are very, very aggressive, randomly aggressive even. They could be that. And you have Chinese top laners like that are kind of like filling the similar void, like, I guess like LPL top laners or Chinese top laners, where they make random things happen, but that also brings like volatility into the game, and then suddenly it becomes unpredictable. And that's where XL has to do something bring that unpredictability in. Because if you look at their scrims, not at the scrims, but like at their official games, you will at some point be able to trace every single movement they have on the map at every single point. And you will know exactly what the macro is. And you'll probably be able to look at old Youngbuck teams and make the same conclusions. So at some point, you have to do something that is like very, very different. And that has to come from somewhere. So I think that's how I'd approach it, at least in my opinion.
You want someone, I mean, the problem with this, obviously this guy can't beat it, but based on, like, the joke is, based on what you're saying, the actual dream would be to just fucking put Whippo onto XL. Yep. Unironically, that'll be it, right? There's the firepower, randomness, variance picks, everything, aggressive moves.
Yeah, I mean,
he has it all.
That would be perfect. I think Whippo would be a great fit. I mean, that's why I wouldn't favor Alfari, because Alfari is like the similar mode to Finn, but he's like lane centric. I think that's where the difference is. But there's very high calculation in terms of how they play. But then there's also like a ceiling that you can very much like honestly calculate before you even approach them. So Whippo would be great. I think in EU there's no other top laners random anyway. Like maybe
we have a lot of fucking weak side top laners, don't we? I know.
Maybe Bebe, but Bebe is also
G2. Yeah.
So these two would fit the mold. Yeah.
Yeah. I think like you could say, okay, what about VTO? His contract is up at the end of this season. He's not going to stick with this org, especially as they make a transition over to new ownership. I'd be very surprised. But I think part of the problem is that Nuke Duck is very useful if you're a team. Yeah. Like the problem is like, you could technically upgrade in terms of absolute carry potential from Nuke Duck, but Nuke Duck is such a team player. He's so versatile, and he serves a really good, solid foundation on any roster that it's hard to get rid of him because he reduces variance by so much. And he's willing to play almost anything and has a big champ pool, and he's willing to sacrifice for the team, that it's hard to justify replacing him when you could get firepower out of other roles instead, because adding VTO maybe it's too much variance, right? Not to say that VTO has had a particularly low floor, but you have to play around VTO. Like, that's just how it works. Like, he's going to have his own pocket picks. He's going to have the Akali, right? He wants to play some of these backline assassins. And it's not that Nuke Duck can't play them, but it does box you into specific play styles with VTO that it may not. Like, Whippo, I think, it has insane versatility and brings the edge that you want into part of the map without sacrificing the consistency that you get out of Nuke Duck, right? I think it's a good call. So
Still, it's hard to win fucking league without your best player being a middle laner, though. Because that's the problem. Here's the problem. True. You've nailed it. Amazing. Let's just go through the team. Like Finn, he's all right, isn't he? Marcoon, he's pretty good. Nuke Duck, not bad. Like Patrick, he's a good player, but not the best. Mickey X, maybe he's comparable for the best, but even then, probably really good. Well, some of that at the end, if you add it all together, is not going to be number one team, is it? You know what I mean? Like, that's the problem.
Would you put any of XL's players in the top 3 of their roles at the end of this split?
Marcoon could have an argument, maybe, but it's. I mean, jungle would be, what would it be? It would be Jankos.
The problem is, the problem with the jungle has been that Jankos was pretty bad at the start of the
middle.
Split.
He had some bad games in the middle for sure.
Yeah. And like in current form, but I think if we're taking the entire split into account, who would you have? Like Razork?
That's another thing to throw in.
By humanoid.
That's another thing that's
biased against Razork, but I don't think
another thing that actually ruins the way you think about the splits is that they start and end with a super week. Because in your brain, those are already 2 weeks. Well, no, those are like half the fucking games that were like a third of the games of the entire split. So the problem is in your brain, you go, like, for example, it even happens to me, dude. I start thinking about last weekend. Like, Vitality's the best example and going, people are being too harsh. And then you go, wait a minute, but actually it was 3 games though. Like, that's not just like you lost the 1BO1, then you played BDS. Like, no, like, unfortunately, it counts for too much of the split. So to me, like, those 2 weeks just skew the split. It makes it really hard on these ones where you're picking like MVP and stuff. Because especially this split, by the way, because one of the weirdest things about this split is some of the best teams just completely took turns nosediving, didn't they, over and over again? G2 nosedived, and then fucking like Rogue went down a tiny bit, and then Vitality came right up, and Misfits came right up, and like the league just turned upside down. So actually, when you do those things like MVP and then the roles, it's really hard, dude. Like the recency bias is really hard to overcome Because you forget the first half of the split was totally different.
Yeah, maybe I'm overvaluing junglers, but it does feel to me that like the jungle role is maybe the one that Excel is like the most competitive in. I mean, 80
That's
carry
probably
role
true.
probably would be
Well,
second.
the thing is, like, I don't know. The thing about the 80 carry role is that, I mean, Unforgiven has had a very strong split, especially for a rookie. It does seem that role is relatively competitive. Like
one of the best roles in Europe for sure. Come on.
Yeah.
I mean, you have Upset, you have Unforgiven, you have Neon has been quite good, especially towards the end. Like Flackid has again slumped with the rest of G2. I would.
Did
say
anyone see that tweet
split.
that I highlighted on Twitter? Because it was just the ultimate. Like, it's how much haterism exists in the world for Upset. Someone goes after that game, they go, "Ha! Upset's so trash. It took him 50 minutes to carry the game." The joke is, if Upset won Worlds, they would just be like, "Yeah, but he still lost games in the series, and he also just picked fucking Sivir in one of the games." It'd be like, "He won Worlds." Yeah, but it wasn't. Reckless would have done it better. Like, you can't win, can you? If you're Upset.
The man earned it. You know, like within the first 2 years of his career, he did more damage to his overall reputation, likableness than I've seen a few people do. Like that was actually really like well done. You know, if it was PR for PR reasons, then he really did it well. You know, but yeah, the man has some anti-fans, I would say. Some haters.
He must have the most insane fucking mental this split as well. That he's held it together while Humanoid just perma dies at level 3 over and over again to the enemy jungler, and his fucking it support just leaves lane to die over and over again. Mate, if that was even a solo queue game, I would just go like, maybe enough League of Legends for today. Back to that field again that I'm going for Worlds. Like, this guy has to keep playing and I'll play the playoffs with these guys. Like, mate, he must just. I bet now. I'll give you a quick story. When I first started in esports all the way back in 2001, I went to an event, and the guy I was going to an event with was actually someone who at the time was a veteran in esports. He'd been around like 3 or 4 years, and he'd done all these trips around the world that I hadn't done, right? And he once told me, because I said to him, this is back, remember, we're talking like 2001, so this wasn't when you got on a plane, it had like an entertainment system. This is when you get on the plane and they play the movie like 3 hours in, and you have the shit headset, and you're 15 rows back, and like basically planes were like way worse experience, right? And so I said to him, because I'd never done it before, like he'd done one of those trips where you do like multiple legs and you go like 20 plus hours to like Asia at the time. And I was like, how do you even do that? And he goes, oh, you have to understand, I had like on my first year in esports, I did like, I think it was like the first World Cyber Games. He was like, I went to that first event and they paid for all my trip. But the problem is, because they paid for it, when I was coming back, I only noticed on the ticket. I was like, wait a minute, what? And on the ticket on way back, to save money, they'd done that thing where instead of just going like straight from Korea to Sweden or wherever he lived, right? They'd done that thing where they just book you like the other way around the world, like 10 different flights, like 4 hours, 6 hour layover here. And he said, right, after he completed this one trip, at the end, like never again could a delay phase him, could like, sorry sir, it's gonna take 2 hours more till we land, or like, he said literally he became just like zen, like, I will arrive when I arrive and not a moment before. And the joke is, that's actually how I became from doing loads and loads of flights, and I had the same experience. It took me like 10 years, except it took this guy like one trip. The joke is, that must be what Upset is like now. He must just come in the game like, it is not for us to choose if we are ahead in the game. We can only deal with the hands we had. You know, like, he must be like Gandalf level at this point.
Who do people actually think is carrying this roster if it's not Upset? Because I watch this team and it's like they failed at, I don't even understand how they're in fucking playoffs, frankly. Like it is completely mind-boggling that they are even here, because and people like, oh yeah, you know, those Yamato drafts. Yamato has tried every fucking possible way to win this game. It's like, play early game compositions, play late game compositions. They fail at executing every single composition that they have, and it's often their own fault. They will get a lead, not push it hard enough with an early game composition, or they will, you know, lose in the early game, play too aggressively with the late game composition. What do people want from this roster? Because it's not under Yamato's control that Razork and Humanoid seem, I'm not even convinced they speak the same language. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, do they both speak English? Because they don't play like they both speak English. Because they're not talking to each other about what's going on. Because either Razork, you know, Humanoid's pushing too far forward, and you know, they're not talking about, hey, I need you to cover for me, or Razork's like walking into the enemy jungler and Humanoid's like, I don't have pressure, dude. Like, there's nothing that's happening. Like, one of them's always dying one way or another. It's bad. And Upset is the one that's absolutely bailing this team out right now. Like, how do you possibly make playoffs with this kind of performance.
The only
is
two in that
shocking.
team that speak the same language is Humanoid and Hillsang, and it's the language of int. That is all they speak. That is all they speak. And tell you what, they don't even have to speak. They're just telepathically on the same page.
I mean, I will throw some shade at the draft, because for me, what was really confusing about this last weekend, right, is that, okay, Fnatic pulls off the upset against Misfits. Now, remember that Misfits is playing blue side and Fnatic's playing red side in both the last game that Fnatic wins, and then also the tiebreaker that they play in order to see what the playoff bracket is going to look like. And remember, guys, that was really important, because it means that Misfits now has a double elim bracket and Fnatic does not, right? So that game was incredibly important.
Yeah. People don't realize.
Yeah. So you're coming in to this and you ban on red side as Fnatic, Poppy, Akali, and Yuumi. Thumbs up, man. Here's the thing. You cannot give Misfits Yuumi. This is the pick that Misfits is never, ever, 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 ever allowed to have. Ever. So unless you are Misfits.
Okay, I'm seeing it now. Yeah, I'm seeing it now.
You don't let them have it, because
it's the only way the super carries get super. Exactly.
Every single game this year, even in spring when they were coming back, it was the Yuumi that was powering up these comebacks. Now they didn't, spoiler, they get Yuumi in the tiebreaker for some reason. Now they didn't need the Yuumi to come back in that game.
It goes without saying on the Poppy. Here's why you ban the Poppy. Because then Zanzara has to actually play League of Legends. And then guess what? Spoiler, he's Zanzara, so he's going to have to actually play League of Legends now, isn't he? So that's what I want.
This is, citing Zanzara was actually like the secret genius move of Misfits, because they picked him in a Poppy Skarner Trundle meta. This is the best possible meta for Zanzara. Like, it does not get better than this for Zanzara. That sighting was actually genius at this time. Shout out to Deficio for doing that, because if you look at his like most played champs, it's just those champs, right? It's crazy how easily he kind of slots in to this particular meta in the jungle. We also know he's a very vocal player. Okay, so back on this draft. All right, so you first pick Gwen if you're Misfits. Like, okay, I don't know if I would be first picking for Irrelevant, who, by the way, nearly lost them the tiebreaker as well by completely just getting shit on in the top lane by Razork and Wonder, right? So they first pick that champion, and then for some reason, like when the Akali and when the Yuumi, and they banned Sylas, right, in the second round of picks. So like, great, no Sylas, no Akali for VTO, no Yuumi. Let's see what they can do. Turns out Misfits can't do a whole lot in this game. Like, they default to Zoe, which is just an off-meta pick. They're prioritizing a Vi jungle and a Gwen on blue side. Like, don't do that if you have a rookie top laner. Like, that's a very weird decision for a game that deeply matters to you, so you don't have to have a rematch and then maybe not even get into the double limb side of the bracket at all. Meanwhile, Fnatic picks relatively standard. They go for scaling. They end up winning this game. The Zoe is not particularly useful at any point in time. Go next. Okay, so you're be in the rematch now as Fnatic.
You have the blueprint. The blueprint is there, yeah.
So the blueprint's there. Okay, do you really have to ban the Akali? I'm not sure you do have to ban the Akali, right? I'm not sure that's particularly necessary.
Signature champion, but the problem is, it's not like it's the strongest champion in the meta now, is it? Exactly.
And if they don't have the Yuumi, do you care as much about the Akali?
So what do you do?
Oh, right. You changed your entire red side bans. Remember, you prepared for this game, and you banned Gwen, Jarvan, and Sivir. Okay, so you let them first pick Poppy. You then take Ornn Trundle, right? Because you have, if you're taking Ornn in the first rotation, you also have to take Trundle, because otherwise they're like, they might pick Trundle. Probably not if they pick Poppy though. So like, why pick Trundle in the first rotation? Like, pick Sylas would be I would say pick like Ornn Sylas. They're probably not going to play like top lane Poppy or top lane Trundle. And then they let Sylas go over, and then they come in with a Talia, and then interestingly they pick Ezreal, again not a meta champion right now, and Pyke. So they pick Ezreal because they know they want to pick Pyke on R5, because they want to basically for him to play safe in the bot lane and avoid basically have open up Pyke to roam on the map. So then Misfits gets Gnar and a Yuumi at blue 5 pick, which is also like insane. Yeah. Like, if you're Fnatic, why the fuck are you picking Trundle instead of like Yuumi? Like, why don't you pick Ornn Yuumi or Ornn Sylas? Why are you picking Ornn? Fast forward to the actual gameplay, and in spite of all of this, because Irrelevant has just an atrocious laning phase, which was partially caused by Fnatic, like it was good repeat ganks in the top side by Razork, but then this game is entirely thrown by them skirmishing with a Yuumi and this fucking Sylas, this Sylas with the Yuumi on it, which flashback to our conversation, guys, about CLG or our C9's game earlier, rather, where I say, look what happens if you just pick Sylas if you're C9 and you have a Twitch, Yuumi, and Sylas together. Well, they have an Aphelios, Sylas, and Yuumi together, and you can see what happens. It doesn't matter if Aphelios dies because they use all their cooldowns, and then the Yuumi just goes on the Sylas, and then Sylas kills fucking everybody. So I just don't understand why you give Misfits some of their very, very best picks on some of these players in what is such a consequential game. Yeah. And it just goes to show that even if you completely shut down Irrelevant in the top lane. So first off, for Misfits, why are you prioritizing Irrelevant? This guy is probably the worst player on your team in this meta because it's Zanzara's meta, right? And he's a rookie. And then for Fnatic, for the love of God, if I see anybody give Misfits Yuumi in playoffs, I'm going to be so fucking mad. This champion is good on any team, but it is especially good on Misfits. Like, this is how they win games. This is how they win games. Do not give them Sylas. You can even give them the Akali because it's not as good as the Sylas in this current meta. Do not give them Sylas. Do not give them Yuumi. Take those away or ban them.
No one's been doing that all split long though, so I don't think it'll change now.
It is just very irritating. Like their ban order, like even their ban order just doesn't track with what they picked, right? Like, I mean, that's most annoying.
I have been very complimentary of Fnatic's drafting, but this like tiebreaker one was very confusing. Anyway, continue.
Yeah, I mean, okay, so the Gwen ban makes sense if you want to pick Ornn early. I mean, that kind of tracks. But then you ban Jarvan, even though you leave up. Why do you ban Jarvan if you end up leaving a Poppy anyway? Right? Like,
what, you guys are really gonna play Jarvan? Come on! Like,
and then like, well, okay, enemy ban Zeri, so we're afraid that they would first pick Sivir, I guess. So we ban Sivir, and then we're like, man, oh, they have Poppy first pick. It's like, and then you pick two good ultimates in the first R1 and R2, and then you leave up Sylas, and then you counter pick with Taliyah, and Taliyah has no lane to play to because you're now moving fucking Ezreal Pyke to 4-5, which is not a lane you play around anywhere because Ezreal Pyke, it's literally designed to not play around the lane. Taliyah cannot play around top lane because it's literally Ornn into whatever. It doesn't even matter what is top lane at that point. So you have like no playable lanes. A Taliyah that is going to be probably dicked in the mid lane through ganks and whatever because he's playing against Sylas and Poppy who have really good gank setup. So what exactly are you trying to accomplish? But
dude, it fucking slays me. You pick Ornn Trundle and you don't ban Sylas. You're like, I wonder if they're gonna pick Sylas. It's like, of course they're gonna fucking pick Sylas. He's gonna steal Ornn or Trundle ults. Like, they're just sitting there being like, he's like, this is the freest fucking Sylas. I don't care what they play in mid lane. I'm just better Ornn. Like, my Ornn ult does a fucking shit ton of damage. Like, and it's like, it's obvious like VTO is gonna play. I'm just sitting here, I'm like, what is happening? Like, why are you doing this?
Man,
I don't feel like Misfits is that hard to read as a team. They're really good at what they do, but if you just prevent them from doing it, and when you did it, when you prevented them from doing it, literally the same day. What are you doing when you have the same side in the draft? It's literally the same preparation you already won. What are you doing?
It's like they read the wrong document afterwards. They're like, oh, wait. Oh, okay, this is what we do.
What I find so puzzling is this is actually the reason why when we do Best Damn League Show, we always say it doesn't matter how many BO1s Misfits win, like none of us are taking them with a chance to win LEC, and they might not even go to Worlds because they're the most obvious team you can cynically draft against in a best of 5. Like, as you're saying, Monty, like, first of all, you can take any of those angles and they'll all shut them down. And then secondly, haven't you noticed that, like, this has been happening the whole time since they signed Zanzara? People draft like they draft for everyone except Zanzara. Like, dude, in the first weeks, they would do stuff like ban Trundle so he couldn't play it, forcing him to pick Poppy. It's like, That's maybe even a better draft pick. Like, what?
By the way,
what are we doing, you know?
In Zanzara's career, he has a 73% win rate on Poppy and a 42% win rate on Jarvan. His most played champions are Sejuani, Skarner, and Trundle. Like, he's fucking built for this meta. You know what I mean? Like, it was a great pickup. But if I don't even think it matters, honestly, if he gets these picks.
I mean,
I just think it matters if they have Yuumi.
it is very, yeah. I mean, I don't know. Okay, I do think that it matters whether or not he gets Poppy Trundle. Like, I think it actually does matter. But as Thorin said,
not at the cost of Yuumi Silas.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah.
Would I rather Zanzara play Poppy, or would I rather Misfits plays Silas Yuumi? Like that. I mean, and you know what? Amazing. You know what? Amazing. We don't even have to theorize, because I guess they just get all of it. Like, I guess it's just all they get everything. I just get they get it all.
Oh man, it is. It pissed me the fuck off. I watched the LEC like over the last couple of weeks. Every single and as you said, Thorin, you're like with the fucking Trundle Poppy thing. It's like, why the fuck are people banning Trundle against him? But then they leave out Poppy, but they don't counter pick it. Like, they literally just pick Wukong into it. What the fuck is happening? It's like, is everyone fucking mind controlled? Like, it's like, I don't know.
Monty, I have to break in here, because here's the reason why I can't handle this situation. We're talking of fucking Amazing, who played for TSM against Cloud9, and he got there and he did an AMA and he said, "Here are my 3 best champions." So they banned all 3 out and then forced him to pick Volibear.
No, don't lie. It's I played Xin Zhao.
Oh, Xin Zhao. Okay, fair enough. It was Xin Zhao. Yeah, sorry, you banned Volibear as well. That's right. Yeah. No, they picked Volibear into you, didn't they? Was it they picked the Volibear?
I picked Volibear with the same setup. I picked Volibear into Dignitas into a cat.
Oh, I'm conflating the two the same week. Right, there we go. But anyway, the reason I'm bringing this up is they essentially, what they could have done against Zanzara, what they did against Too Amazing, a better player, by the way, but madly, they just won't do it. They won't do it. They're doing the opposite. The reason why it ended up being genius, you're right, Monty, but in a way they couldn't have anticipated, is because you had a team where you had 2 amazing carries who already you want to spend all your bans on. Now you bring in a jungler who isn't a good jungler. He just is a pointless ban draw. He just draws more of those bans away from the 2 good players. So what's mad is he's just a decoy, basically. Like, basically, Zanzara is the cat in the horror movie who comes in first, and you go, "Oh, it's just a cat, phew," and then the jump scare happens. Like, that's the point. He can't kill you. He's just a cat. Well, he just jump scares you.
It's also just like, you can't ban out Zanzara in this case without really fucking yourself over when it comes to like Neon and VTO. So don't try. Don't try. I mean, like, I'm not averse to letting them have the Poppy. And by the way, the Ornn pick is perfectly acceptable into the Poppy. Again, you know what the jungler is going to be. I guess unless you're Astralis and you randomly play a top lane this last week, but you're pretty sure you know that it's going to be jungler. I don't see any team really flexing it into the top lane besides Vizicachi, who is like a legendary top lane Poppy player, right? And the Ornn is good. Like, we've seen, now it does take a lot of skill as a team to do this, but Ornn technically is a Poppy counter. And the reason why is, if you watch the Gen.G T1 match, what happens is when you see the Poppy charging up her ult, you stand in front as Ornn and you use your Bellows Breath because you're immovable, and then you just body block the Poppy ult, nobody moves. Now, is this hard to do? Yes, because it not only requires the top laner to block it, but it requires everybody on the team to have the discipline to stay behind the Ornn and wait for the Poppy ult to go off at an objective, right? So you do have to be very, very disciplined as a team to pull this off. And I haven't seen anybody but T1 do this successfully. And obviously, like, they're a lot better. But it is technically possible to do this, and it is really good when it works, because you just entirely neutralize the Poppy. Basically, you start walking into like a dragon pit, right? The Ornn is soaking up all of this damage, and then the Poppy starts to ult. You use Bellows Breath to block the Poppy ult, then you Ornn Horn, and then you just destroy them, right?
By the way,
you don't have to wait that long, like for that to happen, right? Like, you have the Trundle into Poppy. Yeah. You actually have an early game counter, right? You can play against it. Like, but no, it seems to me that when people play against Zanzara, I don't know what it is. Like, I like the guy. I think he's good enough for LEC right now. I think he can be in this meta really good asset. But holy mackerel, like, people play differently against him than against any other jungler. I don't know what is happening there. It's like they play Trundle into Poppy, which is a hard counter. The only thing you have to do is get a prior mid lane, and then you try to invade it, or you try to fight it early game, right? You have PTA into phase rush, obvious damage advantage. You don't even have to have Trundle technically. You just need to have like a damage advantage in the early game. No one does this. And then they even like go every single way to enable the Poppy pick even more so that I don't fucking know what's happening. Like I can't even put it into us. I can't even pinpoint to anything directly that it's like, man, this is what they do wrong. It's like every single time they play it, so it's like, what the hell is happening, you know?
By the way, Monty, is another thing as well, because you brought up the point about obviously they had that game where Irrelevant played Gwen. If you just go and look at his career history, you have to remember he hasn't played very much. Right before this split of LEC, he was playing the LFL. Right in the LFL, he doesn't even play Gwen; he plays against Gwen. They only brought it in a few times in the LEC. Mate, I would just be fucking floating this ban against him. Why waste this ban? If anything, you want the guy to fucking waste his time picking Gwen. It's not good for him. It's going to be worse for his team.
It's especially not a good first pick on blue side, right? Like. They got
That's
Sivir
one thing
anyway.
I think's mad underrated in League of Legends, especially, is people don't do this enough. Sometimes you intentionally want to bait that pick. Like, you want to leave it up so they pick it, and you prep the comp that's going to destroy them when they have a weak Gwen play. You know what I mean? Like, you can actually, like, what you're doing there is either you just get a free ban, or you just fucking bait them in no comp. You have to play what you want.
There's also no top lane bans, and it's not like there aren't Gwen counters. Like, you see the Jax popping up. It popped up in the LEC this week, not successfully, but it is common in the LPL to take the Jax into the Gwen. So I don't think Gwen is first pick worthy. Like, if I was doing Misfits draft, they ended up with Sivir, but I think you first pick Sivir in this scenario, and then you on the second rotation on blue side, you pick Sylas. Like, don't give them a chance to ban Sylas in the second rotation of the draft. Like, I would just have confidence in VTO being able to play that into any matchup. You already banned the Azir, right? And honestly, Azir or Sylas is pretty good into Azir. You see that matchup quite a bit. Not necessarily in the laning phase, but Sylas fucking with Azir ult is terrifying later.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know what's going on in these drafts.
That is actually the answer to a lot of things, right? Just I don't know. Like, I do not know. You know, that's actually the answer to a lot of things. Like, I don't know.
some of these Western, like these like Western region things. I'm curious what you.
The trouble though, Amazing, is that's also the answer that they give within the draft when Misfits are saying, "What should we pick next?"
I don't know.
There you go. That's the problem.
I have to ask what your take on this, because we were talking about it earlier. Why is the Leblanc such a high priority pick? Because I don't understand what this pick is supposed to do in this fucking meta that champions like Sylas and Ahri aren't better at doing.
So, I mean, LeBlanc functions differently to most of the other mid laners. Like, it is, like, there's no direct counter unless you play Lisanne. Like, Lisanne is kind of like kind of the counter that most people play. But it doesn't really give you prio besides like wave stacking, right? So it doesn't like insta pop the wave. It literally has to slow push and then hit the enemy tower and whatever, and like try to get lane advantage through that. So I do think it threatens a lot of mid laners that are currently in the meta, and like a lot of players that are maybe uncomfortable with matchups, because the matchups you play, you know, the champions you play in mid lane right now are Sylas, Azir, Ahri, Lissandra, and Lissandra's kind of falling out of favor in most cases. So it's like it's the main three, and LeBlanc has a good matchup. Yeah, and LeBlanc has a good matchup to all three, in my opinion, and even like into Orianna or whatever it is, or any kind of like scaling mid laner, she still has a threatening potential. So it makes the game very, very mid lane centric, and it forces teams to adapt to mid lane pressure in a different way than they would have through prior pressure, right? Because just pushing wave and roaming is a different pressure than having to babysit mid lane in case they make plays around it, you know. So it's like that's how I see it. It does fuck a bit with the jungle pool too, because Trundle is bad into LeBlanc. It has really bad 2v2s, 1v1s. Poppy's decent to LeBlanc. It's actually like if you don't fuck up the W. But then there's like what else is even in the jungle right now? There's like maybe Jarvan cannot gank her, cannot interact with LeBlanc.
Wukong is not good.
Wukong cannot, like, so most of these junglers cannot interact with LeBlanc at all, while they synergize very well with LeBlanc, right? Like, if you have Poppy LeBlanc, you have mid lane setup. If you have Wukong LeBlanc, you have mid lane setup after level 6. Like, every single jungler interacts with her positively if she's on her team, on the team, but very negatively when they're on the opposite end. So I think that's what it is.
I think you made a lot of good points. My problem is this. What happens when you get that advantage with Leblanc? You don't win the game most of the time. Like the issue is like I
Yeah.
see where you're coming from, but the amount of edge that you have to have an effect with this champion in this meta is crazy. Like she doesn't synergize well with most of the supports. Like she doesn't synergize with Yumi like at all. She's terrible. Um, who is she supposed to kill in these team fights? Because it's like going to be a spell shielded Sivir where you have to use your R to even get back to her, use your movement to get back to her. Then she just spell shields you. And it's just like, okay, I didn't do anything. She's never going to probably hit a Zeri, right? There are these high mobility scaling AD carries. She can't find Twitch, right? So what is the purpose of getting a lead? Because, okay, I got a lead. Now I have Ludens, but there's an enchanter support shielding the AD carry, and I can't kill the front line.
I mean, it's definitely okay. I think it's fine if you don't play into Yumi. I think most other enchanter supports are kind of. I mean, I guess Lulu is not vulnerable to LeBlanc either. It is. I mean, it's really hard to say. I think maybe it is that people are too threatened by it in their heads. Maybe by that they don't want to go through the hassle of trying to have to come back against LeBlanc, because I do believe it functions similar to Draven, right? It's like you have like lane advantages, or Kalista, I guess. Like Kalista and LeBlanc are actually very similar champions in terms of what they do. Like that, you will have 100% lane advantages, but you also have to like then come back against those champions at some point. And I think people don't want to have that hassle, but I also don't think that she's bad at killing AD carries until like 3 items. I think 3-4 items when it shifts a bit. But if she has Ludens, M-Pen boots, I mean, whatever she goes afterwards, right? Depending on the scenario, she has a lot of like kill potential still, and it can snowball the game out of control. Just, I know what I think you're arguing maybe from an SK standpoint that you're like these teams will probably be really really good at like like hodling and whatever it's like making sure that LeBlanc doesn't get out of control, right? Like that the advantage would maybe be 10 CS, 15 CS, 20 CS, and that's it. But I do believe that bot lanes in the EU probably lose their minds as soon as the LeBlanc is run up with a kill or something like that.
Here's my theory. Here's why they play LeBlanc. I will say this. I will bet you in scrims, all the really fucking sick mid laners just play super abusive, 24/7 going for kills in lane. They get like 2 kills, they roam around the map and just dive like a solo queue game. And then at like 25 minutes, they're like, this is shit game, go next. And then they're like, yeah, LeBlanc's the shit. But then in the LEC game, you don't do any of that, do you? Because obviously the game doesn't play out like that.
I guess like I'm with you on all the theory behind this, right? And I think you get that advantage on LeBlanc. You do have a lot of flanking pressure. You do have a lot of poking pressure potentially, right? The problem the problem that I struggle with is just that the conversion of,
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
like converting it into a win, I think is, if you can do it, like I get that it can be very strong, right? If you can achieve the snowball, it just feels like it's really challenging to get there, right? And across all major regions right now on this patch, I just looked it up. LeBlanc has a 44% win rate, and some teams are capable of doing it. I just wonder about the priority on this champion in many situations compared to what I would consider to be safer options, more versatile options that provide, I think, more value into the late game.
No,
It is
I
a very
can see
limited.
that.
There's a very limited pool right now on this patch of mid laners. Like you kind of are just seeing the same thing over and over. It's like Ari, Azir, Silas, Talia, LeBlanc, Lissandra, and then maybe a little bit of Akali and Ryze like tossed in there with some really fringe picks like Seraphine, right? So or Swain, or I guess we've seen a little Vex too, but it's not a massive champion pool that we're dealing with in the mid lane right now.
Nelson is commenting, it's a myth that LeBlanc is bad late game. I mean,
yeah. Look, Nelson, I think in theory, again, like if we're theory crafting how LeBlanc could work, then I agree. Like I think Amazing brought up some really good points. I just think that actually achieving that snowball is quite difficult.
yeah. No, I agree with that. It is a lot easier to just play with facilitating mid laners like the likes of Lysandra, the likes of Ahri, who you can play around, but you don't have to. That almost get auto priors in a lot of matchups, right? Especially when the way that they're picked. Same for Azir. And then you have like the very defined scaling within them, right? That you know exactly that at objectives we can play front to back over this, and we can pick play to pick one target, and that's that. But it doesn't strike me the same as like 100% thing on Leblanc. And I do believe that there is a lot of support counterplay too, as you put it. Like it's not even just the contenders. I do not like to play. Whenever I thought about Leblanc as a champion, and we played it even with Origin back in the days, like we played against it, I never wanted to pick it against melee supports because it felt like that we were not able to kill them ever in late game team fights, especially if LeBlanc was the only AP threat, right? It really reduces your damage output to basically nothing if that's the only threat you have on the roster, and then you play against double tank setups, whatever it is.
It also is like, I think that if you have a crazy good mid laner that is going to solo carry the game, that it can be viable. But the thing about what you were saying, amazing, about other champions that enable picks, like enable other players on the team, like Ahri just has better CC if you combine with the charm, if you combine it with the spirit rush, right? Like you can get an angle on somebody and create a pick. LeBlanc's delay on the route while you have to get the chain is like a really big issue if you're trying to set up a play for somebody else, right? So it just seems to me that it lacks some of the, like, I think the hard carry potential is definitely bigger than Ahri's, but with so many tanks in the meta and the AD carries having a lot of peel, being Sivir with spell shield, or having immortal shield bow, or high mobility themselves, I think it's tough. It's tough to have the judgment as a mid laner of knowing when you can actually make the play that will like win a team fight, right? Whereas like there's a lot more versatility on the side of some of these other mid laners.
Yeah, no, I mean, I agree with that. Our primary team, for example, didn't want to play it either because we realized that, like, at some point, well, you run out of the potential. Like, even if you get advantages, it's like you have to like kind of play, like you have to play Lucian in a lot of ways, right? You have to play Kalista in a lot of ways. It's like the margin of error is too high, and the potential output, or like the possibilities are too low for the champion to actually work consistently. Even if you have like a pretty good mid laner, like it's still very inconsistent. The enemies have to make misplays. They have to almost face you up in ways that they just shouldn't. They just shouldn't, right? On sidelines, for example, LeBlanc getting picks. Well, if you play tank meta, then you probably have a 4-1 setup, which again means that you likely have mid prior against her, and then play to one side, and the other side only catches, right? So where are you going to make the picks? So it seems to me that like something must have scared a lot of teams, maybe in scrims when they ran 1-1 setups, maybe, that made LeBlanc such a disgusting pick to play against, that they realized, or for themselves, that we don't want to play against it, or we think that it's really good for us.
Yeah, I mean, there's clearly some scrim results here that are showing what, because we see a lot of bans of LeBlanc too. Like there's clearly a lot of priority based on this pick. I just don't see it as consistent for many teams to win, and I haven't seen a lot of, or really any LeBlancs who have like blown my mind on the last patch or two, right? Like I haven't been.
I mean,
like,
you can
wow.
make a strong case that was even part of when Fnatic started to split shit. That was part of the problem. LeBlanc was, because humanoids are LeBlanc play, he just kept picking it over and over again. It was doing nothing.
He's still drawing bans. He's still drawing those.
That just shows you how fucking like a person's reputation lags behind their actual like real actions now in many ways, doesn't it? Exactly.
Yeah,
Indeed.
I don't know. I think that's a good conversation to have. It's a very interesting one. So I was curious, considering you're in the thick of things there in the meta, like if there were justifications for doing it, and you provided some good ones for sure. I just want to see it really like knock my socks off. Like yeah. I want to see somebody like completely shit.
Yeah,
on
the LPL
teams.
They'll be coming at Worlds. They'll be coming at Worlds, mate. Just a couple of months from now, set your alarm. There you go. Exactly.
I think people should play top. Why not just play LeBlanc top? Isolated matchup.
Oh my god! Because nobody's practiced that. I think is the reason why.
Yeah, likely.
What other teams should we talk about?
Well, there's one thing we haven't talked
G2?
about that is classic summoning insight fodder, and how have we not even brought this up? So I'll take it right back to the beginning of the segment.
I'm scared.
So obviously, the beginning segment was about XL and Vitality. How are we not going to mention the god tier fucking banger, 10 out of 10, 100 underscore, this is it, chief, all the fucking W, hold this W, common W, Arsenal man going, this is a W man, boss man, whatever, all the fucking memes, right? Basically, the joke is like, XL's actually trying to hire me now, but the problem is they've heard my politics are actually too mild.
Oh my god!
Not bad. That was a pretty good one. So anyway, here's the joke though. The joke is that after the weekend, because Vitality, as I said, seemed certain that they were going to be in the playoffs, and meanwhile, XL looked like the one that was going to maybe miss out with Fnatic, and obviously like they were in a tough spot. Youngbuck did a tweet. I'll read the tweet. It's worth reading, by the way. It's so fucking good. Let me find exactly where it was. Let me just quickly search his name, because I want to get this wording right. Because it was even the way he constructed it. Like, here, I'm gonna do a little breakdown afterwards. I'll just read the tweet initially. So the tweet went like this. It said, earlier in the week, while clapping Vit in scrims and then wasting our time, one of their players bantered something along the lines that we should focus on making playoffs. We just did. GG, well played. Now, what's amazing about this tweet, what makes it god tier is, first of all, the sentiment's hilarious. Like, obviously, he just slammed the Vitality team that hasn't made it through, which, obviously, spoiler, has, like, former player of his perks, etc. There's people, obviously, he would know as well, like South Maydrop's been on the scenes of Trash Talker from back in the day. Alfari's there, who I'm sure has his own opinions. Like Amazing said, a lot of people would say he's quite cocky or arrogant or aloof or whatever. But here's the hilarious thing. What makes this a masterpiece of bangerism is this. One, it's a straight fire bang. Like, it goes off something legit. Two, you only reveal the thing that they said in private because essentially you expose that they were full of shit in doing so. Three, there's no comeback. You have to wait till next year. You can't even get any comeback till next year. Meanwhile, by the way, he might be at Worlds. He might win the LEC. Who knows? You can't. You're sat powerless. Like, I really wish I could do something, but you can't. Literally 2023. And then this is the best part of all. The way it's phrased, it's like someone actually, it's like you had a ghostwriter, Monty. Like the way that it starts out, it goes, earlier in the week. It's like a light-hearted Willy. Earlier in the week, while clapping Vitality, he's just told you also that in scrims they're shitting on Vitality. So that already, the way he's put that as the throwaway detail. And then he goes, the way he sets it up like a joke, like they told us we should focus on making playoffs. We just did. GG, well played. Like that is the Yu-Gi-Oh trap card at the end. There's fucking, the whole thing was just well done, Youngbuck. That, because not only that, remember, that's only the second time he's made this playoffs with XL, so I'm sure he also was just waiting. Because here's what people don't know. Years ago, I actually said, when you make playoffs, you're going to have some like banter line or something. And back then, he used to say yes, but obviously he never made it. So this whole thing's just a masterclass. Because as I say, what can you even say of your Vitality players? Like, it's not even a good angle, really, to have like a clapback. There's not really anything you can say.
No, there's nothing
like,
to say.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's actually a masterclass, guys. This is fucking straight fire.
You learned. You learned.
Exactly.
Oh boy. Well, I don't know
who was it, right? That's the only question we have to answer.
There's the other thing. He also, by the way, that was also genius. Actually, here's what people don't get. It's actually better that he didn't say the name, because even if the name was Alfari or Perks, if it isn't, it still allows so much speculation. Like, it makes it more mysterious. Like, for example, maybe it was like Kazi. Kazi seems like a guy who banters. Then again, maybe Lavrov. No one knows about Lavrov. Maybe it's Rimsey types. Maybe he does. Who knows, right? I'm assuming the one guy it wasn't is Haru. That's the one I feel like I can cross him off the list, right? But everyone else it could be, right? And that's why it's amazing. It's just straight fire, isn't it?
It was Bo just observing the games, talking shit.
I'm a god on a limb, and I think it was not. I think it might have not been Lavrov either. I think it might have not been. I just imagine, like, is it in second year, first year, whatever it is, like, him just shit-talking, like, veteran players. Yeah, I don't think so. And I think Kazi is too lighthearted, so I think it laces us with two potential culprits.
Our deductive reasoning, second to none here on Summoning Insight.
I do appreciate as well, though,
zeroing in on the culprit.
Because the reason why that's also glorious that people forgetting is this. Famously, XL were the previous victims of that graphic of how many percentages, if you remember a couple of years ago, they had it themselves where they were like 70 or 80% in that like summer split when the Schalke Miracle run happened. They had like an insane one that they've dropped out of. So the real reason this is hilarious is Vitality's done an actual Dick Dastardly out of fucking wacky races. It's like, mate, you're almost over the finish line. No, wait a second. I've got a shit talk. You guys are all losers who'd never win this race. Like I'm about, oh, broken all my legs. Oh, what? Help. They're all passing by. Like that's the genius of it. Amazing. It's like if they just waited till after the games, they could talk all the shit they wanted. But because they did it like right in the moment, like it'd be almost impossible for us to lose though, right? Yeah. Say it. Type it like that. Yeah. But then that's something like the universe conspires against you to make you lose that. We all know that. It's like in Counterstrike, right? There's a famous principle, which is if you ever sneak up behind a guy in the game, so it's like 100% free kill. If you ever whiff the first bullet, it's like the universe like then empowers him to like have instant reflexes like 180, and then he also flukily headshots you in the head. Because it's like the universe is like, look, you looked a gift horse in the mouth. I have to punish you for that. So like that's what I feel like happened here. Because man, it would have been glorious if this story had gone the other way. Like put it this way, if Vitality 3-0 the week, the joke is they'd probably be the one telling this story. Like, yeah, we told fucking XL we would clap him out and then she'd play us on playoffs. Really, like they'd probably come with the other side. So I think it's like one of the best fucking LEC trash talks I've seen in ages, mate. Straight fire. It's a banger. It's in the Hall of Fame for sure.
We should talk about G2 obviously, because like this is a team that came out looking pretty good after MSI. Obviously had a very bizarre MSI run of powering up, then completely getting shit on. And then they spend a lot of this split being kind of terrible. And then they end the split on a 5-game win streak, beating the team in first place to take first place, guarantee their qualification for Worlds, returning to form at the exact right time. So what are your impressions of G2 and how they got themselves back into shape? Amazing.
I mean, it's actually hard to pin. Like again, like it's the same thing as with most other teams. It's hard to pinpoint, but it seems to be that they, like in the earlier part of the split, whenever they made a play, it felt like that there was like the potential for it to go very wrong, and the game flow was really like relying on them like making way more plays and really getting caps ahead, especially. But nowadays, it feels like there's like a fluid motion in their play, even with Flacket and Flacket Tagamas don't really form up to standards, which at this point you don't really expect them to be like the best bot in any way. They still seem to be like well-earned machine around the top side of the map. So I don't know. I think it might have just been lagging behind from MSI, whatever it is, or them not having adjusted to the meta yet. But now it's simply like a well-earned machine. I think there's nothing that I can say that I would be like, man, this is it. Junkos is probably like the biggest, I guess, difference to early in the split, where he actually seems to find more positive plays instead of just running it down. And he has like his niche champion pool that no other player shares either, where he's actually proficient on Jarvan, he's actually proficient on Pantheon, and no other player like in the league has that kind of weird champion pool to draw back from, at least from back in the days when he was on G2 in 2019, 2020, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how G2 actually ended up in first place. I'm looking at the rule book at the moment. I think what it is that they had a better second half. Yeah, which I actually, as a tiebreaker, I actually like that, because I think you should prefer to have the team that's had a better record in the second round robin if they are tied 1-1 in the head-to-head. I think, it's difficult to have tiebreakers in League of Legends because you don't have things like round differential like you do in Counterstrike in order to, game time.
Shit in Counterstrike, I will say.
It's better than game time in League of Legends, right?
Debatably.
Okay. Well, anyway, I think this is a pretty good tiebreaker, so you don't actually have to play the tiebreaker match.
Not the only one who has missed the obvious point here. Oh, what angle could we pick from the games they've already played that would decide which one of them wins? Well, it's a tie, isn't it? So no, but then let's make sense. Logically, the game rewards one thing. Did you win or lose the game? It doesn't say, sorry, you won the game in twice as long, you're not as good. You're doing tiebreakers, though. That's why all the tiebreakers in the league fucking suck. The reason why this one's okay is this, Monty, because this was just deciding seeding. It was for the top spot of the league. If it's for a scenario like to make the playoffs, it has to be a real match you have to play. You can't then go, right, well, they won like off a different opponent that isn't you on like week 7 and you didn't. Like,
yeah, I meant to go.
Oh, you talking about? Wow, that matter. What the fuck are you talking about? We're talking about these two teams. So I think you have to play the match personally. I think this way it worked out perfectly, because the G2 one, like I say, it was just for first place, and then the other one, XL Fnatic, was actually making the playoffs. Like that would make sense.
I'm just trying to remember the games that G2 played, especially like when they started the win streak. Like I remember them coming into their own again, like especially against Mad Lions, and I think it's Fnatic. Like it's more like that they were able to really utilize and understand like when enemies were misstepping. I think early in the split they never knew when enemies were actually making mistakes. So on the macro level they were not really punishing it, and they kind of let a lot of teams get away with it. And then on the second half of the split, as it became better and better, especially against Mid Lions, it showed they knew when enemy was overstepping. They knew when enemy did too much, and then they suddenly like were able to strike at the right times and utilize mid players a lot more efficiently. I think Caps and Junglers, I think the two ones that stepped up the most out of all, because Broken Blade was kind of decent to begin with, like in the split, and Targamas and Placket were whatever anyway. But Caps and Junglers, like they suddenly identified how to play around mid player and how to utilize Caps as like just like a map roamer again, right? Like, which is his playstyle. I think the meta shift kind of suited them a lot, especially going back to Poppy, Jarvan, Pantheon, whatever it is, right? Like, these champions do suit junglers a lot more. Being creative, like being able to make plays instead of having to be stuck in the jungle, farming and doing nothing, right? So I think that it's just a multitude of reasons, but I think with jungle, yeah, I think with jungle and really having the jungle pool kind of cater to junglers again.
I mean, I like the fact that they've been able to take some more aggressive picks like the Draven in the early game and really successfully snowball off of it. It feels like G2 really wants to be aggro in the early game, and part of that's coming through, Broken Blade playing lane bullies like Yone, or like these aggressive like carry picks in the top side, and then also having auto priority on the bot side. Because the thing about having the Draven or something like the Draven or the Callista is that it allows you to basically instantly have that priority against some of these scaling AD carries. And then you can choose to play around it or not, or you can visit the top side, right? If your bot lane's being careful, if you're the jungler, try and get Broken Blade ahead. So they've been really good at snowballing some of these early game advantages that they had. And it's also now drawing bans against them. Like, some teams in this meta demand the Draven ban. Like T1 is one of those teams. Feels like G2 is one of those teams. But they're also pulling like Gwen bans and stuff. So it's hard because you feel like you're giving away a lot of priority picks over to G2. And you're not slowing them down because they have backup plans. Like, okay, we'll play the Yone or whatever, right? If that situation occurs. And giving Caps Silas is clearly quite dangerous, as it always has been.
I mean, the real answer, like Amazing just said, it's like on paper you look at it and you see the answer immediately. They have the best historical mid jungle historically and right now, but when they're at their peak. And then the other thing about those guys is they can also go. The joke is, if you watch this split, like the first week or so, first 2 weeks, actually they were all smurfing. Then Jankos had some terrible games in the middle of the split, but as you can see, by the end of the split, he's right back to the top again. Like, it's looking awesome. And then if you're going into a playoff, and then not only are you the top seed, but you have the best jungle mid individually and together. Like, come on, man. Like, what do you want? Like, that's the formula to win the LEC. It's the formula to be a champion in this region. It'll always be, by the way, a spoiler. It just always will be.
No, it is the most surefire way, right? Like, you literally have every lane to play towards, then too open up mid lane. And it's like, and people just have to accept Junko's inting. Like, this guy is a fucking, like, he started playing when I started playing, which was basically season 2, and then we got into the league together in season 4, right? The man is fucking old. Let him in a couple. Let him into a couple of games, man. Like, he doesn't, like, when you see Junkos and Caps play, do you really believe that they think about the regular season as something like very, very important? They think about it as like, well, we do want to have a good enough seed, right? But it's more about getting to shape, because they already proved last split that they don't need to be first seed in order to win the split, right? They don't need to do that. It's all about getting to playoffs, making sure that you have like a decent standing, I guess. Like, being top 4 is probably like is the minimum. So they kind of have like they at least like one round they can choose in, and that's that. And then you still have the salty run back of potentially just dropping to the losers bracket and then going back up, right? So why be so scared about like their performance come mid split? They just judge them by the end of it, and it's fine. And it seems to be that at least now, especially with Dylan, which I think is an upgrade over Grabs, like because I think Dylan is like really, really smart when it comes to not just pick bans, because I think the way that the pick bans were structured on Grabs was also pretty good, but it's more about incentivizing the niche picks on certain players and maybe even kind of bringing them towards that and nudging them into those directions is what makes Dylan great. Like, and I think he's he's an exceptional fit for that specific roster, because every one of the players has a lot of versatility, even Flackhead, and they all have champions that they can play in matchups that they can play, that they can think of, that they might not actively think about all the time, but he brings back into play. So I don't know, like I think they will likely actually just win the split again, just because every other team looks so fucking bad by comparison, besides Mad Lions, I guess. Where Mad Lions is the only team where I'm like, man, Mad Lions, if they play at their best, they could probably take 2 games off G2, but it's hard for me to see that third game coming in.
Basically, the classic meme where it's a panel from like a Silver Age, so like 70s era Batman comic, and it's where Robin's coming over, and Robin is everyone else in the LEC, right? They're all going like, but the middle of the split was a bit dodgy, and the hangover after MSI, and the draft got lost a little bit, and plus like Flackhead is still a rookie, and Broken Blade looked a little bit dodgy on the all time. Like they say all that stuff, right? And then the Batman slapping the Robin in the face is just going, yeah, I've got some caps in playoffs. And that's basically that's this split. That's how it's going to go. That's how it was last split, and that's how it's going to go this split. There you go.
But it's so interesting to see Caps like in a different surrounding, right? When he was on G2 last year and the year prior, right? Like especially like when Wunder and Mickey kind of like lost. Honestly, Wunder and Mickey especially lost their edge, right? And they weren't as random anymore. They weren't as playmaking anymore, and they were more marker focused. Caps looked really bad at times. Like he looked like he didn't want to play, or he didn't want to watch him play. It wasn't like Caps. It was just a player, like kind of like Fake on. I'd say similar to Fake out on this year's T1 roster, where he was more of a macro piece than he was like an individual player, right? Could sometimes win laning phase, but it wasn't like an active choice to do so. It was more like randomly happening. And now it seems to be that he's actually making the active choice. Well, I'm the guy, and I'm gonna make things happen. And every single player around him kind of does the same thing for themselves too, right? Broken Blade is not egoistic, but he plays to win the game, right? For himself. Junkos does this at all times too, right now, where he's looking for the enemy jungle, he's looking for plays all over the map, and he's trying to win the game on his own. And I think it's this G2 right now is like, in terms of like their individual playstyle, is more like the 2019 G2 than they're like the 2021 like or 2020 almost like dying G2. And I'm actually pretty happy to say that.
Well, I think what I think about was fun about this meta too is that it feels like people might complain like, oh, there are these scaling compositions, but it's not that early game styles or these really aggressive teams can't actually perform at a high level. Like you see teams that have fallen into this niche of just playing ultra aggro do very well. Like look at Live Sandbox. It's basically powered them to a top 3 finish within LCK. Like Gen.G is similar, although I would say Gen.G kind of plays both ways. Live Sandbox is very much just like pedal to the metal. We're picking Vi, and G2 has now, I think, fallen into playing more of that style. And T1 has also fallen into playing more of that style right now. And Excel, like I said, I was shocked that Excel was able to pull it off in the game in which they played against Vitality, but it is very, very viable for you just to completely dominate a game and snowball it out. It's riskier because you can make fewer mistakes, but it's also obviously a lot easier to play the early game. So the power is balanced in that way. And I think G2 has realized that they can do this now, and that is something that has served them quite well, and it served many teams quite well. So I don't actually see this meta as particularly boring. I think there's quite a bit of versatility. I don't think that it's reflected necessarily in the mid lane champion pools, but I think there is a pretty good amount of diversity if you're willing to take it in top and bot lane right now. Like it's not really in jungle either, but in top and bot lane, like there's a lot of different shit you can play.
Yeah, we saw Yasuo, for example. SK playing Yasuo is, insane to me, but you can actually play these champions, right? You can, Renata is like one of the few deniers, I would say. There's like almost like a neutralizer to a lot of potential like bot lane interactions. But other than that, once Renata is out, like Brahma's played, Leona's played, Nautilus has played, Yumi is played, Nami is played, and then you have like Lulu is being played. Like the supports alone, like already are a lot bigger sample size than you have, for example, in the spring split, where it was basically just melee supports and Yumi. That was it, right?
Yeah.
There was not much else going on. So the sample size is like, or the amount of champions that you can play is very high, and it's also that the game is not stale based upon like what junglers have to do. And I think it's usually a good indicator of how the meta is going to shift and how it's going to be is like how much junglers are tied to farming, right? Junglers right now, I mean, you can make the argument that some junglers have to farm, but Poppy
Channel can just run at you at level 2, so
yeah, Poppy can do the same. Poppy flashing over the wall, like stealing your camps. You have to be on time, right? Like every jungler has a lot of like tempo in the game. They're quick to make plays, and once they make plays, these are impactful. So you have to be on point with the execution. So like
even when you like, I would say even when you see junglers that are not like Skarner, right? That's not going to be doing a lot of ganking early. It's still interesting because usually those happen because there have been like 5 or 6 jungle bans within the game, and like some games the pool just gets super pinched, right? But in those cases, a lot of other power picks are left up, which kind of makes the game interesting in and of itself. And Skarner is actually a fun champion to watch in the mid and late game once he hits 6. And also it opens up a lot of other weird picks, because if you know that a lot of the early game power has gone out, that's when you see Damwon pulling out Karthus, right? Like then weird shit starts to happen, and it becomes entertaining in its own way.
Yeah, no, I agree. It is. I mean, I usually complain about the meta because I'm a salty bastard anyway. But this meta is one of the few where I feel like that the game for a lot of players has opened up greatly, and I think it is reflected in G2 style. And I think G2, like, to bring it back, is like whenever they had a meta where it was stay late game comps, right? Where it's like jungler was tied to farming. You had to hit certain item spikes, certain level spikes at certain points. Otherwise, you're going to lose the Herald fight. You're going to lose the Drake fight, and lose this the potential to actually like snowball at all. And then they were always on the back foot, and they always seemed awkward at doing it. They were never the type of team that was like maybe reminiscent of like CLGEU or whatever it is, right? They're always the team that was creative and try to make plays around their innate strengths in every lane. And every single one of the players was able to shot call. And I think this meta is like as well fitting for the roster as it can be. It should also be well fitting for Fnatic, but they can,
Look, we don't know what's going on. That's a synergy issue. Like they've got nobody who actually knows how to identify a win condition of a composition or talk to each other within a game. So that
I agree with that. They don't know how to play the game. They don't fucking know how to play the game. Like it's as essential as it is. Like Fnatic does not know how to play the game.
They made playoffs.
Like
amazing. There's why people wanted Vitality in playoffs, because the Vitality of 2 weeks ago looked way more cohesive than Fnatic is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I get the point. Fnatic, look, the reason why everyone still towards the end of the split was like, look, they could trip over and win some games is because of what happened on that last week. Like, yeah, they have the players, but the problem is, like, I've just seen too much of that team. Like, we've got a big sample size on Fnatic over this year, mate. That team has never come together, ever. Like, dude, even when they won series, they didn't look that great. You know what I mean?
I mean, in retrospect, I'm really surprised by them having picked up both Wunder and Razork. I think that may actually be something. I mean, Human obviously this split has looked pretty fucking shit, but in Spring Split, it was serviceable. He was one of the top mid laners, right?
Yeah.
Like he was pretty good, and at times he still has the ability to do so. But it's like, so yeah, you have like a very non-variance bot lane because you know what you're gonna get with Upset and Hillsang. Even if Hillsang sometimes like right clicks the enemy nexus, he still does a lot in laning phase, and you know what you're gonna get. However, like with Razork and Wunder, like especially with Wunder over his deteriorating form, you kind of had doubts as to what he could do and what he could not bring, right? Or not bring. And with Razork, it's like he came off of one good split with Misfits to be fair, he was an MVP candidate. But you had to understand the very surrounding of Misfits compared to your team, right? To the Fnatic team that is there. Like Misfits was extremely well coached, and they still are, and they're able to make people very, very comfortable in their own skin. Like even Razork, who I coached personally too, and I didn't know how to interact with this guy because he was crazy. I wasn't necessarily the type of person that could interact with him personally because I'm more controlling my personality when it comes to the game itself, right? Because I want to have those item spikes and whatever's being hit. But this guy, he thinks differently, and Mrs. was able to kind of like implement that into their playstyle when they had the 2021 run. However, then you bring into the Fnatic lineup, but you have no way of. There's no one that brings the overall structure into the game, right? There's no one that I can pinpoint on that roster too that I'm like, man, this guy is really smart about the game. in terms of like structuring is someone like Nukeduck, for example, like Nukeduck on that as like an archetype. There's no one like that on that roster. So I wonder how much scouting you should actually do, how much knowledge do you actually acquire over the years about the signings that you did, because no one on that roster and no one on the coaching staff seems to be able to give that structure to the players. So I think that is a very, very...
That's the problem though, dude. I actually think they thought it just automatically came as part of the fucking... It's like the fucking... It comes with the free seat covers and the humanoid deal. They thought that was a fucking perk of buying humanoid. Because the premise on humanoid was this. Look, we just seen him with the shadow guy, then El Yoya, and they're all looking great when they have him. So like, he just... The people really... This is why it's hilarious now. Everyone's like, wow, do you ever trade Nisqy for humanoid? Because humanoid was supposed to be Nisqy 2.0 with every single metric through the fucking roof. The joke is he was supposed to be Caps with Nisqy's fucking personality. Like, it sounded like the most dream mid lane of all time. So I guess the premise was they were thinking obviously amazing. Like, well, if Razork was good with fucking Vethio as a rookie, imagine him with humanoid. They're going to be like the duo of the century. Whereas obviously that's aged incredibly poorly and they have like anti-synergy or something. Yeah.
I do wonder if, to your point, amazing, and I hadn't considered this angle before, if the switch from, it was really like full clear jungle meta for quite a long time. If the switch from that meta really like threw off humanoid because he's dying a lot more, maybe he's just not very good at tracking early game jungle movements, and maybe Razork isn't very creative when it comes to his pathing within the early game or understanding the options that they have on the map, or maybe they just, as it appears, don't communicate a lot of this very well together. But I do wonder if that's like a factor here, is that the switch to the jungle meta where the pathing options right now are pretty insane, especially with like the number of Hex Flash junglers and the very different ways a lot of the junglers that are meta right now play. There's a lot more information that you have to track as a team in order to understand what the jungler can do, where they can be, which lanes they're going to try and power up in the early game, because Trundle and Wukong are very different junglers, right? They do very different things, and both of them are very different from Skarner, right? Like it's tough.
I'm just going to say it now, though. I've watched all the games of Fnatic this split, every single fucking last one, and it was torture. I'm not even in Fnatic. So all I'm going to say is, because I do a show on the other one called Best Damn League Show, it's like a weekly update, so I can't go. I only watched one of the Fnatic games. I had to watch them both, obviously, right? So I watched them all, and I'm going to say this right now. Bearing in mind, the whole team, as far as I can tell, was built so that Humanoid could be the best player in the LEC, so that Fnatic could win, so they could go to Worlds and go deep and do all these things. And this was supposed to be, and quite frankly, on paper, it looked like it, how Fnatic suddenly reclaim all that lost momentum of the last years where all those players were going to G2 and going elsewhere. And this is supposed to be the team that puts them back on the top. But I tell you what, after watching this year, I would, if Humanoid doesn't carry these fucking playoffs, I'll tell you what, I'm drafting him Corky all the time. Because I'll be arranging a fucking package where he can use an aeroplane to get the fuck out of my team after this. Mate, this is disgrace. He actually, for real, he has to be a fucking monster in these playoffs. So if I'm Fnatic, I would go a different direction. I know that sounds wild because you think, like you say in the spring, he was good until the playoffs. Like, he has been a great player. But, Mike, I thought this split was so egregious. Like, I can't do that thing, dude, that everyone's doing of like, but he was good with the other junglers. So, like, maybe it's their fault. Like, what he is doing in mid lane cannot be any other player's fault. I'm sorry. Like, you don't just die at level 3 as a mid laner. Like, what is the jungler possibly saying to make that happen? It can't be anyone's fault. So, like, that starts every game on a bad note. You just start behind in the game. Your jungler starts with the other enemy jungler having a kill. The bot lane starts knowing the rest of the map's fucked. Like, that mental boom just begins at, like, fucking 4 minutes into a game. Like, as I say, he has to do a crazy turnaround in playoffs for me, otherwise I wouldn't stick with the project.
I mean, I thought he got a very different direction with the package and Corky. I was like, I was anticipating something very differently.
No, it's all good. It's all good. Obviously, it'd get really dangerous if I was like, and then I'd send him to NA. It's like, well, wait a minute, airplanes. Yeah, okay.
Oh my God. No,
look, listen, I don't work in social media. I am social media. Keep going.
Oh my God. Anyway. No, but I can't. So, to kind of give you a jungler's perspective, I guess it's like, you can have a lot of impact on mid lane. I mean, there is a lot of synergy issues that you may have they can create. Like, if I, for example, reflect on my time, like, it was, for me, a lot easier to play with Pekka, for example, than with Power of Evil, and that showed in our play, right? Like, to kind of give you reference, like, Power of Evil's communication patterns was, like, basically just centered around his item specs and whatever's around his resets. Whereas like Pekka was more interactive in terms of like I can set up this wave, we can freeze it, whatever's, and make a play around it. And the same is like on the opposite end for junglers, right? Some junglers, when they play on instinct. They play without communication patterns in place. So they are really good in like AFK jungle metas, for example, Berserk was really good in, because the only thing you have to literally say is like, well, I'm gonna reset now. I can make a play now. That's the only thing. But when it comes to like these high interaction jungle metas, which we have right now, the jungler has to both be a good jungler and a good counter jungler. So he has to know what the enemy jungler is doing and has to communicate it. So if you tell the mid lane to hack the right, like let's say the right side or what it is, and the jungler ganks from there, well, then it's likely on you because you gave the wrong information. I think that may actually be holding them back, and I think that's what Monte also references, like the communication that between mid and jungle is there is just not on a good quality. It cannot be. It's impossible for them to have any kind of good quality information because every single game, as you said, like he's making the wrong decision. And that only happens if you're being either intentionally fed the wrong information every single time, or you're literally muting your teammates.
It's so weird. It's so weird.
Those are two things. So it has to be like, they're both just fucking dumb, Like I don't know.
What you're getting to though brings up another point that I think people always miss on that whole shot caller debate. It's not that there's one shot caller and he always says the right shot call. It's like any conversation. What's the other person brings to the conversation? Like the best shot call ever to someone who doesn't understand, it's a terrible shot call. Meanwhile, an average shot call to someone who knows exactly what I mean is a great shot call. Do you know the difference? You can see the distinction.
If I didn't know better, I would almost say that Humanoid and Razork are playing pranks on each other right now. It feels like they're constantly trying to prank the other one, where it's like one of them's like, I'm gonna invade the jungle right now, and Humanoid's like sitting there. He's like, yeah, I'll be right there, bro.
Jackass, basically. LEC jackass. There you go. Exactly.
Like, that's what it feels like when I watch these games. Or it's like Humanoid's like, I'm gonna push up and recall. And Razork's sitting there. He's like, "Yep, I'm covered for. I'm right there. I'm gonna come to the bush." And then all of a sudden, the other jungler and like support appear, just like kill Humanoid. I mean, it's so strange. It is so strange that they can't talk to each other whatsoever.
I mean, yeah, I think they just have very opposite sides. I think that's probably what may actually make this entire thing happen is like that you don't want to combine Humanoid with a jungler that is like kind of playing for himself. You want to combine Humanoid with someone that is like basically like a Junkers type player, right? Like someone that knows the game inside and out and is able to communicate that properly. I think that would have been a way better fit in terms of like the styles. But I mean, I guess they got. They're just debated by both jungle and mid. Sometimes you do.
I don't get it. Are there any? I guess we should talk about Rogue a little bit as well. Maybe we should talk about some of these matchups that are going to be occurring, like G2 versus Misfits. I take G2 all day here, all day versus Misfits. Does anybody think that Misfits is actually going to upset them in a best of 5? As long as G2 bans Yuumi or takes it, you can first pick it too. That's acceptable.
No way.
No, it's. I give him 2 games. I give him 2 games actually.
The irrelevant Broken Blade matchup really makes me nervous.
My bigger concern is fucking Zanzara against Jankos, the greatest Western jungler in the history of the game. Like, I think that might be the mismatch, but I guess you are right. The meta will sort of cover Zanzara a little bit, but even so, mate, come on. Listen, Jankos, you can't lose this fucking series, mate. Come on, homie. There's no universe this is acceptable to lose this one. Come on. And it's the other bracket as well. You should just go fucking crazy on this guy.
Yeah. All right.
And remember, because G2's already made worlds, they can do whatever they want in these drafts.
Yeah, let's talk about the Rogue Mad Lions one then, because that one for me brings up more questions. Like Mad Lions didn't finish the split as strong as they started it. They seem to falter down the line. Armit, who actually was quite good for most of the split, I still have he ended it a lot worse than he began, and that's concerning. Like I feel like there is a lot of potential.
He is the player, you know, Monty, that has that joke around him where it's like, what are you on about? His Cherry Bull's huge. He has the glacial Narn. He has the fucking... anytime that meme exists, it ain't a good sign. It ain't a good sign, is it? I'm just saying, you know.
No, I think he's been pretty good over the course of this split, but I think as top lane, as we see more players willing to play aggressive top laners again on 12-14, I do. It's not that Odo Omne is going to be the worst matchup. Like obviously, like Broken Blade is probably a worse matchup in this meta for a player like Armit, but Odo Omne does have the versatility, and Rogue is coming off of a variety of relatively strong wins. So I don't know. I think this one is somewhat difficult to call. Like, yeah, they lost to BDS this last week, but that was a trap game, more or less. I mean, they had to play Excel and Vitality. That's a pretty hard schedule. And they did pick things up towards the end. In the last couple of weeks, they did pick things up, but they beat Mad Lions. They beat them twice, although they shouldn't have won the first time during the first Super Week. But they did take out a variety of playoff teams. This is definitely not the strongest instance of Rogue that we've seen. But maybe they're just maybe they're reversing things. They're just kind of
but here's the difference
in the regular season, and now we're going to be good in playoffs.
Here's what I would say is a massive feather in Rogue's cap, right? You can't talk in isolation about Rogue and then pretend the other teams get a different set of circumstances. We've just discussed essentially how the entire LEC split was like, now this team is 7th, now they are 2nd. Now this team is 2nd, they are 7th. You know the only one that doesn't have any that story? Rogue. Rogue just stays the top team the whole time. Now, true, they never hit the top peak and were an amazing Rogue, and they never ever went back down to a fucking ceiling and had been terrible either. Go look where they are the whole split. This team just consistently wins games. Like, they lose the odd one, and the problem they have, Monty, is this. They lose the odd one in the same way as classically the Gen.Gs of the world in the past would lose to a T1. They always lose the big game against the team that you think they have to beat mentally to win in the playoffs. That's the problem with Rogue. They still have that same issue now. Like, the flaw of this team is mega. Like, they can probably play. They're probably one of the few teams that can match up with every team in the playoffs and probably take every team to 4 or 5 games. But the problem with this team is what like peak level are they going to hit to win playoffs? That's my issue. They haven't really shown me ever like a dominant Rogue this split. You know, they've just been good.
The counterpoint is like Mad Lions has tapered off as the split has gone on, and over the last 2 weeks, they've lost to every single other playoff team in the last 2 weeks that they've played. They lost to Rogue, they lost to G2, they lost to Misfits. They only beat Astralis and BDS. Like that doesn't inspire you with a large amount of confidence, even though I think probably Niski is still the front runner for MVP, because there have been so many upsets this season and so many ups and downs across the league that it's hard. Like, who else is really the best candidate for MVP within this league?
But you can also put El Yoya. I think he's another player from the same team, could be the MVP. I think it just depends on who you think does what.
But like, there have been some pretty low lows for all of the other teams in playoffs at certain points in time.
Well, put it this way, in the past, I always used to fucking make room for Perks as MVP, but like that last week, I can't really say anything now, can I? Give me a break, come on.
Unfortunately, he probably had his worst week this last week.
Yeah.
Like, he looked like a desperate man, let's put it that way. He was trying to make the hero play and not succeeding, unfortunately.
Yes.
No, I mean, when it comes to the matchup, honestly, I think that Rogue has the upper hand over Mad Lions at this point in time. But I also think that just this version of Mad functions very differently to, I would say, even the Humanoid version, right? Because Humanoid was lane centric. He was not necessarily a facilitator to the point that Niski is, right? So you kind of like the matchup of Rogue and Mad Lions always came down to, well, Mad just literally just lost they gave away a lot of early games and they were okay with scaling, and then they at some point out team fought them. And especially like when it came to the finals where Rogue was up to 0 and then lost 3-2, got reverse swept. But I think this iteration, like, if the game slows down, which it will in playoffs, because usually that's how it goes. It's like, well, people know what to expect, so they can kind of counter the champion pools a lot more, and they can kind of slow the game down because of it. I do believe that Rogue at this point in time has a better shot against Mad Lions than they've ever had, based upon like especially the mid-lane matchup. I'm not saying that Niski's bad or like by any means, but in terms of lane phase, he is weaker than the older, I guess, like the version of Humanoid that Mad Lions had on the roster. And I do believe that Larsen, at this point in time, is still a very, very good laner. So if, and this is my big if, I guess, if Matt Lyons is unable to create the plays that they have created throughout the regular season, to win the games, especially against like the top tier opponents, they will lose to Rogue. And so in any even game, basically, they will lose to Rogue right now. That's how I'd say it. Yeah.
I also think that it helps a lot for Rogue that some of these junglers, especially Jarvan, coming back into the meta, because Malrong likes to play early game junglers, and you can do weird shit with Trundle at level 2. You can be very aggressive with Jarvan on the map, and so it seems to me as though Malrong should be more comfortable within this meta that's developing and some of the options that are on the table. Like he probably would like Pantheon as well, right? Like these are all picks that you might associate with Malrong. Vi is another one, right? Seems like there are a lot of good picks for Malrong's playstyle and an ability to get his lanes ahead. Larsen's looks good on the Talia. Odo Omne has been one of the first players in Europe to pick up the Renekton, and I think the combo of having like strong early game ganking from a jungler and Renekton has always been powerful, and Rogue has shown that they can snowball those advantages right now. I think Renekton is super interesting at the moment, just as a pick, because a lot of people will fall back on kind of the old Renekton memes, which is like, okay, he's useless in a lot of these late game scenarios. Sure, he gets advantages, but the thing is, he snowballs really hard right now, where he can just take a bazillion plates, and the jungler can just sit topside, kill you 1,000 times. He'll start proxying waves. But the other thing is, like, Renekton has so many different viable builds right now. Like he can kind of adapt his build to whatever situation you want. Like you can go Gore Drinker Sterix. You could go Randuin's Omen, like Iceborne Gauntlet. Like you can build in a lot of different ways that allow you to have effectiveness. And he's also good at peeling, which if you're trying to protect hyper carries can be useful. And he can stop the front line pretty effectively as well. So I actually think he's way more useful in team fights in this meta than he used to be. What are your thoughts on Renekton right now?
No, I think that's what it is. I mean, when I see it in solo queue, it's a very different beast to how some people play it competitively. But when it does get an advantage, like he builds something like Blade in some matchups, for example, like I think it goes Gwen, or he builds Prowler's Claw into some range matchups, like Ken, for example. Like it's a one tap machine. It literally one taps you, because that W got buffed some time ago. And people keep forgetting about it, that it like now applies like every single stack, and it's like I think it's 3 or 4 stacks now on the empowered W. But anyway, like a Blade proc, that means it's completely like it's a 3 proc, and that's 24% of your HP, right? That is a whole lot of damage, and I think right now Renekton is also something that like both Oda Amne and Amund will likely share. Same for the Gnar. I think Gnar and Renekton are going to be contested picks. And again, if I think about it, I think Oda Amne is just better at both these champions. He's better
And he
at
plays Gwen too.
And he can play Gangplank if necessary. I'm up fucking can't, mate. Tell you that.
So I don't know, like it all points in the same direction as like I guess even it did in the old Rogue matchups with Lines. It's like if the players play to their normal potential, Rogue should win. And if like you have the vast champion pool advantages and you have the vast laning phase advantages, because even Unforgiven, like I do think that is really good, but whenever he was stuck in laning phase for an extended amount of time, unless the enemy made like heavy mistakes, he didn't seem like that superior. He didn't seem like someone like Upset who would be able to chip away like in the laning phase, right? Get 10, 20 CS up after some time. It's more about he would either 1-0 someone and then get like a 1-2 kill lead, or nothing, right? Or go behind. So I don't know, like playoffs should be slower. I just favor Rogue in every single, honestly, in every single lane, if I think about it.
Yeah, I think the thing that makes me have some confidence as Mad Lions is that their team fighting remains quite good. I think they lack versatility, but they have a really strong understanding of the team comps that work for them and how to play them out. And they're smart. I mean, I think they have pretty strong shot calling. It's a hard matchup to predict. I do think Mad Lions probably overperformed relative to the strength of their roster and the fact that they have a pretty new player like Unforgiven. I mean, I think Unforgiven has had an outstanding split. I think he's exactly what you want. He can play these hyper carries. He can play the Draven. Like he's been well rounded. He seems to know his job, but Rogue has such an advantage when it comes into experience, and it just feels like the meta is sliding back in their direction in many ways.
The problem is the main strength Mad Lions had in this split doesn't really work that well for playoffs with inexperienced players. They were just ahead every single fucking early game, it felt like. Yeah. Every game they would just be up in gold, up in lanes. Like, in that scenario, like, it's not the same as easy mode. You have to get to that point. You were doing something. But you're not going to do that in every single game in BO5 and in playoffs. And you're playing against, by the way, in Rogue, one of the other good teams that was good early game too. So, like, I even think that's somewhat neutralized. So, yeah, the problem is that Mad Lions just... Like, if this was 3 weeks ago, they'd be the favourite for the whole playoffs. Like, they've just been so bad the last few weeks, though. So bad.
I mean, someone just has to teach Malrang how to build items, and then I think...
Look, he's going to do what he does. Like,
he does have the most fucked up builds of any jungler you've seen.
He likes to just maximize his power at a very specific point in time. He will just buy the individual components. He doesn't want to waste gold on the recipes to complete them, right? Like, he's like, I'm going for this weird, it's not even a big power spike, this small power spike, but I want it right fucking now, right? It's strange, but I
can tell you another angle. This is actually something Dom pointed out to me, because him and someone else on their stream like actually counted all this. If you go and look, the thing that tilts Dom off the face of the earth about Malrang, because obviously Malrang's supposed to be like a gank, like psycho, right? Dude, he buys loads of pink wards. Like, he'll buy 2 pink wards in games where he hasn't got items, by the way. He has 2 pink... Bro, this isn't like season 4. What are you talking about? Like, he's on the support. Like, that's mild to me.
Think about how powerful he's going to be when he doesn't buy pink wards anymore. He's
there you go, exactly.
He's going to have like an item more, you know? Like...
Well, the joke is that for him, the pink wards are obviously like Rock Lee dropping off the weights, aren't they? He's like, right now I'm actually unleashed. You know, you all thought you were playing against me before, but I was intentionally setting myself behind on the economy.
Wait, I can wait for my support to get wards, and then I can predict when the enemy turn is going to be? Oh my god.
Like, put it this way, there was one game where I think Dom said something like he'd bought like 27 wards or something. It's like, are you having problems at home or something? Why? I don't, you're Malrang. Like, you're not even that sort of jungler, for fuck's sake. Why are you buying 20 pink wards? Like, what?
Well, but I think it's one build that I really like, that I actually copied that too. Is when he goes Barmy Center into Giants build. I think people didn't understand that build at all. That actually irked me when they didn't understand it. It's like, so the components for Chem Tank, for example, is basically Barmy Cinder. You have the null magic mantle, and you have the cloth armor. That's 750 gold. However, until completion, that's another like 1.1k, right? So it takes a whole lot of time to actually finish that item, right? And in that 1.1k, the only thing you get on top of it is basically like 150 HP, I think.
Yeah, you get 350 HP from the Giants belt.
Exactly. So it actually, mathematically speaking, it's more efficient for tankiness reasons to build the Giants belt early, because early HP is more effective than early resistances, because simply your HP pool is not going to be high enough yet to make use of the resistances. So the Giants belt actually made them a lot more tanky, and actually made them more tanky than the finishing of the very Chem Tank would have done. So that people didn't understand. They were flaming him for it, but it's actually mathematically the right thing. The threshold is around, I think, 2.5k HP around when you're suddenly, like, when resistances become more important again, and you should probably hit like 2.5k HP, 100 resistances each, and to be like mathematically effective. But that was pretty good of him. Like, however, I think the pink wards, and I think the pink wards he can leave behind, you know. But it is very interesting that people do not try to understand certain things. Like, I think Malrang, despite him being crazy as hell, like, there is some thought process that his analysts and whatever have obviously put into his builds. And it's also the aftershock buy that was talked about when he was the only one face checking. That actually made a lot of sense. If you have no one to face check, well, then you want to have someone that can take up the aggro and tank it up for a couple of seconds, right? And if you don't have that, then suddenly you have no one to face check, you have no ward coverage. So there's some method to the madness, I would say, and I actually like that he's crazy enough to do it and not afraid of, like, I mean, I think he actually doesn't use social media anyway. It's not like Bow of Evil that goes on the social media afterwards. It's like, man, people play my bids. Why would they do that? It's like he probably just doesn't read it. It's like, I'm just going to play my games, you know. So I like that. It's a good attitude.
It's also true that at least Chemtank at early levels, like, yeah, you get the active, but if you have a champion that's good at engaging anyway, you don't necessarily need it. And also the damage is, I haven't run the numbers on this, but it's probably not that much actually higher over the course of a team fight than Bami Cinder. Like the value, and you're not there to do damage anyway a lot of the time. Like you're there to live and provide crowd control and absorb damage.
Yeah.
Oh.
Frostfire may have a higher value base because the slow is like something you cannot measure, right? You cannot really measure how much it does. So, but yeah, over the course of team fight, Bamis and Chemtank didn't really do that much of a difference. And I don't know, I like the guy. I don't know. I favor him over Elioya. If they're both crazy, I think someone is better versed or more versed in the craziness than the other one. And I think that's where a lot of the advantages are going to come from.
Does it seem like Rogue has a chance to win, or are we predicting that G2 just kind of rolls their way through this playoff bracket? Because that's how it feels right now.
I mean, I don't think that Rogue has a chance against current G2, but over the course of playoffs, like there might be an evolution, right? Like you
remember,
just don't know.
They might be playing in like 3 weeks or something, or 5 weeks or something. Yeah, it could be a while before they play. Obviously, well, 5 weeks is too much, but you know what I mean. Yeah. Because remember, we have a week off now. We have then the upper bracket. Then they play like so. In theory, there's plenty of time and plenty of things can happen in the patch. The problem I think is this: the narrative for G2 is too strong. Not only are they the reigning champions, but Jankos and Caps are the players you just expect to be good in the playoffs. They're in the right roles. Meanwhile, you look elsewhere. This is actually the reason why I thought when G2 wasn't number one, Europe actually conversely looked weak. I know everyone was going, "This is brilliant because it's so competitive." It is, but no one team looked super strong. There was no team that you'd go, hey, I'd like to see them against the LPL teams. When you saw Mad Lions, like, as I said, they were ahead in every early game, but you were like, but they probably wouldn't be against the LPL team. Then you saw, like, XL, but you were like, but the LCK teams would destroy them individually. So the difference is G2's the only one where, like, I feel like all the sort of easy check marks are there for them. So even if they're not the best in a few months, the difference is they have the sort of the insurance policy of the two perfect players at the positions you want to carry from.
I mean, which team other than G2 would be a potential title contender is a question.
I mean, it would have been Mad Lions, but they just had this terrible run of form, didn't they?
Yeah.
That was the problem. I mean, the problem, here's the real issue is this. If you think of the teams that are at the latter part of the split were looking good, right? Vitality didn't make it. Unfortunately, Misfits just seems like the most obvious to draft against. It's so limited how they can win. Mad Lions fell apart. Rogue's just Rogue, so everyone's scared to pick him, and then that just leaves G2. And by the way, I imagine we're just going to ignore Fnatic for now because we just spent like half an hour, but we don't know what they're even doing. So at the end, the joke is it's G2, but sort of by default.
Okay, what if Fnatic's going to win? What if Fnatic wins the split?
What's great is this: if Fnatic does win the split, essentially it might actually send every other general manager mentally ill. Like they might just actually collapse in themselves, and they'll just be like in the off season, it'll be like fucking Kurtz and like Apocalypse Now, like. 70 kill scrims with Hylissang. Oh, how are we supposed to learn anything for Worlds? You know what I mean? Like, what? Because at that point, if they do win Mizzin, it's like, what are the rest of us even doing? What is the point of this shit? It's just rigged or something. You know what I mean? Yeah, like, why would you even bother? Like, if you're the XL guy who's done all those moves, like, took you years to get to this point, if they can just trip over and win playoffs, like, this is just unfair. You know what? I'm going home. Fuck League of Legends. I'm off. Just going to a ERL or something. Yeah, that would be the thing. What would happen is 9 other teams would apply to leave the LEC and become ERL teams. Because why bother at this point? Why not just be the king of Spain or something, you know?
Man.
By the way, I saw this headline, Monty, and again, it's just pure Summoning Insight fodder. So I had to bring it up. There's a headline, and all I want you to do is imagine how I'm reading this headline. So the headline just goes... T1 Faker talks about meeting children with critical illnesses through Make-A-Wish Foundation. The joke there is, he's had all that practice playing fucking Westerners at Worlds all those years. I think, he goes there knowing these kids probably aren't going to make it. In fact, they have no chance. They're a goner. And basically all he can do is show some kindness, some godlike grace and compassion, and then be a role model for what they could have been.
He shakes their hand and gives them a jersey. It's
exactly.
Like, I'm sorry, you are terminal in this tournament. I apologize.
Exactly.
Here you go. Nice to meet you.
Doctor, is he going to make it? I'm sorry, it's looking like that coup versus Fnatic, whatever that one was. That was whatever that match was.
Right.
3-0.
Fnatic.
It's looking like that. I'm not feeling like Hooney. I mean, this kid's going to make it. So
I know. I wish it treated me like a Make-A-Wish kid at that point. Like I would have at least gotten a jersey, man. I didn't get anything.
Just give me a jersey before I die.
And then the joke is, when he gets there, though, the kid misunderstands and he goes, right, my wish, Faker, is for EG to win Worlds. And then Faker goes, look, kid, I'm a mid laner, not a miracle worker. And just walks out. There you go. There you go.
Jojo Pion is my hero.
I know.
Oh, God.
How new are you to League of Legends?
What, Jojo? Oh, man. Like, it's actually really fun to think about, like, how, you know, like, it's okay. So nowadays, when you talk to a lot of like players and fans and whatever, it's like, you really realize, I really realize my age, right? I talk to some pros, whatever, they have never maybe even seen me play back in the days, you know, when I was actually like a decent player. But it's like that they're fanboying current LEC players the way that like you might fanboy Faker would us. So to them, someone like Jojo, someone like Humanoid, it's actually like a god. It's like they're so impressed by it. Oh, I'm gonna watch Lavrov VODs, you know, I'm gonna go home and watch Lavrov VODs. It's like, what the fuck is going on? It's like like my brain doesn't comprehend when I hear that. It's like, oh yeah. This is I watched a lot of Lavrov VODs and I think I got it down now. I think I know what it's like. What? Okay, what? Yeah.
Jojo Pion was 8 when Faker debuted.
God. Oh my god.
Which is fitting, because if he plays Faker at this Worlds, he'll get 8.
There you go.
Oh my god.
Whatever. Not bad.
Yep. I wonder.
They are still living off that one fucking win over T1 from MSI, aren't they? Like that one. It's like they must just fucking like. I bet they just like made like a VR experience to recreate that one game over and over again. Man, alive, NA was just on copium on that one. When it was the biggest ridiculous one. It's a big one game out of 12 or something. Fucking hell.
Guys, remember when we T1 channel that energy, okay? Channel that energy. 1, 2, 3, EG. That's how it works.
All you need to know is this, right? NA wins 1 BO1 over T1. They're like, oh my god, blah, 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 skywriting, like parade, ticker tape parade, like the president, Congressional Medal of Honor to you, sir. Meanwhile, in Europe, like G2 had a year when they just beat T1 in 2 best of 5. And then NA's like, all right, stop going on about it. All right, just be humble, you know, like, whatever, bro. Yeah, all right, yeah, okay, mate. That's the fucking regions fee right there, mate. Viewer questions?
Yeah, we'll do viewer questions. Thank you for joining us. Amazing. Appreciate your time. Very insightful as usual. And we'll see you maybe at some watch parties for LEC playoffs. We'll see.
Sure thing.
Great.
Have a good one, guys.
We'll take a break and be back with viewer questions.
Right, we're obviously going to be doing the viewer questions now, but remember, obviously we have our deposit bonus for esports bet, which is the 50% bonus up to $200 US. You just use the referral link below in whatever YouTube, if it's there in the description box. How do you bring it up if it's on Twitch? Is it actually in the description box for Twitch as well?
It's also below on Twitch. Yeah, if you just
fair enough. Okay,
scroll down, there's a link for you guys wherever you like it. There it is. So let's talk about our viewer questions for this week from the Insight on Esports Discord, starting with: teleportation is invented, is low cost and easily accessible. Where would you choose to live if distance to destination was not relevant? This would be a pretty cool world if we could live wherever we wanted. I would definitely live in the middle of fucking nowhere, assuming that I also have internet, like good internet there, because I could travel to cities whenever I would want to. Where would I live? Very interesting question. I'd probably still live in the United States. Maybe I'd live in like New Mexico or somewhere like that. That'd be pretty great. I enjoy Santa Fe. It's just that it's not close to a major airport, and so is very annoying to get to with my lifestyle.
I mean, the main way I would obviously use this, because the problem with this is he doesn't say, like, are we allowed, like, infinite uses or whatever, right? Assuming I could go back and forth, the obvious premise should be just pick the place that has exactly the weather and setup you want, but then you can still, like, go to the town anytime you want. What's funny is when he said it, I don't think he intended this. It was actually just making me think, that's also, people don't know, like, one of the interesting premises in the book Hyperion, there's a character where he was so rich he had a house where each, like, door was a teleporter, and the joke was you could just sort of, like, walk through to, like, Yeah, you could be like on a waterfall place here, or then back like on like some fireplace. And like so, like it actually is a cool concept, obviously, because the idea is you wouldn't have to commit your whole life to that one place, which is the problem most people have in the modern day. You have to be near some dog shit city, and it sort of invalidates that angle. So the dream is, I would like it. It'd be cool, yeah. So I would also pick something similar. I would pick like a beach or something, or like nice quiet countryside area or something,
Yeah, for sure. Let's say you retire now and move on from esports. What is one piece of content / reporting / work that you would like your careers to be remembered for or encapsulated by? I don't know if I care.
The problem with that is, I think in both of our careers, the reason that doesn't really work is what's actually made us excellent in our careers is sort of, I would say, our everyday work. It's like small units of like a match or a piece of like. It's not like I've ever done a Thorin's Thought that was like, this is my magnum opus. It's just a video in it. So the problem with that is I could pick like my best article, but I don't know if it's really going to live up to. Like, put it this way: if I had to pick one thing I would like to be remembered by, sadly this won't be the case, but it would actually be something like, despite the fact haters will always claim I am a net negative, I would challenge anyone to find anyone who was more of a net positive. Like, just look at the people whose careers I influenced. I would say that could be my legacy alone. It doesn't have to be my own work. Just look how many people I brought into the scene. Spoiler, like, I don't go on about this because I don't do it as an obnoxious thing. Like, I made you. All I did is throw the ball to people who had to still make the shot. But all I'll say is this: if you ever go back, you could go track this stuff. People like, I think Froscorin had, I'm going to guess, 500 Twitter followers. Kelsey might have had 700 or something. That's where these people were when we first found them back in the eons of 2014 or 2015 or whatever. That's what I would say. If you don't know, in CSGO, a guy called Maurice, I just found him as a research assistant, and then I happened to be doing an event in Russia that didn't have a host. And I was like, right, well, if I host, you'll hire this guy that I know, right? Okay, then I got him onto the events. He now does all the big events. So I'd say that angle.
He did his first major recently.
Yeah, because what's cool about that is essentially their careers help reflect, hopefully, some of what I was able to help out with at the beginning.
I definitely agree with that. I mean, we've obviously used this show's platform to help like a lot of people raise their profile within the scene and articulate themselves and have.
How many people have got jobs off this show, mate? Loads of people, yeah.
But I guess for me, if I had to pick one point in time, it would probably be standing up to Riot about the caster pay issues, because that actually had a tangible effect across the entire, like every caster in every esports game, because I effectively doubled the Riot casters' rates, which then, boosted a lot of other people up in the industry. If I hadn't been willing to go public and call them out with that information, they would still, they're still terrible to work with from a casting perspective, and they run a monopoly, and they are basically thugs and the mafia when it comes to that. They do that to this very day, but it is better than if I had not done it. Let's put it that way. And so that was a tangible way that I like to think I helped other people within this industry. So it's not really about anything that I've done to make myself look good. It's really, for me, about how I can use the power that I have to do the duty that I need to do to make this a better place, because the devs fucking suck at making this a better place. They fucking suck. I do love,
though, that even in 2022, whenever you say that, there'll always be that guy like, can't we give Riot the benefit of the doubt? Say, oh, fuck you, mate. Like, come on, man. If anyone shouldn't get the benefit of the doubt. See, I thought what's weird is I thought you might have picked that legendary call you did. The one where you were like, faker, no, the moves. That's a smart sense of humor, whatever.
The train whistle one. There you go. Here we did say we'd answer this one. Since Thorin, Crumbs, and company have already been cast as Smeagol, who would you choose to round out the casting for?
Did anyone see that tweet, by the way? Because what I love is I did a similar one today. I love the tweets where I don't even have to make the joke.
Why would you be Smeagol? That doesn't even make sense.
Because because this is the joke that you'd have to see the tweet, Monty. Basically, what happened was there was a tweet from a guy during that whole like hate mob at the end of last year, early this year, where all those women and people who were their orbiters were attacking me over the women in esports tweets, and a guy came along. And because he was trying to like agree with some girl, like, yes, mistress, like one of those types of guys, he was like, well, if we can agree, because she made like some reference to like Lord of the Rings, probably because my name's Thorin, So then this guy goes, well, if we can agree that Semler and Thorin are Smeagol. And all I did, right, was take that image, the tweet, and then I took a smaller tweet of if Thorin and thing are Smeagol, and then I just took his profile picture from Twitter, and that's just the third image. And I don't say anything. I don't even give a comment, because spoiler, he looks hella like Smeagol in real life. Like, these people are beyond beyond. He had no self-awareness whatsoever. Like, he looked a bit weird, and he had glasses. It's like, why are you comparing people on the internet to Smeagol, you idiot? You're begging for that to be done to you. In fact, it's almost like karmic that you become the Smeagol when you say that to us. So, what was the premise? If we're Smeagol, then what was the rest of it?
Who would you round out the casting for your esports Lord of the Rings remake?
Okay.
The problem is you're already the one who's trying to like retain the One Ring. Like the truth is that the Fellowship of the Ring would definitely be the independent people who have the balls.
I wouldn't be Smeagol. There's obviously no way. I know exactly.
Like, if there's one group of people that have the balls to go against the fucking evil empire of Mordor, who has corrupted the land of esports, and the people who are trying to destroy the One Ring by throwing it into the fucking volcano, it would definitely be us, because everybody else is like, these Sauron's, he's not so bad. He's not so, Sauron's done some good things. He brought order to Mordor. It's like, fuck you guys. Like, what kind of world do you want?
I think logically, of all the characters, I think I would actually be like Legolas, because here's why. Because one, I'm sort of from a different game. I'm actually from CSGO, but I'm helping y'all plebs out in this shithole of League of Legends. Exactly. Like, I come from a different world, the world of the elves, but I'm like, I'm deigning to come down to your level to help you. And then secondly, I'm also sort of a lone wolf fan. I'm not really the sort of the team player. I like the guy who just does my own shit. So I'll be Legolas.
I'm probably Aragon in this analogy thing, because I'm the king in exile from the kingdom.
Right? There you go. But you're still coming back trying to save the game. True. Yeah.
I'm still trying to help people out. I had to learn my own skills, how to survive on my own as a ranger in the wilds of esports.
Who would be the other characters though? Oh, I'll give you one as an example. I think Loco would have to be Boromir, because obviously he betrayed us by grasping for power. He thought he could use the power to help TSM and the West win worlds. And basically, but at the end, like Boromir, he got a hero's death, didn't he? And we all remember him fondly. It was okay in the end. We forgive him. And he would indeed have followed us anywhere. So that also works. Even that line works. He would have followed you. You would have been his captain, Monty. There you go. His brother or whatever. It's all working so far. We nailed it. There you go.
Who's Gimli in this analogy?
Yeah, who would be that one? Let me think. Who would be Gimli? I'm going to say Gimli's like Nelson or something like that, because he's from a different total tribe race. He's pretty, but he's sort of integrated a bit into ours, and it's sort of the comedy element with the. I'm going to say Nelson could be Gimli. There you go. There you go. And by the way, other aspects don't fit, but it's the only role left. Richard Lewis can be Gandalf, because he is just the guy like, look, a journalist arrives at exactly the time he thinks he will, young. No, not exactly. And then he just enters the story, but he's so key. Like, you need him to come over the hill, like, as Gandalf the White. Like, that's when he returned. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's good. I like that.
There you go. I was doing something with it. There you
go. Who would be Frodo? I think we have to, before we end, we do have to
true.
Cast a Frodo, like the central person who is from, he's like the wholesome one who is tempted, right? I don't know if we have that person actually in this analogy in League of Legends.
That's maybe like Cadril or something.
That's true. Cadril would be,
because if you think about it, Cadril could stand alone as like one of the great analysts, but he's being corrupted by Sauron's power, and the closer he gets to the heart of it, the worse it seems to affect him, and become.
And he is very wholesome. He is very wholesome.
And obviously, he's got quick shot Samwise Gamgee to actually carry him to carry the cast, so it all works out. There you go. And then the joke obviously would be, just because I'm a very mean person, you can cast Vedius and Medicus, whoever you want from Rings of Power. I just don't give a fuck. You have to understand, fans. I don't give a fuck. So there you go. I actually like Vedius. There's nothing to hate on him. It's just funny.
How do you steal Koreans away from Valorant and make them play CSGO? Well, you have to make CSGO popular in Korea first. The problem with CSGO is that Steam is not installed on PC Bang, the PC Cafe computers automatically. So if you want to play Steam games, you have to literally go in, download Steam onto the computer, and then download the game. So it's extremely fucking annoying. However, last year, they actually did put CS servers in Korea for the first time, which I predict is really just the first. It's the first sign of the onslaught that Valve is planning, because as we know, they are very likely going to release a new version of Counterstrike on the Source 2 engine.
Potentially soon.
Probably
Yeah.
like potentially within the next month. Like that's not a joke. Like the original
if
leaks
not that,
were
probably
August.
after the major at worst, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
Sometime next
In fact, they may announce it at the major, but it's getting very close. And when that happens, I imagine they have some sort of game plan to utilize these Korean servers. And certainly military style shooters like PUBG have been very popular in Korea in the past. It's just been a question of promotion and access. But it does seem like Valve is setting the stage quietly behind the scenes to make some kind of move onto the Korean market. And while Valorant,
if people don't know, the difference is Valorant has been present and is even more recently, even spiking in those PC bangs, dude.
Well,
like when I saw it,
2%. You know, it's
2% is, mate. What would the percent of Counterstrike be?
Yeah.
Infinitesimally small. You wouldn't even give a number. Like be less than 0.1%, probably, right?
I'm just yes.
So
I'm
contrasting with that. No, but the original question was how do we get Koreans in Counterstrike, right?
Yeah.
Because basically, this is the problem. It's why I always say this in interviews, I want Koreans and Asians in CS because we don't actually know who the best players are. Because if you see in Valorant, by the way, like, dude, some of them are even people you know, like Saya players in fucking NA, for example. Like, these guys are monster players. If you just look at their aim, it's clearly bonkers. Like, I want these guys in CSGO. Imagine how much cooler it would be if all these mad Korean aimers come over. It'd be the shit.
Yeah. And, like, they would obviously be quite competitive if given the opportunity. Like Valorant is still a very small game in Korea, and the Korean Valorant teams are very good despite having like 2% PC bang share. So I think given the opportunity that CSGO could be a very big game in Korea, it just has to be distributed properly by Valve, but it does appear like there may be moves being made to cause that to happen.
It's the sad thing. One of the things that no fucking TO, game dev generally wants to do is share power. But I'll tell you right now, Monty, the first thing I would do if I was like Valve Software is I would not only go to the chains of PC bangs and say, what can I do for you to make you want to have my game in your thing? Maybe I can do a thing like they did in League of Legends where it unlocks a shop. Maybe there's something like that. Maybe there's a special skin that I make for your chain of things and you get it for free when you play in your PC bang. That's a nice angle, right? A unique AK skin or something. Or the other angle is go to Kesper and say, right, when I release CSGO 2 or whatever it might be, I want to make a deal where you will have a league running, so there will be an aspirational element to want to be a pro. I would do both. I would attack it from both ends, grassroots end and the pro end, because the big problem with how they've done it so far in Korea is they genuinely are so stupidly American. They go, well, it's a good game, so you just release it on Steam, and if they like it, they'll play it. It's like, Monty just explained why that will never happen, and is it actually, you've just created insane barriers to entry, and so unfortunately, even though, yes, obviously, like having like 2% of people playing Valorant isn't that big, compared to CSGO, that is night and day, that is enormous compared to CSGO. So like, it's why when people, like MVP PK was the team from Korea in CSGO, people will be like, but they are all right. It's like, the joke is they're playing in an empty room against nobody, and then having to come and play Europeans. Like, that's no ecosystem. You can't build a championship squad from that. You have to have a whole set of teams, and you have to crucially let the Korean esports industry get to work. Once there's enough people play the game, the industry takes over the rest of it, and they'll develop the teams and the players and bring them up.
Plus, I think that if a new version of CS released, there would probably be a bunch of Korean orgs that would actually just as a flyer, like try and sign teams for Asia, right? Like if you're Gen.G or T1 and you don't currently have CS rosters, maybe you think, okay, well, we're going to just see if it gets big, or we're going to help it get big in Korea. And they have the infrastructure to do that. Like Damwon Kia might do it as well. I mean, there are some really good Korean teams in Valorant and Rainbow Six, in some of these other kind of tactical style shooters, even though they don't have the biggest player base there. So would Bebe, the Taipei Assassins ADC, qualify for a LoL Hall of Fame? No. I mean, I think him in
universe.
I think even him in toys, like, nah.
There was one tournament ever. What do you want? And it was a fluke. Sorry, it just was. And of all the players in that team, like, he actually was a good player, but like he wasn't even close to the best ADC at the time. Like, no, definitely not.
I mean, I don't think any player in that team qualifies.
The only one really would be Toys, and even then, the problem is mid lane. There's too many great mid laners since then, isn't there? So like, it'd be a bit ridiculous if we did keep you in.
Based on the eye test, what player did you most overrate, and what player did you most underrate? Oh boy,
I like this though. Yeah, let's think this through. So it's based on the eye test, crucially, nothing else. Let me think. Let me see. I've got a few I can go for here. Let's see. I've got a little shortlist I'm making here, mate. Go on.
Honestly, underrate was probably Smeb because he was so fucking bad when he started. Like he was like the worst top laner in the entire league in Korea. And so I mean, clearly you can't account for a player's getting better, but going from literally the worst top laner in Korea to the best top laner in the world, obviously I underrated him to a certain degree. Like he literally like won the Long Panda Memorial Trophy and then became a god. So I would have to say Smeb. That's a pretty insane one. But also he was bad at the time. So did I underrate him or did he just get better? That's always the question. Overrating is interesting.
Here's the thing, the overrated one's the easiest for me. Like, I'll give you 3 off the top of my head now, just because I've seen enough now to know this. These 3 are going to be obvious. Leader, Dardoch, Self-Made. Now, the reason why is obvious, because we're talking about the eye test. The eye test for these guys, when they pop off, is fucking amazing. They look like the best players ever. But the problem, as we all know, is where's the through line? What's the average game like? That's where or what happens when the meta switches, for example. So I would say I'd probably slightly overrate these people because you just riding the high of the epic pop-offs, you know?
Trying to think of overrating. It was probably somebody on like CJ or Jinair, maybe like Coco. Because he was okay, but he never really had, he peaked really high and then didn't have insane longevity. Perhaps him.
I mean, the obvious one as well, because we did name the award of his Dade. Because again, eye test looks amazing when he's on his game. Those spring splits, he was godlike. He was fucking unreal, wasn't he? Like, people think he's one of those players that destroys the idea that anyone has a static career, because he actually was really amazing. He was really shit. It was the same guy.
Yeah, Dade Pawn would be another one potentially.
Yeah, for
Pawn's
sure.
health issues kind of got in the way of his career.
He only really lasted like a year and a half, exactly. Yeah,
Yeah.
he kept playing for long. He was on that KT super team. He was the shittest part of it, mate.
Yeah.
What do you want on that? You know. Let me think on under though. There's got to be some good underrated ones. Let me think who could be underrated. I mean, an obvious one for me is I would say Reckless, because like how could I possibly know he would have that level of longevity? And I'd also even say, I always say this, my favourite Reckless splits were when actually the Fnatic teams of like season 6, season 7 were collapsing and he had to hard carry. And by the way, he actually had some fucking good splits here. That's why he was winning the MVP. So I actually could never have known he'd also developed that other side to his game. I thought he'd always just be the Corbett style fucking ADC. So he did to some degree develop his game out a bit. I mean, the joke is you all overrated him in season 4, but whatever. We'll take the rough with the smooth. We all that works. What about you? There must be someone else you underrated. Come on.
I think Smeb is probably the most egregious underrating, because like, how do you go from that? Like, I clearly didn't pick up on something there. If I was like, this guy is the worst top laner in the LCK, and then he became maybe the best top laner of all time. Like, probably should have done I mean, he was on a bad team, obviously, so maybe should have done a little bit more on that one.
Got one. I'll say I underrated Impact. Because if you told me when he first went to LCS, I would never imagine he would be like relevant years later. I also think the thing with him that's so crazy is because he's been so consistently amazing as like a weak side and tank player, you forget, and every year he'll just pull out a few carries every now and then. You'll be like, he can actually do that still, fucking hell. That guy always has like a level of depth to him. Because the other thing is, he's obviously got he's one of those guys who has cracked out a fucking peak, hasn't he? Like, he just knows what week you can sort of phone it in. It's mad. This guy's sick at it. I think we did a good list there. We did quite a few names.
Who would you rather spend 12 hours straight with? Most unreasonable TSM fan, an average T1 fan, but you have to tell them that Chovy is better than Faker, or Slasher?
I mean, obviously the latter one's immediately taken out.
I would actually
the T1 fan. You would, but that's a different scenario there.
No, so the thing about Slasher is like, Slasher's first off, I have spent many hours talking to Slasher in person.
In the past.
In the past. I
mean, mate, after the shit he said about your family, I would just slap him in his face the first time I ever saw him again. I don't give a fuck. I wouldn't stand for that.
Look, Slasher is like a known quantity for me, and like I know exactly what to expect from him. So it's not actually, I mean, I know how to talk to him and not give him anything that he's going to use. So it wouldn't be that bad.
The problem with this question, right, is they've naively set it up, Monty, because they want me to pick the T1 fan or something, right? Here's the reason why I would pick the T1 fan. Technically, are you ready, TSM fans? You get your 1W of all time. Compared to T1 fans, you're actually totally fine. You're just normal. You're just a bunch of idiots on the internet who have opinions about games. T1 fans will actually threaten to kill you and mean it, and then credibly back it up with a real-life physical show of intimidation that they coordinate and is so fucked up that even the CEO of the company will pretend that's okay, because God forbid what would happen if you incited it further, and then it went even like that's how bad it is. That's the level of Stockholm syndrome people are in Korea. So here's the difference. You're going to think, then why would I pick the T1 one? Because here's the difference. The TSM guy's annoying. The T1 fan is a little fucking stick-armed cunt, 16-year-old toxic Korean kid. Mate, he's not going to be saying shit to me. He'll just sit there. I'll tell him, do your fucking Sudoku, you cunt. And then he'll just sit there and I'll just fucking read a book or something. The TSM guy might actually try to talk to me, mate. That'll be really annoying. Even worse, he might start trying to relate to me like, hey, you like double lift, right? Well, a few years ago, but maybe. Remember it was the best when he was on TSM? Well, I actually thought it was the worst part of his career. No, but remember that time, Season 6 World? Yeah, I very much remember Season 6 World.
The T1 fan wouldn't say shit to your face.
This guy might just be like barely speaking any English. And as I say, I'll just come straight with, look, I hate you. I actually despise the evil fans like you, so don't talk to me, mate. Do your colouring book of Season 5 Worlds or whatever, there you go. And then problem solved.
Do you have plan to branch out to other esports, i.e. a Dota show? I mean, I wouldn't do a Dota show. We might bring a Dota show over to like one of our associated channels with good Dota people, but I don't know anything about Dota. I also don't like the Dota fans, so I'm not too thrilled about that.
Yeah, exactly. The problem is, like, they're like, if you build it, they will come. I've seen what Dota fans are like. I don't want to build it. Problem solved. You've reverse Field of Dreams yourself on that one, you can't.
Marry, fuck, kill in a video game. Owner beloved by every staff member when asked in public edition. Reggie, Joe Marsh, or Nikolai Nyholm. Oh, come on, man.
That's good though. Here's the thing. What I like about that, Monty, is what he's done correctly that they always get wrong. You know, normally when they say marry, fuck, kill, they just pick ones that they would put in. He's picked 3 that we want to just pick kill for all of them. Obviously, that's why he's genius. So let's do this. Let's take it seriously. This is a real question, right?
All right. I would kill Reggie. I would.
That's just for all time's sake. It's not even that he's necessarily the worst. Just for all time's sake, we have to kill Reggie. That goes without saying. It's also summoning insight. This show, he blacklisted this show. He must be killed in a video game. Reggie dies. Yep, there we go. So it's between fuck and marry now. Who are we going to marry?
I would fuck Nikolai Nyholm because he's kind of like sneaky. He's probably like.
Well, the joke is, if you don't fuck him, he'll fuck you. So you better fuck him, man. He's going to fuck you anyway. Exactly.
I would marry Joe Marsh because I do know. Here's one thing I know about Joe Marsh. He loves to please people, so I think that he would actually like try and put a lot of effort to meeting my needs and demands in a marriage because he just rolls over for everybody else. So I would marry him.
Well, and also, that first of all, he's just going to basically provide the money in the relationship. And then secondly, he's basically, whatever you've done good, he's just going to go, yeah, it's brilliant. But I secretly actually was involved in that somehow before my time. Like, so that's fine. Listen, everyone in esports does that anyway. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
How do we stop leeches from bottom feeding into LCS and LEC?
He means like the teams who like the BDSs of the world. He means
everybody is blaming the teams, okay? But here's the problem: the financial model that was set up in these leagues does not incentivize the teams to spend money or have a profit. Like the problem is that LCS and LEC are shittily designed by the developers where they hide the marketing success of the leagues. They take all the money from the skins that are sold when Bjergsen uses a skin. They don't tell this to the owners. They're like, well, we got a sponsorship, guys. The commissioners are all assigned by the developers, right? So there's nobody acting in the best interest of the team. The teams have no say on who the leadership of the league is. And they just have to hope that like Riot sells some sponsorships. Meanwhile, all of the real money is just getting hidden. So it's not their fault. Like, I think that the teams who are the bottom feeders are acting rationally in their own best interest by not wasting a bunch of money to move from 10th place to 7th place where they get no additional sponsorships. The problem is the developer is hoarding all of the money from this and that the leadership is not fighting for the team's rights themselves. Like, in what universe should the owners be agreeing to give the power of the league leadership to be entirely selected by the developer. That's insane. Who is representing the owner's interests here? Nobody.
Basically, I would just explain it by giving a quick analogy, because I see this question happen all the time, Monty. Obviously, it happened with BDS. People were like, but if they're buying in for 30 million, they must be about to buy really good players. Spoiler, had a budget roster. Looks like one of the cheapest rosters in the league, if I had to guess. Now, obviously, Misfits is going to leave. Herex is going to come in. Same thing will happen. So the question is this, Monty. Why would someone join a league if they're not going to buy the top teams? Here's an analogy for you. In the NFL, there was a story I remember seeing a few years ago where it said that in the... what would have been at the end of the 90s when he stopped being a player. When John Elway was going to retire, he was actually offered to buy an ownership stake in the Broncos. Yep. And at the time, he would have had to raise something like 36 million, because it was like 180 million deal or whatever. And he didn't do it because, spoiler, like he didn't even make that in his career, and he would have had to like lend it off everyone. And at the time, it would have like leveraged all of his money in the world, basically. But the problem is, the reason the story is being told, if you can't see where this is going, is that 36 million that he spent now, his share would now be 900 million. That's how much it's gone up since the end of the 90s. It's gone insane, right? Obviously, the valuation has gone through the roof. Even the worst team would cost way more than the Broncos, spoiler, a championship roster at that time. So what you need to realize is this: everyone is operating on the greater fool principle. The ones who aren't are the people like Carlos, because he's just so good at getting money. He may as well do that and fuck around and win the game on the side while he does it, and so did Steve Darnes, etc. But like for the rest of the teams, you're just essentially sitting on a spot, and your aim is spend as little as possible while looking like I'm competitive. So that when I sell for the 100 million, I get loads of the 100 million. And it's not like I spent 40 and then I get 60. Well, I spend 10 and get 90.
Here's the difference. I think most NFL teams like try to win. And, you know, they have salary caps and they spend up to their salary caps, but the league is profitable. Like LCS is not, LEC and LCS are not profitable leagues. And whose fault is that? It's not the team's fault. Like, yeah, sure, the teams could be doing more to market the league, but the decline in viewership and the crappy business model has to be pinned solely on Riot. Riot is incapable of selling media rights. Part of that is because of a Twitch monopoly, but there's a fundamental conflict of interest where Riot doesn't want to sell exclusive media rights because that would cut off some of their viewership who may prefer to watch it on YouTube, or people may prefer to watch it on Twitch. And it's a marketing exercise for them. The problem is financially, there is a fundamental conflict of interest between the goals of the teams and the goals of Riot, because Riot wants to market the game to the widest audience possible because it's a loss leader and they know they make money off of the marketing, whereas the teams actually just want to be profitable. So the best thing you can do is to take away the leagues from the devs. That is the best thing you can do.
The reason why this tilts me, by the way, is because you can't at the same time, Monty, tell me and Monty, oh, you know that Flashpoint project you had? What a stupid idea that was, and it wasn't even necessary, and no one was ever going to join it, you know, and then come back and blink, forget all the Flashpoint projects, and then go, hey, Thorin and Monty, why don't teams and franchise leagues make enough money to make... Fuck you. That's the answer. Fuck you. We did it, and the whole industry told us we were wrong. And the joke was, you're all eventually one day going to have to do something like this, because the premise of that was, it was in the game where the dev doesn't interrupt, and there wasn't even a TO occupying that spot. That was how everyone could have cut out the middleman. Well, spoiler, if the Cloud9s of the world aren't going to do it in Flashpoint, they're not going to do it in another game, mate. So sadly, as far as I can tell in these franchise leagues, everyone's just being led around by the nose by whatever game dev it is. And it's at the moment, by the way, the entire principle for LEC and CDL seems to be, leased it in Overwatch League. So like the whole thing's just copium and bad money following good money. Come on, man, it's a joke. It's a joke.
All right, next. TheShy chose his name in honor of legendary CJ top laner Shy. Yeah, why was TheShy a fan of Shy, the Shen player? A great question. Shy was not a very exciting top laner, and TheShy has a very different style of play than Shy. Like, they're pretty much night and day polar opposites. It is a weird coincidence that TheShy took that name.
I mean, I don't know why he asked the first part. Like, why is he a fan of it? Like, mate, I can't read his mind and his career. Like, I don't even know his language, man. Couldn't even consider. But if you mean, as Monty says, the reason it's weird is that he couldn't be different. I mean, the joke is TheShy himself in his interviews portrays himself as a different player. But yeah, basically, TheShy, as in the space Shy from CG Enters, was like probably one of the best weak side players ever. Amazing tank that could always stay alive in a gank under the tower. Like, knows exactly when to split push and have come join the fight. Just essentially was like an over skilled weak side player, whereas the Shy that we know is like I mean, the joke is he doesn't even know if he's playing Wixside. He just plays TheShy's lane, doesn't he? Like, I don't know why he would. It's one of those weird ones. But I will say, I would guess if I had to, it's a bit like that principle that seems to be common in women, where the women with the straight hair obsess about curling their hair and making it frizzy, and the ones with the frizzy and the curly hair, 24/7 straight line, going, it must be straight, must be straight. I assume it's that way. What you do is, the thing that you're good at seems obvious because you're good at it, but the thing you're not good at, you really like overvalue because I'm not as good at that. So it seems epic and mega. I would imagine something like that if I had to guess. Or he's just Korean. He was the best top laner at the time he started playing. Probably that.
Can we talk about how egregiously entitled LCK fans, especially T1 fans, and how much undue influence they have over the league and its orgs? It's total bullshit. One of the GOAT casters, Kim Dong-jun, who, was a friend of mine, was booted from the league after spiteful fans targeted him in popular Korean forums over critical comments he made about T1 and supposed favoritism showed towards Damwon last year.
By that, wait a minute. That's just speculation, right? There's no... How does he know that? Wait a minute. So he thinks that cause fans got mad at that guy, he was fired because of that. That sounds like a reach.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the cause of any of
Wasn't that guy like a 20-year veteran or something? I doubt they would fire you because you just flamed
Kim
Dong-jun
was.
I would imagine he retired, right?
I don't know the
seems very implausible he'd fired because there was too many comments on DC Inside forum or something, right? Like that doesn't seem like the reason. That's some Reddit narrative.
That aside, I do think that I don't understand why everybody kowtows to these psycho Korean fans, and so the answer is basically. Korean culture, they don't feel like they can confront them. And honestly, Koreans are very good at organizing. And if they are confronted, they will just mass protest and just fucking leave. The fans won't just threaten to leave and leave. They will actually just leave en masse. So they feel like they encourage this entitlement. But what I would say is that the LCK League and its ghost commissioner have an obligation to protect the team and the player. It's difficult for the teams to say something, but where the fuck has been the LCK leadership? The commissioner is just not there, not making any announcements. The commissioner should be tanking the aggro here and saying, cut this shit out. It shouldn't be T1's job to be please stop harassing our players on the street. Right? Which is something that T1 has apparently had to say because it's been going on. Where is the league? These people are absolute fucking cowards at the top of the LCK because they just want their cushy jobs. They don't want to get it. Do your job. Do your job. Represent the league. Represent the teams. It's more problems with these people being rioters who are more concerned with moving up the corporate ladder at Riot than they are about doing the job that they need to do and representing the teams properly.
I would say the main problem, because I see this dynamic play out in the West with all the SJW retards. What they do is this. When someone is really unreasonable, they're not just I disagree with you. They come in you're a piece of shit and everyone's corrupt and I'm a victim and this is horrific. Because they're making the fever pitch go so crazy. If you're a reasonable person, notice the key dynamic I'm setting up, you will try to relate to them and understand what point they're making. And in doing so, you will give some level of credence to what they're saying. So the more unreasonable it is, the more they pull you towards their side to meet them in the middle. And if you do that, by the way, you are forever at their whim. They will pull you further and further and further, and they will just dominate you completely. So the main issue is, one, most people are cowards, and they'll actually think for real, because it's how the human brain works to keep you alive in a tribe. If most of my tribe seem pissed at me, I'm probably the one fucking up. I should probably change, or my tribe might exile or kill me. Now the problem is, social media creates this fake version of a tribe in your brain with thousands of people that aren't your tribe, but you're responding as though they were people in your everyday life. So there's that, and then the other factor is, these teams, half of how they sell to them, and Koreans especially are in this wheelhouse, is they sell it as a lifestyle. It isn't just a team you like, it's the team you love. It's your team. We're a family. Yeah, and so the problem is when you do that, like the BTS and the K-pop type people did, you can't then turn around and go, it's weird that someone mentally ill interacting with that behaviour would then think that we really are his family. We owe him everything. No, that's perfectly reasonable. What are you talking about?
You did that.
Yeah. The joke is that's like that famous thing where, where they have like a bear riding a little fucking tricycle, then it wigs out and kills everyone. They go, you went crazy. It did what a bear naturally does. It's the other one. Why was it riding the bike is the question, isn't it? So I got that's the premise of that story. It's going to happen. But you think how bad even fans are in the West on Twitter. They do this in real life in Korea though. So I have to agree, Monty. I would take a hard line against this, especially because I already look to the future. And I just see 10 years down the line when a player's going to get stabbed or someone's going to be poisoned or a rival fan's going to come and destroy the central heating system in a, these things are going to happen if you allow this shit to get out of control. And even worse, Joe Marsh, if you ever look like you co-sign it as passion, I can tell you with the Brazilians in Counterstrike, the same thing's going to happen. Someone is going to die in Brazil one day at an event. Someone is going to be robbed one day. Someone is going to be stabbed. Someone is going to be raped. And when these things happen, all those comments for years of like laughing at the come to Brazil and like, oh, they're just passionate over there. It's going to age really badly, really, really badly. But until that moment comes and someone's in tears, as is the way in esports, everyone will just put the blinders on. They'll look at the upside of like, wow, people really care about our game, because that's the fucked up way you can spin it. It's like, wow, no one used to care about esports, but now they care so much they'll kill you. It's sort of that fucked up angle that someone with no self-respect has, Monty, of like, well, he does beat me, but he must care on some level. It's like, I mean, fucking hell, if we get into that gymnastics, I guess there's a logic to it, but I think the whole thing's terrible. I think it's a blight on esports, mate. I actually feel sad that when I tell people in esports who don't know about Korea, like how amazing the players are, this aspect has to be shaded in eventually if I talk too much about the culture, like, oh, they're sort of a bit psycho. It
wasn't like this when I was there either.
No.
It wasn't like this when I was there. This is new. And it is terrible. And also, Riot should be taking responsibility as the neutral body in this situation to set player, fan expectations around behavior. It shouldn't be T1 and it shouldn't be any of the other teams. Are there any NFL storylines, players, teams that have piqued your interest with the season coming to a start soon? Yeah. Obviously, like, I'm a Broncos fan. It's pretty cool to have Russell Wilson on the Broncos now. Like, that's very interesting. Really,
I'll tell you the narrative for that.
Von Miller on the Bills. That's pretty sick.
The narrative for people have missed this, dude. I'll tell you the narrative. If Russell Wilson has a really good season and they get in the playoffs, I bet he'll win the MVP this season. Because he actually was a real MVP kind of all those other seasons. The problem was the Seahawks half the time were like dodgy, or like they always had a key flaw. Yeah, so sadly the stories meant he was never going to get a winner, but he probably actually is on track to win it if he has a really good season, I think.
Yeah, I really like the Bills right now. Not because Von Miller's like my favorite player, and he's on the Bills, even though he's in the kind of like twilight of his career. But they're just a really fun team to watch right now. I mean, honestly, the Bills Chiefs playoffs game from last year was maybe the best football game I've ever seen. Like, it was fucking insane. Always love to see Aaron Rodgers on the Packers. I mean, I watch a lot of football, and I'm pretty agnostic about teams. I just like watching good players, basically. Want to see if Derrick Henry can bounce back. He's really fun to watch.
There's one thing to say. The division the Broncos are in might be one of the best divisions to ever be played in the NFL. If you go look. Like, every team, in theory, is a playoff team, and some of them could win the whole thing. That will be an amazing division. Yes.
I mean, the fact that like the Raiders got Devontae Adams and have Derek Carr, and then obviously the Chiefs are still the Chiefs with Mahomes. And then now the Chargers are kind of coming up. Austin Eckler is like a really exciting, both running and passing running back, and Herbert's looking super good as well. Like, and the Chargers got Khalil Mack. Like, I mean, it's crazy. Like, that division is going to be nuts.
Oh, it's mental. Yeah,
it'll be really fun.
I just want to see what my boy Bebe, Bill Belichick, pulls off with the evil empire and Mac Jones. Because what I love about Mac Jones is this. Essentially, this is why I love Bill Belichick. He really has just gone out and cynically been like, bring me another field general who will do my orders. That's right, Mac. I will put my power into you. Because with that game he won last season where he threw the ball like 3 times was like God tier shit, man. Like, that's like your dream. That's your dream NFL game, isn't it? Like, I know it's too good.
It's just like snowing and he wins the game just running, only running the ball.
It was hilarious, wasn't it? I know.
It was really good. I mean,
I just want to see what he can do. Because the premise there is, if you ever wanted, if you were Bill Belichick, to even up that narrative that all the plebs are going to go, Tom Brady must be the one who was the better one because he won with the Bucks. Well, then how about I just been without someone who's even vaguely an MVP candidate? That'll be a way to show you want it. So I just want to see if that can work or not. It's a fascinating experiment.
I mean, honestly, the NFL is like really good right now. Just as a whole, there are so many cool storylines. Obviously, like Tom Brady is still coming back with the Bucks, and there's so many good storylines and so many like compelling teams and players. Like the field of quarterbacks is like super good right now. Like Lamar Jackson's really entertaining. They have very different styles a lot of the time, these teams. So the matchups are fascinating. It's just a great time to be an NFL fan. Great time. So we have to pick guests on our shows who would be the following: Jerry Seinfeld, Elaine, George, and Kramer. I mean,
just the main characters.
Loco Doco is clearly Kramer.
Oh, it's obvious. Yeah. He even bizarrely has a similar thing to the character of Kramer, which is that when he gets really excited, if you notice, he loses control of his body. Like, I know a lot of people don't know that. You know, when Loco moves around, he isn't doing that on purpose, by the way. Like I once asked him, listen, Loco. I once said to him, it's really hard for me to frame it up like that. And he's like, I just move like that. I'm like, I don't think about, it's just the way I am. So he would be Kramer, yeah. Here's the thing, the real hard one's going to be like George, because George is like the slightly lovable but like fucked up loser. So who would that even be?
I don't know.
No, on that one.
That's really hard. I feel like a lot of these are not super one-to-one. I don't know if we can do the rest of these. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, those are harder than you think. Those aren't as good as you think. Let me think. Who else could we even do for that? Because the funny thing is, if you think of like all-time guests who've been on a lot, it is people like Crumbs and fucking Amazing and these sorts of names, isn't it? This is the sort of wheel. Oh, I tell you what, I know who it is. Listen, a little bit of it's real life, a little bit of it's just things to do with the game. I'll make George Costanza can be Peter Dunn. Because he is lovable, he's always scheming away. It's never going to really work out, is it? He's going to try his hardest, but it's not going to work really. He'll work so far, but not at the end of the punchline is
well.
There you go. That's not bad. Elaine, who could that be? I mean, obviously, the obvious joke would be Frost Goring, because even though some people still want her on the show, I always thought that was the most annoying character. So, whatever.
I think some of these are going to be a stretch. I don't know if there really is a Jerry either.
There's not a Jerry.
Yeah.
No one can be a character.
Say Chovy wins this summer. Is his rivalry with Faker more akin to Russell versus Wilt, meaning the one championship for the stat monster is going to remain an outlier, or do we expect it to go more like Jordan versus Magic, a true passing of the torch, with Chovy starting his own mini era? I don't know. Like, I mean, Chovy looks like he's actually ascended this split. Whether that form is going to be maintained is the question. I think the problem is like LCK is probably still behind LPL as a region, and the question is whether Gen.G can like be the one team in LCK that is going to beat everybody like Dom1 did a couple years ago.
The problem Chovy's going to have is this. Even though in terms of regular splits, he has an incredible body of work. Like every year, he basically gets better and is just even more amazing and sick in lane and all. The problem he has is, it's not just that he's lost in the playoffs. He himself has clearly had like underperformances and like performance mismatch in the finals and stuff. And there's clearly been a bunch of times he could have carried that he didn't. So already that's going to fucking kill you against Faker, one of the most clutch players of all time and one of the greatest winners of all time. And then the other angle as well is the actual I actually completely reject the basketball one, even though I know you were just setting it up to give this example, because one of the things that's whack as fuck about that example is not only do they make it sound like Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain were playing one-on-one, but two, they always tried to make it sound like Bill Russell shot Wilt Chamberlain down. If people don't know, Wilt Chamberlain once had 50 rebounds in a game against Bill Russell. Right, you're not shutting anyone down when they get 50 rebounds, by the way. Secondly, there's the angle they don't know. Wilt Chamberlain had to do it all, mate. He was just like the god. He was like Uzi I, and the team was built like Uzi I. Give him the ball all the time. Bill Russell has won championships where he was like the 5th highest scorer on the team. But you're making it sound like because he won, he was like the carry in like 1v9 the game. Like, so that's whack anyway. But basically, to go back to the Chovy Faker one, the problem that Chovy has is, unless Faker retires tomorrow and then Chovy wins a lot, fans will never give him his comparison. That's why I say, to me, the real comparison is Rookie and Faker, because then you're just going off the body of work and how good they were as mid laners, and you can have interesting discussion. The Chovy one, like I say, he's got too many sort of career markers that would go against the narrative, I think. I don't think it even matters if he wins.
How much can the effects of the Korean exodus still be felt? This is in 2015. Not a lot, actually, because very few of those players are currently playing. Like Deft is still playing and Rookie is still playing, but not a lot of them. Rookie is definitely still the best player still playing. And many of the players who left came back to Korea and are coaching now. So like Dandy is coaching in the LCK. Acorn is coaching in the LCK. So I would say it didn't have that big of an effect. Also, Korea's T1 still won Worlds in 2015, and then also the Korean dominance like continued as new players came up. So, it really wasn't until 2018, which was far and away from the Korean exodus, that we started to see like LPL becoming more dominant. Favorite / most thought-provoking viewer question you've ever had? I don't know. You guys generally ask pretty good questions.
Oh, I know what I'm going to do here. Like, I don't know what the actual question would be, because obviously the problem is the good ones, you don't remember the questions. But I will say, I'm going to very briefly address now, Monty, what happened on the last episode and what's happened a few times. There is one character, and by the way, we can see it on the Discord. We can just go and look at your name. There's one guy who keeps submitting those questions, but he's making them either making them intentionally annoying and ruining the show floor, or he doesn't understand social dynamics. Either way, the solution's simple. Don't keep doing those questions. Ask a short question, a sentence or two long. Leave a lot of the space for us to answer the question, and don't set it up in a way where like it's too complicated. Like, essentially, if Monty has to paste it to me, you've failed the question already. Like, if I can't even hold the beginning in my mind because you're making such a... Because the problem with that was, it seemed like that guy either, like I say, it's just some really weird guy and he's really misaligned to what we're asking for, or he's trying to be intentionally annoying. And if you try to intentionally annoy me, look, it might be funny that I blow up every now and then, but I will absolutely just shit can you. Have you ever seen me on Twitter? Like, I'll block you forever, mate. You'll never get unblocked. So just careful, or you get blocked from the questions. And by the way, even though but I paid for that. Yeah, you'll also find out I'm very happy to give refunds, and you'll never be out in the service. So just keep it nice and fun, and we can all have a great time at the end of the show.
All right, I'm going to pick one last question. So I'm sorry, guys. There are a bunch more questions. If you do want to ask them, just ask them again next week, please. It's just this show is already like almost 4.5 hours long. So I have other things to do that I need to get done. So this is a good question. Who are some of the smartest pro players you think outside of League, like life, academics, not just League, let's say any pro player, that you know by region, past or present? I mean, Faker is
what's funny about that?
Faker is very intelligent.
I don't know if you would agree, but I actually find that a lot of the really smart players in the game aren't that smart outside, and vice versa. Like, I was saying this to someone the other day. Basically, one of the reasons I actually think some of the really smart in real life people struggle in the game is they overthink and they second guess themselves and they get caught up in the, oh shit, what can happen? Meanwhile, there's a lot of people who look like geniuses in the game because they're so decisive. And the joke is they're actually very simple-minded, and their brain just goes, do that, and they just do it and they succeed. Yeah. So it would probably actually surprise you. Like, for example, just from talking to him, I'm going to go ahead and guess Cadrill's a very intelligent person. Seems like, if you think about the way his mind works and the way he holds a conversation and can remember things, seems like a super smart guy.
Yeah, I mean, Faker is actually like legitimately very intelligent and has had a lot of academic success. I know from talking to him and his family previously. A player from StarCraft that was very smart is Stefano. Like, Stefano was honestly like some savant. Like, that guy didn't even really practice StarCraft, and he later went to medical school. He was just naturally extremely smart. Who else? I agree with you, Thorin, though. Like, talking to pro players is honestly underwhelming most of the time because they do not have life experience and they do not have interest outside of the games, and they aren't even like good at thinking about things, generally speaking. So the list of pro players that I enjoy talking to outside of esports topics is not long. It's not long. Not a long list.
Yeah, I'm fair. Who else would even be on this list? I've got to say, this might sound harsh, but I can't think of anyone from LCS. I don't know if there's anyone from LCS gets something. Oh, you know what? Actually, no. I'll tell you what. Here's an example of exactly what I was talking about. Is a perfect example. Because I'll tell you what, I actually did think, if you ever talk to him in interviews, Link is actually a really smart guy. I just thought in the game he was a fucking train wreck of a fucking player, wasn't he? Like, I mean, there's an example.
I like talking to Bjergsen because Bjergsen has a lot of interests that I talk to him about outside of esports. And when I talk to Bjergsen, I honestly rarely talk to him about esports. It's more about books or his other interests. And he really does try to have a broad set of interests beyond the game, and like he's very disciplined.
I know the one. Here's one for you, because it's actually going to trigger people, so we'll end the show this. It's got to be Crumbs, the guy you guys all call Doms. In League, he never knows anything. He's a fucking moron, repeat stuff. In real life, Crumbs, unironically, is the guy where if I said to him now, like, oh, I've just read like book 1 of Dune, Crumbs, in 2 weeks he would be like, right, I've read all 6 Dune books. Do you have any other books you recommend? I'm like, I didn't even recommend the other 5. What the fuck? It's only 2 weeks ago. Like, he's that guy in real life. So like, he's mega smart in my opinion.
I just like keep lending Crumbs like giant stacks of graphic novels, and he comes back 2 weeks later. He's like, here you go. And he also has a lot of outside interests in terms of like outdoor stuff, camping. Like he leads a very interesting life of travel. He's a great guy. So that's it. Sorry we didn't get to all the questions. There were like 1 billion questions this week, but please, if they are important to you, ask them again, and hopefully we'll get there on a little bit shorter show. We had to do all of like this. It was 2 super weeks this week, and also previewing playoffs, so there was a lot to discuss. Next week, no LEC, so we'll be talking mostly about a few matches that happen in LCS, LCK, and LPL, so it shouldn't be quite so packed. Anyway, we'll see you next week.